Eternal Sacred King Chapter 1551 Chapter 1551 Strong. One more. GGG. The Rakshasa clan stared at everyone at Misty Peak and walked slowly, showing a grinning smile, fierce eyes, chilling. Oh la la. The many sect forces surrounding Misty Peak spread out, lest they could avoid it and involve themselves. In an instant, a lot of empty space was exposed around Misty Peak. Misty Peak, only a dozen people came. Of the dozen or so people, the highest cultivation base is just the body fusion realm. This Rakshasa clan shot, and all the Misty Peak people can be killed with one move. The expression of many sect forces is indifferent. It's none of your business. And no one wants to provoke Rakshasa clan and killing intent because of some unrelated people. Just now, the disciple of Overlord Hall was killed, and the Overlord Hall Master resisted it. Sect forces like Misty Peak and Heavenly Desolate Continent were too many. To many cultivators, Misty Peak is already dead. However, Misty Peak is extraordinary. Although this sect is not big, its underlying strength is far better than the major super sects. But Rakshasa clan found Misty Peak, but it caused a lot of fluctuations. Everyone in the major areas stood out at the same time. Some are human race, some are monster demon. One of the four big gates, the two cultivators of Pilsun Gate immediately stood out. It was Suxining and Jichengshan. On the other side, an expression of indifference, a woman like an iceberg slowly got up. It is 1000 Human Young Master. 1000 Crane Fairy Lengru. Suxining knows the relationship between Suzaimo and Misty Peak, so naturally he will not stand idly by. And Jichengshan and Lengru are two cultivators coming out of Misty Peak. Even if two people have already visited the four gates, they never forget the kindness of Misty Peak. Tomb Sect, Little Fatty also stood up and expressed grave. You fatty, so scared of death before. Why not now? Shijian muttered quietly, and then stood up. Some things I can hide. Little Fatty took a rare serious turn, Shin said, but they don't want to move Misty Peak. Buddha sect Dipankara temple, a young monk with his hands folded, holding a blue lantern, chanting the Buddha's name, and standing out from the crowd. Demon sect Maiden sect, a veiled pink skirt girl, smiled slightly and stood up. After all, there are so many people in this world who have nothing to do with righteousness and evil, no immortal demon, no cultivation base. In their hearts, affection is more important than life and death. In the area of monster race, Huzi, Lingu, King, Huang Golden Lion, and Small Fox also came out. Perhaps it's not about race. The Rakshasa clan noticed the scene, narrowed his eyes, and showed one's ferocious appearance. Said with a malicious smile, why, I want to kill a few ants, and I blew up a worm nest. You ants are coming out, but you don't agree and rush out to die. This Rakshasa clan looked around all around. I shows the ominous light, murderers looking. Misty Peak, the old immortal crane took a deep breath, and said in a deep voice, dare to ask this Rakshasa? I just didn't say a word to Misty Peak. Is there anything wrong with you? The Rakshasa clan grinned and said, you stared at me Rakshasa clan young master for too long, so you all have to die. My young master clear as ice and clean as jade, is it the blasphemy eyes you can desecrate? When this sentence was spoken, there was an uproar. Rakshasa clan is overbearing. Talking in private is not enough, and everyone can accept it. Now, even looking at Jade Rakshasa, you will lose your life. Kunk's heart shivered with cold, quickly bowed his head, avoiding his eyes, and dared not go to see Rakshasa again, for fear that Rakshasa clan would find him. Suxining frowns, saying, just one more look, you're going to kill people under the heavens. How can there be such a truth? Hee hee, Lingu grinned, it's really funny, my eyes grow on myself, Lord Tiger, I just look where I want to be, regardless of your fart. Rakshasa clan's gaze swept across the crowd and landed on the tiger, instantly said, you are courting death. Rakshasa clan spreads her wings, transforms into a beam of black light, and disappears instantly. The next moment, I have already come to the top of Lingu's head. dropping from the sky, sharp wings, moved towards Ling U's head cut off. The speed is too fast. Many cultivators did not respond. But the tiger was ready, with a path of lightning flashing on his body, roaring, and instantly transformed into the body, dancing tiger claw, colliding with the wings of this Rakshasa clan. Ding ding dong dong. Fire star flowing in all directions. Suddenly, the spirit tiger blocked Rakshasa clan's dozen or so killing moves. However, Ling U's body is huge, and his speed is not as fast as Rakshasa clan. Rakshasa clan's series of offensives can kill him. Roll. At this moment, shouting loudly sounded in the battlefield. A thick golden stick suddenly came, and moved towards Rakshasa clan, fiercely hit it. The Rakshasa clan wanted to dodge, but found that no matter how he avoided, he couldn't break the envelope of the golden stick. When this Rakshasa clan quickly took out the machete, blocking him, the machete collided with the golden baguette. The golden cudgel sends out an extremely terrifying power, almost crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood. Generally, the pestle is on the chest of Rakshasa clan, and this Rakshasa clan is directly hit and fly. Kungsu uproar. Everyone didn't expect. This seemingly inconspicuous Huzi was so strong that he dared to shoot against Rakshasa clan. Everyone even didn't expect that this Huzi would hit Rakshasa clan of body fusion realm with a hit. The tiger laughed and said, "Brother Hu, you are still a cow." Hong Long, whose expression was cold, and bloodlight was faintly flashing in his eyes. Looking at Rakshasa clan not far away, he hung the 1,000 pounds on the ground. Blue stone on the ground burst instantly. Hus is full of monster chi, and in the momentum, completely suppresses Rakshasa clan. Boom. This Rakshasa clan fell to the ground, but soon got up. His face was somber, and there were a few broken bones in his chest. This injury can't be considered serious injury for body fusion great expert. But this Rakshasa clan, but feel the loss of face. This is at the 10,000 ethnic conference. I don't know how many eyes looked at this scene. He was actually stung by a Huzi. 10,000 you. Your battle strength has fallen back. It's really shameful. The rest of Rakshasa clan saw this scene and laughed. The face of this 10,000 Rakshasa is blue and white for a while, and the killing intent in his eyes is getting richer and thicker. I silly said, "Don't look at the joke there, Gas, come out and help me." Okay. Rakshasa, who was called Gas, grinned, could not bear it long ago, flew out, stretched out Scarlet's long tongue, and licked her lips. 10,000 Rakshasa covered her chest and said, "Whose is over to you?" "No problem." Gas Rakshasa's eyes showed excitement. 10,000 Rakshasa turned her eyes and refocused on Misty Peak. I silly said, "This group of ants just stared at the young master. I will kill them before I say." Eternal Sacred King Chapter 1552 Chapter 1552 Ghost Witch Young Master 2. Okay. There was a cold voice in front, but it was Jade Rakshasa who noticed the movement here, and frowned quietly. "Young Master, these ants are staring at you. It's rude." 10,000 Rakshasa said, "Young Master, rest assured, I slaughtered this group of ants for you, and never let their blood dirty your hands." Jade Rakshasa slightly frowned, complexion sank, waved a little impatiently, "Just a glance, it's nothing. There is no need to investigate this matter." "That wouldn't work, young master. You don't have to be so generous with these ants. Even if this group of ants are guilty of death, it is hard to escape." 10,000 Rakshasa still didn't realize anything, and said flatteringly, "I'll pluck out the eyes of this group of ants for punishment." Over the years, Rakshasa clan has arrogantly slaughtered on heavenly desolate continent, and has hardly encountered any major obstacles. Rakshasa clan's brutal bloodthirsty nature has been completely released. After saying this, 10,000 Rakshasa flickered and moved towards Misty Peak. Succeeding, Jit Shengshan, Lengru and the others' expression changed, and they were about to block. "Brush it." A faster silhouette came, and then it came first, and instantly came over 10,000 Rakshasa. This silhouette stretched out the white palm, strangled the neck of 10,000 Rakshasa directly, and dropped him fiercely to the ground. Boom! 10,000 Rakshasa was smashed into the ground, her body was cracked, her teeth grinned, her forehead sweated. He was about to yell, but when he saw the silhouette in front of him, he swallowed it all up and almost bit his tongue. It was Rakshasa clan young master who shot him and dropped him on the ground, Jade Rakshasa. In this scene, 10,000 creatures are confused. Only some cultivator looking thoughtful of Misty Peak. Oh, ha. Lingu didn't think it was too big to see the excitement, and he smiled bitterly. What's the matter? Have you hit yourself first? Young master, why are you? 10,000 Rakshasa feels aggrieved and puzzled. Jade Rakshasa expression was cold, slowly said, I just said that you don't need to investigate this matter. Didn't you hear it? I just. 10,000 Rakshasa also wants to justify. Give me shut up. Rakshasa stepped forward and stepped on the front door of 10,000 Rakshasa. 10,000 Rakshasa was black before her eyes and passed out on the spot. Kaka. A sound of cracking bones sounded. The 10,000 living creatures inhaled slightly, and this foot broke the door of 10,000 Rakshasa. 10,000 people saw this Jade Rakshasa so beautiful and alluring, and originally thought, what kind of gentle and easy-talking master. I didn't expect this shot suddenly, so terrifying, so fierce that even my own clansman was abolished. Most importantly, 10,000 creatures are completely confused. I don't quite understand why this beautiful and alluring Jade Rakshasa suddenly became angry. Is it simply because 10,000 Rakshasa violated her order? Not to mention the beings present. Even many Rakshasa clan were confused. The original Rakshasa was still thinking about who's, but when he saw this scene, he was so scared that he didn't hesitate, so he returned. After this incident, many Rakshasa came to an area belonging to Ferocious clan. During the whole process, no more Rakshasa jumped out to kill. All the way to peace. Numerous cultivators are secretly nodded, and they have more confidence in the 10,000 ethnic conference. Looking at the meaning of Jade Rakshasa, it should be sincere to negotiate and reconcile with our human race. This Misty Peak is also really fatal. If it weren't for Rakshasa's shot, it is estimated that a war has broken out. Yeah, the other Ferocious clan hasn't arrived yet. If a war breaks out, I am afraid that this 10,000 ethnic assembly will not be able to continue. Dong. Just as everyone was talking, the bell of Profound Principal Palace rang again. In the distance there was a group of cultivators wearing dark green robes, walking slowly. This group of cultivators looks the same as human race, but they look pale, and in the deep eyes, a pair of green eyes are soaked. Which race arrives at Profound Principal Palace? The headed witch race has a thin body and its cheeks are sunken deep, like a skull in a leather bag, which can be blown by a gust of wind. But the 10,000 people living here saw this witch race, but they were all heart-shivered with cold, showing the color of fear. That's the Ghost Master, young master? It should be him. I heard that 20 years ago. He was born in World War I. A primordial spirit curse broke out, and a human race old ancestor was hit hard. Well, the old ancestor died, not long after he escaped. Too terrifying. Many cultivators bowed their heads, afraid to stare at this group of witch race, for fear of any curse coming. I've seen the Ghost Master, young master. Please. Profound Principal Palace Master welcomed many Profound Principal Palace cultivators. The Ghost Witch young master expressionless didn't even look at the Profound Principal Palace Master, so he took many witch races and walked by the group of Profound Principal Palace, without saying a word. This is not a contempt. This is a complete disregard. Profound Principal Palace Master complexion slightly changed. But after 100 years of self-cultivation, he has become more stable, and he can remain indifferent to such insults. Just fatly smiled. At this moment, a cultivator of Profound Principal Palace suddenly screamed, fell to the ground, constantly struggling and rolling, his body filled with a path of green mist. This cultivator seemed extremely painful, constantly tearing his clothes and grabbing his face. 2 times, the flesh and blood on his face was caught a large piece, beyond recognition. Listening to this scream, and seeing this scene again, all 10,000 people feel a chill rising from their backs. Junior brother, another profound principal palace cultivator, wants to step forward and take a look at this same sect. Don't touch him. The profound principal palace master expression changed dramatically, and a quick reminder was issued. Unfortunately, it is already late. The palm of the profound principal palace cultivator behind touched the cultivator on the ground, and the palm was also stained with a little green mist. Suddenly, the flesh on the palm of this profound principal palace cultivator began to rot and fall off. Ah! The cultivator also screamed. Many profound principal palace cultivator were shocked and dispersed. After just a while of work, the profound principal palace cultivator, which fell to the ground, has been motionless, and the fleshly body has turned into a pool of blood. In situ, only one remains. One body fusion great expert is like body dies and Tao disappears. The second profound principal palace great expert also failed to support it for a long time, just under the eyes of everyone, between the breaths. There was no sound, and it turned into a pool of blood. Everyone at profound principal palace could not help but watch this scene happen. Suxining just came forward, and when he took out a bottle of spiritual pills, he wanted to help, but it was too late. Profound principal palace master clenched his fists, expressed grief and indignity, turned his head and looked at the ghost young master, took a deep breath, solemnly asked, "Dare to ask the ghost young master, what does this mean?" Cough cough. The witch young master coughed 2 times, and the sick man said, "He was too close to me just now. I accidentally killed him and accidentally injured him." A sentence too close, a casually accidental injury, killed 2 body fusion great experts at profound principal palace. Profound principal palace master's heart burst into anger, but he could only endure it for the 10,000 ethnic conference. The group repair was silent, and their hearts were sad. In this brief moment, they gradually realized the savage, cold-blooded, cruel, and ruthless years of the legend, immemorial era. Eternal Sacred King Chapter 1553 Chapter 1553 Remnants 3 Rakshasa Clan and Witch Race. Just the arrival of the 2 major ferocious clan, are so powerful. They are so powerful that many cultivators are secretly worried. It's not very good. Bhiksu Egya sect master is a middle-aged beautiful woman. She looks quite gentle, her eyes softly muttered. Amitabha, the abbot of Huishan of Dipankara temple, also expressed anxiety and whispered a Buddhist horn. Ferocious clan is too strong, there is not much room for human race to discuss, and the outcome of this 10,000 ethnic conference will not be optimistic. Dong. The bell of profound principal palace sounded again. There is a large blood mist floating in the distance, a path of silhouette is fatly discernible, and before it is over the profound principal palace, there is a bloody aura. Bloodvine Clan. 100 years ago, Bloodvine Clan destroyed the southern battlefied group, one of the high sects. As a result, Huang Wu was suppressed by 100 clansmen on the 6-star mountain, and even the then Bloodvine Clan young master Teng Lingcai was killed. This battle made Bloodvine Clan lose face. But for the past 100 years, Bloodvine Clan has been so infamous. Not long ago, the breeze view of one of the immortal sects had just been wiped out. In that battle, the old ancestor of Great Ascension of King Fengguan fell more than 10. In the end, even Sovereign was brought in, and Sovereign with a clear view of the wind was buried on the top of Cool Breeze Mountain, which caused a great shock in the real cultivation world. Compared to Bloodvine Clan, the actions of Witch Race and Rakshasa Clan are not too big in these years. Numerous cultivators were at a loss, and suddenly became nervous, for fear of being noticed by Bloodvine Clan, which would cause the killing. Profound Principal Palace Master took a deep breath. Suppressing the anger in my heart, expression returned to peace, greeted it, and arched, "I have seen Bloodvine Clan, please inside." Today's Bloodvine Clan young master, named Teng Luo in Bloodvine Clan. It is also very famous. But if Teng Lingzai does not fall, Teng Luo will not have the opportunity to become Bloodvine Clan Young Master. This Teng Luo's bloodthirsty is better than Teng Lingzai. It's really lively. Teng Luo licked his lips. His eyes turned in the crowd. Expression said excitedly, so much fresh blood food. I can't wait any longer. Hee hee. Many Bloodvine Clan laughed. Send cold shivers down one's spine. The 10,000 living creatures heard a chill in their hearts. Bloodvine Clan has just arrived and has not covered his inner thoughts at all. In the eyes of Bloodvine Clan, 10,000 creatures are just blood food. Teng Luo's eyes looked around, and 10,000 creatures avoided each other and did not dare to look at them. Ha 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 ha. Teng Luo's expression is proud, said with a smile. Please rest assured, I have just eaten several hundred blood foods, and I am not hungry now. As he talked about it, Teng Luo walked in with many Bloodvine Clan. Numerous cultivator relieved. Dong, dong. The bell rang twice. I saw two teams of cultivator coming in the distance. The cultivator on the left, each of them blonde, tall, handsome men, beautiful and alluring women, came together like a pair of golden boys and jade maidens. God Clan arrives. The cultivator on the other side looks the same as human race. It's just that these cultivators' brows have a faint blood stain, like a closed eye. Heaven's Eye Clan is here. Two big ferocious clan come to Profound Principal Palace at the same time. Profound Principal Palace Master came forward again, welcoming the two ferocious clan. The one headed by God Clan should be Xiaoxiang Goddess. It really is peerless grace and elegance, beautiful and alluring is flawless, and it's no less than Jade Rakshasa. Many cultivators looked at the woman headed by God Clan and couldn't help but secretly sigh. Strange, it is rumored that God Clan's Xiaoxiang Goddess and Emperor God are the relatives of Divine Immortal. They are made together, and often appear together. How can I see Goddess in such a grand scene, but not God? I don't know. I guess there is something delayed. Some cultivators communicate in secret consciousness. Who is the blind headed by Heaven's Eye Clan? At this moment, the young master Divine Consciousness Sound Transmission, one of high sects, asked quietly. The head of Heaven's Eye Clan has a long shawl, expressionless, and there are two dark holes in the eyes, which look a bit infiltrating. Zenshin Zong Sect Master Sound Transmission said, what blind? You pay attention. That person is not easy to provoke, cruel and hot. Don't cause big trouble. Sect Master, don't worry, we are in Divine Consciousness communication, and he can't hear it again. Zhen Danzong Young Master said indifferently. It's never wrong to be careful. The Sect Master of the Emperor Tanzong urged and explained, that person is the remnant of Heaven's Eye Clan Young Master. I heard that in his childhood, he used his eyes to cultivate Heavenly Eye. Ah, Earthquake Young Master secretly tongued. Zenshin Zong Sect Master continued, you said that the remnant is so hard on himself. How hard is he on others? He is in the state of half-ancestor now. Can he let his eyes grow back? Zenshin Zong Young Master asked again. Zenshin Zong Sect Master shook his head and said, if he restores his eyes to normal, his deeds will mean half of his life. He named himself a piece of his eyes, which means that he has made up his mind and will not see the light again in his life! Exclamation mark. It's so hard. Zenshin Zong Young Master grinned slightly. Sound Transmission said, for cultivation, I can't see anything in my life. What fun is there? At this moment, Heaven's Eye Clan Young Master suddenly lost his shape and stopped. Remnant slowly turned his head, and at his eyes, a pair of dark caves were facing the direction of Zenshin Zong. At this moment, the Sect Master and Young Master complexion of Zenshin Zong greatly changed, only to feel that the scalp exploded, and the hearts of two people seemed to stop beating. Remnant fellow Taoist. But what's the matter? Zenshin Zong Sect Master was self-settling, but his voice was shaking uncontrollably. Remnant lightly saying, I hate hearing other people talk about my eyes, and you just said a word that I don't want to hear. Blind. The faces of the two people, Sect Master and Young Master of Zenshin Zong, became extremely pale in an instant, and the cold sweats flowed out instantly. The corners of Kanmu's mouth slightly tilted, expression mocked, and said, "Don't you think, divine consciousness sound transmission, can't I hear?" He mutilated his eyes, and he could naturally hear sounds that no one else could hear. Heavenly Eye at the frowning eye suddenly opened a slight gap, an extremely horrifying wave of power burst out, and a huge cold light passed in the direction of Zenshin Zong. Too fast. The power of Eye technique is completely instant. Even more, how is the Eye technique of Heaven's Eye Clan Young Master? The two people, Sect Master and Young Master, were both eyes wide and expressions were stiffened. Puh. A path of blood mist spewed out. Dozens of cultivators of the Celestial Sect, 3 body fusion great experts, in the blink of an eye, were suppressed and killed by this Eye technique, body and soul entirely exterminated. On the ground, there was only a pile of flesh and blood that had been cut to pieces, and the smell was soaring. The remnant just opened his eyes slightly, and the cultivator of Zenshin Zong was dead. 10,000 all is silent. 10,000 creatures were deterred by the means of the purpose, and even the atmosphere did not dare to breathe. Immemorial era, ferocious clan can dominate heavenly desolate, above the 10,000 family. Naturally there is a reason. Human race great expert, under the hands of these ferocious clan young masters, the tiny ones are like ants. They are crushed to death casually, simply as blowing off dust. Eternal Sacred King Chapter 1554 Chapter 1554 4 Great Crown Prince 4 Remnant Brother Good means. Teng Luo grinned and sighed. Residuals in the direction of Teng Luo, slightly nodded, can be said to say hello. Profound Principal Palace Master glanced at God Clan and asked, "Dare to ask Xiaoxiang Goddess, why didn't the Emperor God come? Where are you qualified to ask the whereabouts of the Son of God?" Xiaoxiang Goddess looked slightly. His face was not good, and asked a question. No, Goddess misunderstood. Profound Principal Palace Master quickly explained, after all, it is a 10,000 ethnic assembly, and the Emperor is the God Clan Young Master. Rest assured, I can take control of everything at God Clan. As for Emperor, Xiaoxiang Goddess slightly paused, a pride glanced deep in his eyes, and said, the Emperor will definitely come, and when the time comes, it will give you a surprise. Profound Principal Palace Master lost his mind. The surprise in Xiaoxiang Goddess's mouth is probably a disaster for human race. The Profound Principal Palace Master doesn't ask much, only a strong laugh, saying, I'm really looking forward to it. Xiaoxiang, what surprise is there for Brother Huangshan? Please tell us. Teng Luo was curious and couldn't help asking. Xiaoxiang Goddess smiled yinning, and said, when the time comes, you understood, Huangshan will bring some people you can't imagine. Dong. Profound Principal Palace bells ring again. Hey. In the distance, there was a long, sharp chirp. A path of dazzling golden light rushes out, emitting burning aura. There are hundreds of 103-foot golden crow flapping wings. The 4 four-legged golden crows headed by them are the most powerful and the flames are the strongest. Looking from a distance, it is as if 3 rounds of scorching sun are flying towards this side. Golden Crow Clan arrives at Profound Principal Palace. Looking at these 3-footed golden crows flying in midair, the monks of Buddha sect all showed grief and indignation. The Clear Heart Monastery in Buddha sect 6 was destroyed by Golden Crow Clan. Among the Buddha sect 6 temples, Dipankara Temple, Vajra Temple, Faceless Temple, Prajna Temple, Floating Buddhist Temple, and Clear Heart Monastery. Clear Heart Monastery is the most peaceful. Because the Clear Heart Monastery is a female nun, most of them have no battle with the world, do good to others, and rarely participate in the battle of killings in the true cultivation world. But didn't expect, such a super sect was ruthlessly slaughtered by the Golden Crow family. In that battle, I don't know how many Clear Heart Monastery nymph body dies and Tao disappears. The Clear Heart Monastery has several hundred li, all burned to ruin by the Golden Crow family. Countless creatures falling under this fire, under the heavens, are even more numerous. Ha ha. Teng Luo got up, said with a big smile, "Didn't expect this 10,000 ethnic conference, which surprised the Golden Great Crow clan's 4 great crown prince, is really rare." The Golden Crow family has 10 children. Among them, the battle strength of the 7th crown prince is the strongest, 3 killed by a dragon phoenix true body on Penglai Island. Now coming to the profound principal palace, among the 4 great crown princes, there is the 7 crown prince. In addition to it, there is the 8th crown prince, the 9th crown prince and the 1st crown prince. Numerous 3-legged golden crow descended on the square, transforming into adult figures, moving towards the crowd. Hearing Teng Luo's greeting, the 8th crown prince also said with a big smile, "Our brother was curious, so we followed 7 brothers to see what is the name of the 10,000 ethnic conference held by human race. It's really lively." The 9th crown prince was a little excited and said, "Fellow Taoists are here." The 10th crown prince is the youngest and looks like a 1516 years old boy, but at a young age, there is occasionally a hint of cruelty and cruelty. Golden Crow 10 sons. But not everyone is eligible. This is the title that can only be obtained after countless killings, countless blood battles, and stepping on the corpses of bloodline of many kinsmen. Don't look at the 10th crown prince, who is not too old, but has endless blood in his hands. Without this fierceness, I would not be able to sit in the 10 seats of Golden Crow. The Golden Crow family, 4 great crown prince come together and have very different personalities. The 7th crown prince expression is ruthless, expressionless, and has never spoken from beginning to end. 8th crown prince and 9th crown prince are obviously excited. As for the 10th crown prince, although he didn't say anything, his eyes were sloshed and his mind was so heavy that no one knew what he was thinking. 6 great ferocious clans. Of the 9 great ferocious clans, only these 6 great ferocious clans made it clear that they would come to participate in the 10,000 ethnic conference. None of Dragon Clan, Barbarian Clan, and Khan Clan. That is to say, the 10,000 ethnic assembly can begin. Profound Principal Palace Master took a deep breath, stood up, and exclaimed, "Many thanks to the 10,000 family fellow Taoist. Give this thin noodle to Profound Principal Palace to come to this event." It is announced that the 10,000 ethnic assembly is officially, and many more. Before the Profound Principal Palace Master finished, he was interrupted by a voice. The 8th crown prince of Golden Crow clan stood out, squinting at Profound Principal Palace Master, expression disdain, sneered, "Who are you, old man? Why do you host the 10,000 ethnic conference?" Profound Principal Palace Master's face did not change, and Shen said, "Under Profound Principal Palace Master, Dao name kings. This 10,000 family conference was initiated by my Profound Principal Palace and held at the Profound Principal Palace. Naturally, I should come forward to host it." What's the objection for the 8th crown prince? Objection? The 8th crown prince shrugged and said, "Of course there is. You roll off with me. I see you as annoying." Ha 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 ha. Numerous Golden Crow clan laughed. Rakshasa clan and Bloodvine clan also made a noise. Profound Principal Palace Master gritted his teeth slightly, pressed his heart into anger, and said in a deep voice, "Dare to ask the 7th crown prince, what does Golden Crow clan mean?" "Old date is what I said." 7th crown prince lightly saying. Teng Luo also raised her eyebrows slightly, licking her lips, and said, "I'm also a little curious. Your human race, are weak and, what qualifications do you have to host the 10,000 ethnic conference? Such an event, only we ferocious clan are eligible to host." Xiao goddesses also nodded, said Shen Sheng. Profound Principal Palace Master has an ugly face, standing in place, neither entering nor retreating. 6 great ferocious clans was aggressive before the 10,000 clan convention began, so powerful and occupying the initiative. If even the 10,000 clan convention is given to 6 great ferocious clans, when the time comes, I am afraid there will be no peace talks. Why are you dissatisfied? The 8th Crown Prince saw profound Principal Palace Master for a long time. He frowned, showing his killing intent. There was also a turmoil in the crowd. Some super sect masters frowned, expressing anxiety. Why, you ants are not convinced? The 8th Crown Prince looked around all around, without hiding his killing intent, slowly said. Just then, the 7th Crown Prince slowly said, "Don't say that we Golden Crow clan has no sincerity and will not give you human race a chance. It's okay to host this 10,000 race conference. Who of your human race can stand up and win my Golden Crow family? My Golden Crow clan can let human race host it. Otherwise, any cat or dog who jumps out and wants to host the 10,000 ethnic conference is not a joke." Eternal Sacred King Chapter 1555 Chapter 1555 Challenge 5 Profound Principal Palace Master's face was ugly. Any cat any dog in the mouth of the 7th Crown Prince is obviously scolding him. And, make no secret, Teng Luo nodded, said, "This idea is good. If this person can't convince the crowd, don't come out to host any 10,000 ethnic conference. It's shameful." 7 Brother, you just said it wrong. 8th Crown Prince said with a smile. Oh? 7th Crown Prince looked slightly. The 8th Crown Prince said, "It's not who can stand up to challenge Golden Crow clan, but who can stand up." Number 9th Crown Prince also looked around all around, loudly said, "Yes, we Golden Crow clan give you human race a fair chance. Who dares to stand up?" No one responded. Even the sect masters of all major super sects know that in the same level, they will definitely lose against Ferocious Clan. Old 8, Old 9, you are all half ancestor, come back and sit down. You shot, too bullying, let the clansmen behind you play. The 7th Crown Prince spoke. The 8th Crown Prince and the 9th Crown Prince both sat back, holding their arms, ready to watch the fun. A Golden Crow clan stepped out, looked around all around, smiled lightly, and said, "Under Golden Feather, which one dares to play with me?" There was a stir in the crowd, but no one stood up. Jit Shengshan and the others have this mind. But they have just stepped into the body fusion realm, and at this point they have no chance of winning. Golden Feather laughed heartily, expression sarcasm, saying, "I'm nothing but body fusion realm, and half ancestor of human race can come and challenge me, and whoever comes." What? Still no one? Ha 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 ha. Golden Feather said with a big smile, "Your human race just have the guts, and you want to host a 10,000 ethnic conference, or want to talk to us 6 great ferocious clans? I come." At this moment, a monk couldn't bear it and stood up, attracting countless line of sight. Ah, it is the abbot of Vajra Temple. Didn't expect, the abbot of the Vajra Temple, such a bursting temper. Well, the destruction of the Clear Heart Monastery, not only the Vajra Temple, all the Buddha sect monk, I am afraid there is anger in my heart. Oh? Golden Feather's eyes fell on the monk of the air, nodded, and said, "Very well, you bold donkey is a bit courageous, so you don't know what to do. I will let you see today." The cultivation base of Air Monk has reached the state of half ancestor, stepped into the battlefield, and directly took out the life source magic tool Vajrapani Pestle. Should live without a heart. Kongfa monk chants Buddhist scripture. A path of blazing golden light, dazzling, and a heart beating in the chest are dull and powerful. Crash bang. The bloodline of the empty law monk has been trained to the realm of blood as tide. Although the empty monk is half ancestor, he didn't dare to carelessly, immediately took out many whole cards and moved towards Golden Feather. Hee. Golden Feather expression taunted, sneaked, flickering, disappeared instantly. The attack of the air law monk suddenly fell through. Too slow. At this moment, Golden Feather's sarcasm came to the ear of Kongfa monk. Kongfa monk was frightened, and he didn't turn his head back. Rotating Vajrapani Pestle, backhand moved towards and smashed behind him. The attack failed again. Golden Feather left early. Golden Crow's stature is only slightly inferior to Rakshasa clan in 9 great ferocious clans. Vajra Temple focuses on body refining and is physically restrained by Golden Crow clan. Sting. On the back of Kongfa monk, a huge blood mark was drawn. The flesh flew out as deep as the bones, and blood spewed out instantly. The abbot is careful. Numerous Vajra Temple monk exclaimed. Kongfa monk stares round, gathers his spirit, and wants to capture Golden Feather's tracks. But under his eyes, Golden Feather's figure is just a faint golden light. Simply cannot capture it. Sting. It didn't take long for Kongfa monk to make another wound. Kongfa monk gritted his teeth and kept silent, still fighting. He believes that as long as his Vajrapani pestle can hit Golden Feather, he will be hit hard. Unfortunately, he could not even touch the corner of Golden Feather's clothes. Abbot of Dipankara Temple, Huishan monk sighed. It didn't take long for the empty monk to be covered with scaly wounds, and the golden mask on his body was also a little dim, and chi and blood gradually faded. Concede, we concede. The title disciple of Vajra Temple stood out, loudly shouted. Kongfa monk also panted and said, I can't beat you, you won. While talking, Kongfa monk wanted to return to the crowd at Vajra Temple. I still want to go. Golden Feather's icy voice echoed beside Kongfa monk, erratic, suddenly left, suddenly right. The heirloom monk chi and blood has a serious lapse, and both the reaction and the defense have been greatly reduced. Suddenly, Golden Feather's figure suddenly appeared behind Kongfa monk, extended the hand palm, probing out the sharp nails, and inserted directly into the top of the head of Kongfa monk. Pukai. The airform monk's body has stopped, his eyes are stunned, the life aura of within the body has diminished sharply, and the primitive spirit has been pierced by Golden Feather's nails. Heirloom monk falls. Abbot. The monks at Vajra Monastery screamed in sorrow and rushed up. Why, do you want to die together? Golden Feather's gaze was greatly rises. His body flickered, turned into a golden light, and shuttled among the crowd. Puh. 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 Blood light emerges. In the blink of an eye, the 3 monks at the front of Vajra Temple rushed to the side. The monk of the remaining Vajra Temple was scared and looked pale, and he stopped his body and dared not to step forward. The title of the Vajra Monastery disciple said, Golden Feather, we just want to get back the abbot's body, and it is not offensive. The body? Golden Feather slightly smiled. How can there be any body? After finishing this sentence, Golden Feather's fingertips suddenly burst out a golden flame, fell on the body of Kongfa monk, made a sound, and set off a blazing fire. Vajra Temple crowded. Amitabha. Seeing this scene, countless Buddha sect monk expression grief and chant the Buddha's name. Just in a flash, Kongfa monk was burned to ashes. Skeleton doesn't exist. The corpse capital is not left to you. Oh, at the Dipankara Temple, the abbot of Huishan sighed slowly and got up slowly. At this moment, Huishan abbot had an extra palm on his shoulder. Abbot, let me. A young monk said softly, holding a green light, in a firm tone. Ming Zen, you. Huishan abbot is hesitant. Ming Zen's cultivation base is body fusion realm late stage. And that Golden Feather is body fusion realm great perfection. Everyone knows that the expert against ferocious clan, even if suppressed by realm, may not win. Even more how? Realm is even lower than ferocious clan expert. Kongfa monk is the abbot of Vajra Temple, a half-ancestor expert, but with dozens of breaths. He is beheaded by Golden Feather of body fusion realm. Ming Zen's cultivation base is a small realm lower than Golden Feather, which has almost no hope of winning. 5 more. Good night. Eternal Sacred King Chapter 1556. 1556 details. Why, no one dares to challenge me. Golden Feather sneered slightly, looking around all around, sarcastically. Your human race is just like this. I can't even beat it, and still want to host the 10,000 ethnic conference. I bother. Golden Feather spit. expression disdain. This saliva seems to spit on all cultivators' face. The super sect master is silent. Among the immortal sect, demon sect, and Buddha sect of this life, there are indeed some half-ancestor heaven-chosen. If these heaven-chosen monsters stand out, they may not be able to defeat this golden feather. But all cultivators know that behind the golden feather is 4 great crown prince, the entire Golden Crow clan, and even 6 great ferocious clans. Right now, though, Golden Feather is challenging human race. But the other 6 great ferocious clans expert, the Ghost Master, Young Master, Xiaoxiang Goddess and other ferocious clan evildoers all looked at it. This kind of pressure, not many people can bear it. More importantly, if you fight against Golden Feather, you will not be fighting against each other, but fighting for life and death. It's fair, but it's not fair. Because 6 great ferocious clans dare to kill unscrupulously, but the human race heaven-chosen present did not have the courage. Who dares to suppress and kill this Golden Feather? Fear that it will bear the anger of Golden Crow clan next. When the time comes, it is very likely that the entire sect is involved. The island lord of Penglai Island suddenly said, that being the case, it would be reasonable to ask the young master of 6 great ferocious clans to host the 10,000 ethnic conference. Penglai Island agrees with this proposal. When I heard this, many cultivators were shocked. If 6 great ferocious clans were to host the 10,000 family conference, it would mean that human race would lose its final advantage and initiative, and even the bargaining chips would be gone. Many sect master frowned. Some looked at Penglai Island Lord incredibly profound Principal Palace Master expression grave. Shin said, Danki, some suggestions. You still have to be careful. I agree. Heavenly Gang Religion Sect Lord suddenly said, since Profound Principal Palace does not have this qualification, it is normal for 6 great ferocious clans to host it. Earthly Fiend Cult Sect Lord also nodded and said, it was originally a 10,000 ethnic conference. It doesn't matter who is hosting it. 6 great ferocious clans once dominated Heavenly Desolate, and indeed they have this qualification. I agree with Corpse Refining Religion. Poison Sect agrees. Dongfeng Aristocratic Family, Ximen Aristocratic Family agree. In a blink of an eye, there were a lot of super sects standing out in support of 6 great ferocious clans. There was a restlessness in the crowd. The major sect masters in the Snow Valley Sect Master, Purple Heavens Sect Master, Dipankara Abbot, and others were shocked, and they knew exactly what it meant. These super sects standing out today are likely to have joined forces with 6 great ferocious clans, and even acknowledge allegiance in 6 great ferocious clans. HMPH. The Lingu pouted, these cowardly cowards, before surrendering, have surrendered first. We agree. Just then, a spider elf from Body Fusion Realm exclaimed. This spider essence is exactly 1000 spider dunes from one of 8 great monster territories. Eastern Sea Demon Realm agrees. A big demon in the Eastern Sea stood up. 1000 Monsters Valley agrees. Peacock Ridge agrees. In an instant, half of the 8 great monster territories stood out and agreed to the 6 great ferocious clans Abbot 10,000 ethnic assembly. Ha 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 ha. The 8th Crown Prince of Golden Crow laughed and said, it turns out that my 6 great ferocious clans return to Heavenly Desolate is the heart of the 10,000 people. Since 10,000 people agree, we are disrespectful. I disagree. Just then, an untimely voice sounded, which sounded extremely harsh to 6 great ferocious clans expert. A young monk came out slowly, another bald donkey to die, waiting for the 4 great crown prince to make a speech. Golden Feather's complexion sank, murderers looking staring at this young monk. He may shoot at any time. Who is this little monk? Is the cultivation base of the Body Fusion Realm late stage out? The Ming Zen of Dipankara Temple, the inheritance of the Sublime Dharma Monastery and Great Clarity Temple, and the true inheritance of Ksitagarbha Bodhisattva in the land of preaching the Tao, was the title of the Dipankara Temple disciple. It should be some means. Some methods are also useless. The cultivation realm is lower than Golden Crow clan. It is simply about one's own destruction. I heard that this Ming Zen monk has a good relationship with Huang Wu. Well, Speaking of which, if Huang Wu is still alive, with his battle strength, he can definitely compete with 6 great ferocious clans expert. When referring to the name Huang Wu, many cultivator expressions are complicated. Huang Wu's rise to this day has been targeted by the major super sects, and even strangled together. But many sects have to admit one fact. Huang Wu is the strongest evil in this life human race battle strength. Body fusion realm late stage. On the battlefield, Golden Feather looked at Ming Zen and suddenly said with a sneer, "It seems that the human race is really nobody," and actually ran out of a body fusion late stage to die. "Why, you bald donkey, want a higher level challenge?" Amitabha. Ming Zen, holding a blue light in his left hand, shook his head slightly, and said, "The little monk just wanted to talk about it." It's the senior of the air law, and the countless fellow Taoist of the Clear Heart Monastery. "Okay, I'll send you down hell to see them now." Golden Feather's eyes were great rises, his body flickered, and he disappeared instantly. Just in a blink of an eye, Golden Feather had come behind Ming Zen, poked out his palm, the sharp nails popped out, and grabbed the top of the head of moved towards Ming Zen. Too fast. The vast majority of cultivators present could not capture the trace of Golden Feather in their eyes. They could only see a golden light vertical and horizontal, flashing. Ming Zen stood still, his eyes lowered, motionless, and it seemed that he hadn't reacted at all. Finished. This little monk is already dead. That's how Monk died. This Golden Feather still maintains a human form. If the essence is transformed, the speed and power will skyrocket, and the extent to which the battle strength reaches is unimaginable. In the voice of the crowd, I saw Ming Zen did not turn back, did not move the figure, just raised the blue light in his hand, and moved towards the top of his head. On that green lamp, a little finger-sized flame was burning, and it seemed to be able to annihilate it with a pinch. But Golden Feather's palm fell on top of this flame, but it seemed to be stimulated. His body trembled, and the palm suddenly shrank back. "Ow!" Golden Feather screamed, withdrawn, expressing pain. The expressions of the 10,000 creatures shook, and looked intently. I saw that the palm of Golden Feather was burned out of a large hole, without a drop of blood flowing out. The flesh around it was burned. This scene completely exceeded the expectations of the 10,000 creatures. Golden Feather lost. What magic tool is so powerful? This seems to be antiquity time. Dipankara Temple Sect founder, Puwang Buddha Sovereign's Destiny magical treasure. This is not a magic tool. It should have been a sovereign tool. Ah, that blue light. Yes, I heard that in the battle of ancient times, this blue light was broken by ferocious clan sovereign, and fell from the realm of the sovereign tool into an ordinary magic tool. Didn't expect. This magic tool was past Ming Zen. Eternal Sacred King Chapter 1557. Chapter 1557, Flat Hair Beast 2. Vulture. Golden Feather was furious. Over the years, the Golden Crow family has been standing side by side at Heavenly Desolate Continent, almost invincible. He has not encountered such a trauma. Normally, this injury is due to the healing power of Golden Crow clan, chi and blood surge, and it will be healed soon. But the flame above this blue lamp contains a terrifying power. Golden Feather's chi and blood surging past will be incinerated and turned into nothingness. You irritated me. Golden Feather expression is cold, anger is flowing in the eyes, and the sky is rising. Within the body chi and blood is surging, and the body shape is soaring. In the blink of an eye, the body shape is transformed. A giant three-legged golden crow descends onto the battlefield. This three-legged golden crow spreads its wings, has the length of several feet, and is burning with a blazing flame, and each wing is flashing golden light. Among the 3 feet under his belly, 1 foot was obviously incomplete. It was the paw that was burned by the green light. Want to play with fire? Golden Feather's voice sounded. Let you taste it today. The golden flame of my Golden Crow family. Golden Feather opened his mouth. Suddenly a hot flame spit out. Golden light flickered, and the temperature on the entire battlefield suddenly rose. This is the Supreme Yang Essence fire. In legend, The supreme yang essence fire of the Golden Crow family has been practiced to the limit and can even become a scorching sun. 10,000 clan creatures exclaimed. Ming Zen expression remained unchanged, holding a blue light in his hands, chanting a path of Brahman sound in his mouth. His eyebrows flickering, his fingertips radiating a Tao law force and submerged in the blue light. Call. The flames on the green lantern suddenly went up, and the flames rose up, hitting the supreme yang essence fire. Azure flame, golden flames collided together and devoured each other, neither giving way to the other, actually forming a stalemate. This Ming Zen is not simple. Although the green lantern was a sovereign tool, if you don't have enough understanding of Buddhist technique, you can never exert such formidable power. Yeah, too few people can suppress the Golden Crow family on the flame. Of the 9 clan, only the Torch Dragon lineage of Dragon Clan can compete with the Golden Crow clan on the way of fire. Golden Feather frantically stimulated the primordial spirit, and in his eyes, a path of flames jumped. Many Golden Crow clan people watched, 4 great Crown Prince watched, and 6 great ferocious clans expert, under the watchful eyes of the 10,000 people. He must not lose. Suddenly, in Golden Feather's eyes, 2 golden flames suddenly flew out, which contained a terrifying atmosphere. Eye technique, eye of fire. Ming Zen looked at the 2 flames that flew, and his eyes blinked suddenly, and his eyebrows were slightly lowered, and the whole person was filled with a tremendous force of compassion. As soon as these 2 flames landed in front of Ming Zen, they quietly went out. Bodhisattva has low eyebrows and can solve 100001000 eye technique. The power of Ming Zen poured into the blue lights. Azure flame greatly rises, and instantly swallowed the golden flame of the Golden Feather. Against the trend, moved towards Golden Feather. The Golden Feather expression changed, and quickly spread its wings, ready to escape from the envelope of azure flame. Just then, Ming Zen's voice sounded. Best wishes. Ming Zen extended the hand, squeezed out a French seal, and slowly moved towards Golden Feather. The speed of this Tao Law seal is very slow. But Golden Feather felt as if he was bound by an extremely powerful force, unable to move even a little bit at all. His body seemed to be pressed against a mountain. The Great Wish Seal embodies the will of Ksitagarbha Bodhisattva. Hell is not empty, vows cannot be Buddha, all living beings are exhausted, and body is proved. Such a mighty wish, even hell can suppress it. Even more, how is a 3-legged golden crow? Under the wish, the speed of the 3-foot Golden Crow family is completely useless. Golden Feather seems to be fixed in the air, can only watch as your flame assaults the senses, and devour himself directly. Ah! Golden Feather screamed in the flames. 10,000 clan shake. A lot of cultivator is also excited. This battle turned out to be Ming Zen. And the lower the cultivation realm, the better the Golden Crow clan. Listening to Golden Feather's scream in the flames, Ming Zen's expression remained the same, no meaning to stop. There was anxiety in the eyes of the abbot of the Dipankara temple. Enough. The 8th prince suddenly said coldly. Ming Zen was unmoved. I see you are courting death. The figure of the 8th crown prince suddenly disappeared in place, and the moment the sound dropped, he had come to Ming Zen, reached out his palm, and moved towards Ming Zen and grabbed it. Before this hand came, apparent became the sharp claw of Golden Crow clan. Ah! An exclamation came from the crowd. The 8th crown prince is half ancestor. This is no longer a small realm. This is realm crushing. Ming Zen was extremely calm, chi and blood surged, and he was instantly elevated to the blood as tide situation. He hit a backhand punch and struck it in the palm of the 8th crown prince. Boom! Ming Zen was shocked, groaned, expressing pain, and deng took 3 steps back. Each step, a deep footprint appeared on the ground. Half of Ancestor Realm's ferocious clan, 2 terrifying power, even more. How? This is still one of the 10 sons of Golden Crow. Sure enough, as expected by many cultivators, even if Ming Zen defeats Golden Feather, there will be more powerful ferocious clans standing out. And ferocious clan's half-ancestor appeared. No one in the same order can compete with it. Little monk, let you taste my supreme yang essence fire. The eighth crown prince suddenly opened his mouth and spewed a blazing golden flame, raging. Ming Zen expression grave, can only give up, suppress and kill golden feather, withdraw the blue light, urge you azure flame, and burn the past against the supreme yang essence fire of the eighth crown prince. This time, almost the moment of collision, the azure flame was consumed by the supreme yang essence fire. You know, in this supreme yang essence fire, there is a divine ability's power. Ming Zen's azure flame cannot be resisted. Supreme yang essence fire shrouded, Ming Zen retired. He took a deep breath, suddenly sitting on the ground with his knees crossed, chanting verses in his mouth. A path of golden light permeated in his body. This is Jai's real body. Supreme Yang Essence fire envelops Ming Zen and burns it continuously. Ming Zen folded his hands, his body was covered with golden light, and he sat in the flames, urging the primordial spirit and resisting with all his strength. He. The eighth crown prince sneered, icily said, I'd like to see, how long can you persist? The eighth crown prince divine consciousness is vast, magic power is endless, and continuously pours into the supreme yang essence fire. The flames rised up to a dozen jang high, and became more and more fierce, surging 10,000 jang golden light, soon engulfing the silhouette of Ming Zen. Looking at the flame, the restless crowd gradually calmed down. In the eyes of many cultivator, there was a gloom. Who else of your human race? The eighth crown prince is so imposing, standing against the sky. 10,000 clan, icily said, who dares to stand up and fight with me? No one responded. It's a bunch of waste. The eighth crown prince took a sip, expressed disdain, said with a sneer, your human race has run out of luck. The times of the ancient emperors have passed. Only your group of weak and timid people is left. You are not worthy of Heavenly Lord of Desolate. Every word of the eighth crown prince seems to pierce the hearts of many cultivators. Some are unwilling, some are dissatisfied, some are unwilling. But no one can stand up, because many cultivators know clearly that even if they stand up, they will be easily suppressed and killed by the eighth crown prince. Just asking humiliation to oneself, that's all. They can't resist it. Human race is not worth it. You flat-breasted beast is not worth it. A cold voice came in from outside, causing an uproar. Eternal Sacred King Chapter 1558. Chapter 1558. Strong Azura. 3 more. Flat-hair beast. Under these heavens, who dares to call the golden crow a flat-haired beast? Is this really not afraid of death? The voice was a little hoarse and a little low, but it showed an indescribable magic, and it seemed that no creatures, no races were in the eyes. Who has the guts? Who has this courage? Kung Su turned his eyes and looked around. Not far away, a cultivator walked slowly, with white hair, expression of indifference, dark eyes, and right hand dragging a long knife dangled by demon chi. Azura. It's Azura Yan Bichen. There was an exclamation in the crowd. Normally, Shura Sect's title is Desuracha, and Yan Bichen has already exited Shura Sect. But this life, on heavenly desolate continent, in the minds of all cultivators, no matter who Shura Sect's title disciple is, Azura has only one person. Only this person deserves the name of Azura. The moment many cultivators saw someone, there was a relief in their eyes. Under the heavens, I'm afraid only Azura has the guts. Only Azura has such courage. Only Azura dares to say the words flat-hair beast in front of the Golden Crow clan. Azura? The eighth crown prince's face was gloomy, icily said, I don't care who you are, in my eyes, you are now a dead person. Cough cough. At this moment, the young master lightly coughed, slowly got up, and slowly said, Azura, I know you. You were originally just Shura Sect's title disciple, but then you suffered from misfortune, lost love, and misunderstood, leaving regrets. Scripture profound truth. The battle strength rose, and it completely transformed into a true Azura. Over the years, you have been rejected by immortals. Buddhas and demons. Even Shura sect cannot tolerate you. I'm a little curious. Why are you here? I want to kill. So here comes. Yan Bichen responded slightly. Young master slightly smiled, saying, true cultivation cannot be tolerated. These super sects are all your enemies. To be precise, you should be with us. Teng Luo, Xiao goddess and the others all turned their eyes. Everyone clearly heard that the meaning of the young master could not help but look at Yan Bichen for a few more times. You know, after the arrival of 6 great ferocious clans, the young master, the ghost witch, has always been on the sidelines, never talking, and now standing out. He wants to draw a human race, which shows that this person's out of the ordinary. I'm the most valued person, the ghost young master said. If you will to join my witch race, I can guarantee that I will treat you as clansmen and give you enough respect. You know, 6 great ferocious clans are all eyes high above the top. They are extremely proud, and they regard 10,000 creatures as ants. Not to mention the major ferocious clan young master. But now, the ghost master young master came out personally to invite Yan Bichen, and made a promise, which shows the sincerity of the ghost master young master. Ghost witch young master wants to win Yan Bichen. The most important thing is to see Yan Bichen's potential. You know, demon sovereign Li Hen is the second only to human sovereign. And Yan Bichen is almost the second demon sovereign Li Hen, and maybe even stronger. I joined witch race, but that's fine. Yan Bichen paused and said, go and kill me the flat-haired animals first. The green rays of light in young master's eyes blinked. Numerous cultivators listened secretly. Under the heavens, I am afraid that only Azura dares to say such a thing. Ghost. The 8th crown prince coldly said, I gave you face so long that you talked to him for so long. He dared to insult me like this. Golden Crow clan, you can't keep him. I also had a cherishment of talent, and wanted to give him a chance. Ghost witch young master laughed and said quietly, since he doesn't know how to cherish, you can just casually. Such a great knife, you can not for me to use, it is better to destroy it. The 8th crown prince turned around, glanced up and down at Azura, grinning, and said arbitrarily, Azura, I was thinking, how to torture you after suppressing you, is to. You talk too much. Yan Bichen suddenly interrupted the 8th crown prince, backhanded, and moved towards the 8th emperor. The black glow breaks through, suffocating the breath of death, surrounded by a path of Li Hen demon chi, instantly covering the 8th crown prince. No one can describe the terrifying of this blade. Like a moment, there is no darkness. The 8th crown prince's pupils contracted violently, expression changed greatly, and a little fear appeared in the eyes. He hadn't felt it for a long time, and the breath of death was just around the corner. This blade has not yet arrived, and he has the illusion of half-footing into the gate of death. Under the gaze of the 10,000 tribe creatures, I saw the 8th crown prince scream suddenly and disappeared in place, replaced by a huge 3-foot golden crow. Hey! This 3-legged golden crow was burning with an incomparable flame, directly reaching out his most powerful 3rd claw, and moved towards Li Hen. This 3rd leg is the most powerful attack of the Golden Crow family. That year, it was the 3rd leg of Golden Crow 3 Crown Prince, which forced Suzaimo's Claw of Divide Phoenix. When Li Hen is standing on the 3rd foot, and there is a sound of Jinj fighting, immediately afterwards, in the air, a blood mist gushed out. A huge golden crow threw his feet high. At the same time, the scream of the 8th crown prince sounded, screaming. There was a big shock in the hearts of the 10,000 people, and they looked at this scene incredibly. The golden crow of the 8th crown prince was cut off by the Li Hen magic sword. You know, the 3rd leg of the Golden Crow family is just like Heavenly Eye of Heaven's Eye clan. Once it is discarded, it is extremely difficult to heal. Azura, this blade cut at least half of the 8th crown prince. Azura. The hearts of many cultivator are inspiring. Just before, the 8th crown prince suppressed Ming's Zen, not even the ontology. Now, Azura has arrived. Even if the 8th crown prince is transfigured into the body, Azura is hit hard. Azura, you're done. The eighth crown prince paused and said coldly, "You break my foot, I will peel your skin and cramps, frustrate your ashes, and divine soul will be imprisoned and tortured for 1,000 years. The Yan Bijin expression remains unchanged. If you don't hear it, after cutting it, there is no pause at all. Shadow chase, come again. Seeing this scene, the eighth crown prince scared, the soul flew away and scattered, and the court entirely to break. Not good. The eighth crown prince was horrified. This person is going to suppress and kill me. It's no wonder that the eighth crown prince is so careless, but he really didn't expect that Asura was so bold. After cutting him off, he still didn't give up and wanted to kill to the last one. Not to mention him, not even the other ferocious clan, behind the eighth crown prince, but the entire Golden Crow clan, and 6 great ferocious clans. Seriously hurting the eighth crown prince is already a terrible disaster. This person should kill to the last one. Asura, dear. The 7th crown prince was furious, instantly transformed into the body, fluttered his wings, dropping from the sky, and moved towards Yan Bijin to kill the past. Of the 4 great crown princes, the 7th crown prince has the best battle strength. The 9th crown prince and the 10th crown prince are also close behind. Asura's move attracted the anger of Golden Crow clan, and 3 great crown prince shot at the same time. Eternal Sacred King Chapter 1559. Chapter 1559, Melee 4, HMPH. The Yan Bijin expression remained unchanged. Chi and blood surged, and the full breath of half-ancestor broke out. He waved the Li Hen magic knife, slashed forward, and whispered, "Li Hen, Mayan Mayan." This blade, uttering a path of rich demon chi, a horrible sword came and shrouded the Golden Crow family of 4 great crown prince. Hate, endless, killing intent, like purgatory. Strictly speaking, this blade has surpassed demon sovereign Li Hen. Yan Bijin's body incorporates the cultivation techniques of the 2 demon sects in the Asura and Leaving Regrets scripture, and only he can perfectly integrate these 2 demon sect cultivation techniques. Hate, killing intent, in this blade, release as much as possible. Everyone is careful. 7th crown prince expression grave, whisper, ding ding dong dong. In the air, there was a sound of Jinj fighting. Yan Bijin, this blade will stop the 3 great crown prince rushing up, stop all 3 great crown princes' offensive. The supreme Yang essence fire released by 3 great crown prince was also strangled and devoured by Li Hen demon chi and Asura demon chi. Yan Bijin stepped forward, expression was cold. Li Hen's sword broke into the air, turned into a black glow, and moved towards the 8th crown prince. The 8th crown prince looked pale, releases the puppet technique, turns into a golden light, and moves away from the distance. Pukai, blood light emerges. In front of the eyes, a huge 3-foot golden crow was split into 2 halves from the middle by a black glow. Countless blood scattered, internal organs flowed, and the smell was soaring. The 8th crown prince's sacrifice is as fast as the sword of Asura. This blade cut the 8th crown prince into 2 pieces. The 8th princess primordial spirit failed to escape and was cut off with 1 stroke. Body dies and Tao disappears. Hiss. In the crowd, a sound of holds breath cold air sounded. Many cultivators are stunned. Expressions startled. Asura is too strong. Severely injured the 8th crown prince without saying that. Under the siege of the other 3 great crown princes, Shengxing split the 8th crown prince. Somehow, seeing this scene, many cultivators felt a surge of blood. Their hearts were shaking. They clenched their fists, and they could not wait to charge ahead side by side with Asura. Before that, 6 great ferocious clans came and killed too many cultivators. But from beginning to end, no cultivator dared to stand up, and no one presided over those dead cultivators. And now, Asura is here. Asura is not presiding over justice, not why people seek justice. Asura is just killing people. But that's enough. Who says human race has no heaven chosen, no evildoers? Bang! The 8th emperor fell. In the battlefield, the burning formidable power of the group was greatly reduced, and a silhouette broke through the flames and re-emerged in front of everyone. It was Ming Zen. Ming Zen is not dead. There was an exclamation from the crowd, and many cultivators were happy. Originally, in the eyes of many cultivators, Ming Zen was refined by the 8th Crown Prince for so long, and was burned to ashes long ago. Didn't expect. Ming Zen is still alive. You know, Teng Ling Tsai of that year, refining Ming Zen of Law Manifestation Realm into his own blood for a full 10 years, failed to refining Ming Zen. Although the 8th Crown Princess Supreme Yang Essence Fire is powerful, Ming Zen has a green light to help him, so why can't he hide his golden body? The 7th Crown Prince dreads the sky, looking at the body of the 8th Crown Prince. His expression is cold, and 2 golden flames are jumping in his eyes. Hey! Number 9th Crown Prince is rising to heaven, expressing grief. Hey! Hundreds of Golden Crow clan have disillusioned themselves, circled around the body of the 100th Crown Prince in midair, constantly lamenting. Azura, I want you to die. The 7th Crown Prince shouted, his body turned into a lance burning with fire, and moved towards Yan Bijin rushed forward. This lance came out of the air, and the magic power in the sky burned. At the same time, the 9th Crown Prince and the 1st Crown Prince also shot. 3 Great Crown Prince broke out a Dao Law technique, and teamed up to siege Yan Bijin. Yan Bijin expression is unchanged, holding the Li Hen magic knife. The blade technique in Leaving Regrets scripture and the blade technique in Azura perfectly blend. Every knife comes out. There are 2 kinds of knife intentions. Even if it is 3 Great Crown Prince, do not dare to shake it. You must avoid its edge. This level of combat, even Ming Zen cannot get involved. Even others are not. HMPH. Jit Shengshan sneered. This Golden Crow clan is so good to have no shame. I just said it was a fair fight. If you can't see it, you can join hands. No problem, Lengru slowly said. Azura is too strong. The 3 Golden Crow clan crown princes have joined forces and have been suppressed by him. Hey! The 7th Crown Prince is a long beep again. On the battlefield, the situation is changing. The number of 103-foot Golden Crows hovering above the sky seemed to have gotten some instructions, and they shot out, spraying a path of Supreme Yang Essence fire, and moved towards Yan Bijin and burned. Kungsu uproar. This is no longer a 3-man siege. This is to gather the power of one family, to destroy Azura. Ming Zen took a deep breath, joined the battlefield again, stopped a Golden Crow clan, and broke out with him. Demon Sect Maiden Sect, a young girl in a pink skirt nudged Lotus steps, walked out, unveiled, and smiled at a Golden Crow clan. This Golden Crow clan banged in his head, his eyes instantly straightened, divine soul turned upside down by the smile of the pink skirt girl. Pink skirt girl, it is Demon Sect Prime Girl Jiojing. Jiojing's eyes were dazzling, softly. Go kill him. Jiojing pointed at another 3-legged Golden Crow next to this Golden Crow clan and issued an order. The Golden Crow clan, who was bewildered by her, heard the order, but her eyes were struggling, her brows locked, and she was in pain. Jiojing liked Chem, her charming technique, although it can confuse the 3-legged Golden Crow, but wants to make them kinship, but triggers the bottom line of the 3-legged Golden Crow. Kill. 2-footed Golden Crow noticed this and immediately moved towards Jiojing and killed him. Jiojing's charming technique, if it is one-on-one fight, can definitely exert extremely terrifying formidable power. Like the only 3-legged Golden Crow of Fang Ki, even if he can't order him to kill his kin, Jiojing can suppress and kill him anytime, anywhere. But now, with the number of 103-footed Golden Crows, Jiojing has limited power to play. She relied on Ling Long to step up to a few 3-legged Golden Crows. But for hundreds of 3-footed Golden Crows, that's minimal. Bang! A sturdy golden cudgel, dropping from the sky, instantly fell on the back of a 3-legged Golden Crow, smashing the 3-legged Golden Crow to 40%. 5 cracks. The 3-legged Golden Crow's primordial spirit escaped, but was buckled by a black hood covering the holes from the sky. A path of golden light bursts out, a raging flame ignites in the black iron cover, and instantly burns this Golden Crow clan primordial spirit to scattered ashes and dispersed smoke. At the end of the war, another three-legged Golden Crow has fallen. Eternal Sacred King Chapter 1560. Chapter 1560. Kill. 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 5 more. 10,000 clan spirits shake. You know, so far, only Azura has the power of suppress and kill Golden Crow, and only Azura dares to kill the Golden Crow. Didn't expect. Another three-legged Golden Crow died in the battlefield. Countless line of sight looked over. I saw 5 silhouette dropping from the sky, broke into the battlefield, and fought with many three-legged Golden Crow clan. The most conspicuous is a long-armed ape monkey with a tall 10 jang height, covered with long hair, blood-red eyes, bare-chested feet, screaming at the sky, dancing the golden light twinkling stick. Monster Chi Monstress. The strength of this giant ape is extremely fierce and violent. Under the siege of 10 three-legged Golden Crows, it is still very easy, and a powerful counter-attack broke out. The 3-foot Golden Crow is not the opponent of this giant ape in strength. Beside this giant ape, there is also a tiger with a flashing lightning arc, sharp teeth, and a fierce battle with a 3-foot Golden Crow flying in the air. An immortal crane is hovering in midair, and the body is also burning with flames, and the bloodline is filled with the breath of fire birds. A yellow golden lion roar growled, awesome in majesty. Among the 4 demon, there is a seemingly weak and thin fox, with fiery hair, shining with a crystal luster. The small fox clutched a black hood tightly with both hands, and shot on time. Only the three-legged Golden Crow clan was burned to death by this black cova. Huzi, Lingu, King, Huang Golden Lion, and Small Fox 5 Grand Demon stand out and join the melee. It's them. When Heavenly Gang Religion Sect Lord saw Who's and the others, he suddenly stood up and exclaimed, "Fellow Taoist of Ferocious Clan, these 5 beasts are the brothers of Huang Wu and Tabu Divine Hu. What are you doing?" Profound Principal Palace Master was furious and questioned loudly. Jit Shengshan couldn't help but say, "You Heavenly Gang Religion is watching human race being bullied and indifferent. Now that you have the monster race brother to help you, you are instead kind with enmity." He. Heavenly Gang Religion Sect Lord sneered, saying, "It's just a few beasts, that's all." This thing was originally Azura's recklessness. Suppress and kill Golden Crow. The 8th Crown Prince caused him to deserve his life. Not bad. Earthly Fiend Cult Sect Lord also nodded. If there was no Azura, the 10,000 Ethnic Conference would have been successfully held. How could it develop to this situation? Hearing these words, not only Jit Shengshan, but also Snowcutter Valley, Purple Heavens Sect, Dipankara Temple, Vajra Temple and a host of sect master abbots, all glared. Without Azura, human race doesn't know what kind of humiliation it will suffer. The super sect quarreled on the other side, while the ferocious clan on the 5th was very calm. Originally, the top 5 ferocious clan just held a lively mentality and waited for the situation to develop. But I heard that Who's and the others are the worship brothers of Huang Wu, which made the 5 big ferocious clan have a little interest. Then Huang Wu, it is estimated to be dead. Teng Liuo touched the chin and suddenly said, "I couldn't suppress and kill Huang Wu. It's not bad to dispel the hatred of my heart and kill his worshipping brothers. Otherwise, let's go down and play with our muscles." Teng Liuo licked his lips and said, "I'm a bit hungry. Just grab some blood and eat." Remnant was motionless and had no intention of getting up. Jade Rakshasa also closed her eyes and seemed to want to take part in this slaughter. Xiaoxiang Goddess' eyes fell on Jiojing's body, and he suddenly got up, coldly said, "This demonic girl, leave it to me." "Oh?" Teng Liuo asked. "Why is Xiaoxiang fellow Taoist interested in a woman? I can't see anyone else's face more beautiful than me." Xiaoxiang Goddess lightly saying, "If there is, I will destroy her myself. It's cruel enough, I like it." Teng Liuo laughed heartily. The witch young master also slowly got up, looked at Azura in the air, and said quietly, "It seems that this person has to take my own shot on the battlefield." Although Hu's five brother, Jiujing and Ming Zhen joined in, the impact on the situation was not great. The three-legged golden crow they involved less than three together. In other words, most of the 3-foot golden crow, including the 3 golden crow clan crown prince, are still attacking Yan Bijin frantically. Under such a terrible offensive, Yan Bijin's momentum is constantly rising. The stronger the hatred in his heart, the greater the formidable power of leaving regrets. Scripture. Even if there are 3 golden crow clan crown princes, the number of 100 golden crow clan can't hold him back. "I hate!" Yan Bijin roared. His eyes were as black as ink, waving the Li Hen magic knife, surrounded by a path of Li Hen demon chi, rich and vast, continuously swallowed up all the spells. Yan Bijin's body was cut by a 3-legged golden crow. But Yan Bijin slashed his backhand and suppressed and killed a 3-legged golden crow. A wound, the life of a 3-legged golden crow. In Yan Bijin's chest, a deep wound was seen, drenched with blood. But he didn't seem to feel the pain. He slashed his back and cut the 3-foot golden crow in half. The 3-legged golden crow's primordial spirit was devoured by Li Hen demon chi and fell on the spot. Kill, kill, kill. Yan Bijin has completely lost his mind and fell into the state of Li Hen's artistic conception. He can't feel pain or pressure. In his heart, there was only endless hatred. He just wanted to kill all the creatures in front of him. There are more and more wounds on Yan Bijin. But more and more 3-legged golden crow fell under the Li Hen's sword. The ground is covered with 3-legged golden crow corpses. There are 3 of them, horrible to see. "What are you waiting for?" The shout of the 7th crown prince sounded, anxious. He was very clear that when Yan Bijin was completely trapped in Li Hen's mood, his hatred was endless, his strength was continuous, and his battle strength climbed infinitely. Unless his energy is exhausted, no one can stop his killing. Demon Sovereign Li Hen had fallen into this mood in the battle of the ancient times. At that time, I don't know how many ferocious clan experts fell under the Li Hen magic knife. Ghost Witch young master slightly smiled, moved towards Yan Bijin. His faint green within both eyes glowed with a fascination, filled with strange power. The next moment, Yan Bijin's 3-foot golden crow suddenly disappeared. Instead, it is a familiar back. Binran. Yan Bijin stunned and whispered subconsciously, "Big brother Yan, it's me. I'm not dead." The Qianying turned around and smiled at Yan Bijin softly. "Binran, you are not dead, you are not dead." Yan Bijin's expression was excited, tears were rolling, and the Li Hen magic knife in his hand was put down. Zheng. Li Hen felt the crisis, shuddered, and kept alerting. In Yan Bijin, he has completely fallen into this illusion and cannot extricate himself. Azura. Attention to this scene. Jiujing's expression was anxious, his body flickered, trying to rush to Yan Bijin to help him out of the illusion. Just then, a silhouette was added in front of Jiujing. Goddess, the Xiaoxiang god, is indifferent, looking down at Jiujing, with a slight jealousy in his eyes. Icily said, "Demonic girl, your opponent is me." 5 even more. Good night. Thanks to Hebao Entertainment for the reward of 10,000 book coins, and many thanks. Eternal Sacred King Chapter 1561. Chapter 1561 Endangered Part 1. Jiujing heart shivered with cold. The Xiaoxiang goddess in front of me is not an ordinary god clan, but God clan's most powerful evil in recent years. Eyed by such a god clan, Jiujing couldn't get distracted to worry about Azura, because her situation had become extremely dangerous. "This elder sister, I am not your opponent. Shall we talk badly?" Jiujing's eyes were lightly red, expressions of grievances, and tears of eyes said, "You know, the charming technique in pure girl scripture, regardless of race, regardless of gender, is a Tao law that charms all beings and dumps under the heavens. No matter who it is, when you see Jiujing's pitiful appearance, you will feel pity and compassion in your heart." Even when Teng Liuo saw it, she was startled lightly, and there was a ray of evil light in her eyes. But soon, Teng Luo woke up, licked his lower lips, and softly muttered, "This little goblin has some means. If you change to other god clan, you will be charmed by Jiujing when you see it." But Xiaoxiang goddess responded very quickly. Within 2 eyes burst out 2 divine light, immediately broke out the technique of divine eyes, and went away. The eye technique came and instantly broke the artistic conception created by Jiujing. Jiujing stepped out of Ling Long step and avoided these 2 eye techniques. The pink skirt was scraped by 2 divine light, and the skirt turned into nothingness. Jiujing secretly startled. Maiden sect is good at charming technique, but is very common on chi and blood and fleshly body. If these 2 divine lights fall on her body, I am afraid that she will directly penetrate her fleshly body. Bang! Xiaoxiang goddess stepped forward, 1 punch moved towards Jiujing, and the golden light burst out. This fist has not yet landed, and the whole void shuddered. It is unimaginable. Such a woman, with a punch in her hand, can burst into such a mighty power. Jiujing didn't dare to shake it. His body flickered. Lian Bu moved lightly, and avoided it again. Xiaoxiang goddess sneered slightly. Qi and blood surged. A path of golden light permeated his body, like a god, and he was chasing after him. God clan is also at the forefront of fleshly body, qi and blood, and 9 great ferocious clans. Xiaoxiang goddess, as a god clan demon evil, fleshly body, qi and blood, can suppress the same level and push heaven chosen across the board. Jiujing is so hard hit that he will definitely lose. Therefore, from the very beginning, Jiujing uses Ling Long steps to constantly move around. Although Xiaoxiang goddess offensive is fierce, it has not been able to lock Jiujing, and the offense has frequently failed. This Ling Long step, passed from Fairy Ling Long, is a trivial matter. Even if it is Xiaoxiang goddess, it can't help Jiujing for a while. On the other side, Yan Bichen was affected by the primordial spirit of the Ghost Master Young Master, and fell into a fantasy, unable to extricate himself, with a dangerous 10,000 points. Even if Li Hen's sword keeps alerting, he won't be able to wake Yan Bichen. Which race's practice in primordial spirit is most terrifying? The Ghost Witch Young Master is a terrifying existence that can control the heart. The Ghost Witch Young Master's shot was more terrifying than 100 3-legged golden crows, like a poisonous snake in the dark, biting the key of Yan Bichen. External forces can't break the Li Hen mood at all. Even if 6 great ferocious clans shoots all, Yan Bichen will not break free from the Li Hen mood. If you want to break the Li Hen mood, you can only start with Yan Bichen, and Qinpianren is the only weak spot of Yan Bichen. Zheng. Li Hen's magic sword suddenly broke free of Yan Bichen's palm, turned into a black glow, and circled around him, resisting the magic tool that had been killed. Immediately afterwards, Li Hen's magic knife fell into the blade and stabbed into Yan Bichen's chest with 1 stroke. Pukai. Pierce Yan Bichen's chest with 1 stroke. What happened? Are the magic swords on the Lord? No, this magic knife seems to want to wake up Yan Bichen. Seeing this scene, Kung Su was shocked. Yan Bichen, who was caught in the illusion, suddenly covered her chest, expressing pain, groaned, freed from the illusion, and gradually restored to sobriety and calmness in her eyes. Good brother, many thanks you. Yan Bichen softly muttered, holding the Li Hen magic knife backhand, and pulled the long knife out of his chest. Li Hen demon chi was surrounded by this wound, and no blood flowed out. Yan Bichen gripped Li Hen again, and suddenly felt weak and tired. Originally, he entered Li Hen's artistic conception and felt no pain and fatigue. Under the stimulation of Li Hen demon chi, the more fights the more brave is. But now, although he breaks through the fantasy of the Ghost Master Young Master, he also breaks away from Li Hen's artistic conception, and feels a sudden pain. Since the war, under the siege of the Golden Crow family, I don't know how many wounds he has on his body. Fighting again, I'm afraid he can't support it. Who's and the others are in siege and not optimistic. Everyone is at stake. The Ghost Master Young Master smiled slightly towards the 7th Crown Prince, and said, Li Hen's artistic conception has been broken. The next one will be left to you. Many thanks. 7th Crown Prince slightly nodded. Without the support of Li Hen's artistic conception, Yan Bichen could not stop the siege of the Golden Crow family. Boom. At this moment, a stout blood vine came out of the air, and drew heavily on Yan Bichen's chest, pulling him away. Ha 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 ha. Teng Luo's laughter rang. Ghost, you are so addicted that I haven't shot yet. Seeing this scene, profound Principal Palace Master expression was furious, and he couldn't bear it anymore, and snarled, Teng Luo, you 6 great ferocious clans don't talk about rules. Obviously say one-on-one fight, seeing the enemy is not enough, and unite the power of one family to suppress Azura. Now, you Bloodvine clan, God clan, which race have shot? What is this? Not bad. The Snow Valley Master started shooting, and Shin said, the 10,000 people are here. Your 6 great ferocious clans is so overbearing and unruly. Go back on one's word. The major sect forces of Purple Heavens Sect, Dipankara Temple, Overlord Hall, Immortal Sect, Buddha Sect, and Demon Sect, all have Cultivator come out and yell loudly. Rule. The smile on Teng Luo's face disappeared. Expression cooled down. Looking at the Sect Master Sect Lord of the Super Sect, icily said, the rules are set for you weak people. Expert is to break the rules. Also, the rules on the acquired barren continent today. I have 6 great ferocious clans. Let me say it. You all person, listen. What? A cultivator grumbled and couldn't help muttering, now heavenly desolate continent. It's not your 6 great ferocious clans who make the decision. Puh. A bloodvine suddenly burst out of the ground under the feet of this cultivator, and penetrated the cultivator's chest. This cultivator looked pale, slowly lowered his head, looking at the thick blood vine that popped out of his chest. His eyes were shocked, and blood was constantly flowing in his mouth. The huge mouth at the top of the blood vine is slowly opened to reveal the flash of cold light, staggered fangs, and swallow the head of this cultivator into it. Pukai. The tusks were gathered, almost biting the neck of this cultivator, and the blood mist gushed. All in sight, Bloodvine squirmed and soon swallowed this cultivator. The source of blood essence, poured into Teng Luo's body. Along this stout bloodvine, a path of strange bloodstains suddenly appeared on Teng Luo's face, like a spider web, crawling over the entire face, and soon disappeared again. Teng Luo's expression was fierce. He held out his scarlet tongue, licked his lower lips, and grinned. It's really fresh flesh, so delicious. Eternal Sacred King Chapter 1562 Chapter 1562 I'm Huang Wu too. Seeing this scene, many cultivators just feel that the hairs on their bodies have stood up. This is a body fusion great expert from Overlord Hall. It was so eaten by Teng Luo. Mom, I'm afraid of a bird. The Hall Master of Overlord Hall couldn't bear it anymore, and took out a huge long spear from the storage bag, slamming it on the ground, loudly said, my demon sect cultivation is to find a great unrestrained, a big xiao yao, to conform to my heart. Now, it is better to live a full life than to fight. Even if I die, I will die vigorously. Not bad. Shura sect master also stepped forward, icily said, at worst is a death. People who don't die. Even if you are sovereign, you will not live with heaven and earth, sun moon with Huey. There will be a day of old death. Among the 7 cases of demon sect, Overlord Hall, Shura sect, and Maiden sect stood out. Purple Heavens sect master slowly got up and said in a deep voice, if you want to endure this humiliation, even if it is growing old with unfailing eyes and ears, what's the point? Immediately after, among the Immortal sect, Flying Snow Valley, Flying Feather sect stood up. Buddha sect monks, all get up. Among the 5 heretic paths, Shijian representing Tomb sect Little Fatty and Shijian representing Puppet sect also stood out. 4 cultivator of the big side door, all get up. 3 big ancient aristocratic family, Nangong aristocratic family, beaming aristocratic family stood out. Many cultivators of profound principle palace come forward. Suddenly, the sentiment is excited. Among the human races, one powerful silhouette rises into the sky, bursting with an overwhelming breath to compete with Tenluo. 6 great ferocious clans came and slaughtered the human race wantonly, and Kongzi suppressed to anger in his heart, nowhere to vent, and could not bear it. Human race is not all timid. The storytelling old man once said that the true cultivation world just lacks a real expert who can raise his arms and shout, "Command a human race." Today, Overlord Hall, Shura sect master stands up. This scene, like a chain reaction, Kongzi also got up. Many cultivators are hot, looking at many Bloodvine clan, murderers looking, and other initial fears. Hey, Tenluo eyes greatly rises, expression excited, grinning. Why, you group of ants, but also want heaven defying. I advise you to be calm. At this moment, Heavenly Gang Religion Sect Lord coldly said, now you are just surging in blood, impulsive. Don't wait for a while. The casualties are severe, and it is too late to regret it. Just as Kongzi's blood was surging, someone poured a pot of cold water. Valley Snow Master said with a sneer, Lang King, I and you are among the immortal sect master, it is a shame. Earthly Fiend Cult Sect Lord said, I think that Lang King fellow Taoist is not unreasonable, and I kindly remind you that it is best not to fight with fellow Taoist of 6 great ferocious clans. Penglai Island Lord holding his arms, said with a sneer, it's your own courting death, so don't blame us for watching. It's really shameless. Little Fatty yelled, I see you Penglai Island, I have acknowledged allegiance at 6 great ferocious clans. Penglai Island Lord expression calmly said, what's wrong with the acknowledgement allegiance? Ferocious clan recuperates and returns strong, and will definitely dominate Heavenly Desolate and dominate the 4 parties. We Penglai Island don't choose acknowledgement allegiance. Are we going to die with you? Strike a stone with an egg. It's ridiculous. Numerous cultivators, seeing this face of Penglai Island Lord, only felt a nausea. Live well? You're so naive. Overlord Hallmaster said with a sneer, 6 great ferocious clans dominates Heavenly Desolate and inevitably enslaves the 10,000 clans. There is an ancient battle ahead. Do you think that 6 great ferocious clans will let the human race pass? Profound Principal Palace Master waved his hand slightly, saying, the way is different. Don't have to fight. My cultivator, I would rather stand dead than live on my knees. Kill. Kongzi burst into roar. A bunch of ants, shouting and screaming, kill me. Tenluo waved and ordered, the first one to plunge into the crowd. Hundreds of Bloodvine clan rushed up, rooted in the ground, dancing a thick bloodvine, almost between heaven and earth, intertwined a blood energy inescapable net. The moment the 2 sides collided, the blood mist filled. I don't know how many cultivator body dies and Tao disappears. But under the attack of many cultivators, there are also Bloodvine clan people who were suppressed and killed on the spot. Tenluo was furious, and also transformed the body. Dozens of Bloodvines were breaking, smashing the bodies of more than a dozen cultivators, and descended on the Overlord Hall Master. Dozens of Bloodvines are entangled in the Overlord Hall Master. Die for me. Tenluo's voice sounded, and it contained icy killing intent, endless anger. The blood mist burst, and Overlord Hall Master was strangled by Tenluo. Bang! At this moment, a dark rays of light came down and instantly penetrated the skull of Purple Heaven's Sect Master. The Purple Heavens Sect Master didn't say a word, and the headless body fell from the air. Fragments shot. 1 technique, suppress and kill Purple Heavens Sect Master. Not far away, many Heaven's Eye clan killed. If it is just Bloodvine clan, human races many experts can still fight it. With the addition of Heaven's Eye clan, there is no suspense in this battle. Heavenly Eye opens and the lethality is too great. The cultivator fell down piece by piece. His limbs were broken, and he flew in the air. Screams, wailing, crying, ringing through heaven and earth. Young master, Are you afraid of contaminating the dirty blood of those human race ants? Have we had fun? Some Rakshasa clan who have been intolerable for a long time. Rakshasa sighed in her heart, closed her eyes, nodded. In her opinion, even if Rakshasa clan didn't make a shot, human race was over. Ow! Each and every one ferocious looking Rakshasa, flying in midair, holding a machete, and standing in the crowd. Wherever he goes, there will be a burst of bloody rain and foul winds. The addition of Rakshasa clan caused the cultivator's front to collapse instantly. Finally, some cultivator couldn't bear it, and began to move away. Fear is contagious. Second, third. The rout was formed, and it couldn't stop. Blockbuster cultivator, start to escape. But under the chase of Rakshasa clan and Golden Crow clan, no one can escape profound principal palace at all. No one. Oh roar. Tengliuo again transformed into a human figure, standing on the treads the sky, looking at the many cultivators who fled, expressing excitement, biting a large piece of flesh in his mouth, laughing wildly. You timid ants are fighting. Ha 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 ha. Numerous ferocious clan laughed as they slaughtered. Tengliuo's blood vine punctured Jichengshan's chest and slowly held him in front of him, said with a malicious smile, "What human race heaven chosen, what human race wickedness are a bunch of waste." Jichengshan looked pale, with blood spit constantly in his mouth. But there is no fear in his eyes, slowly said, "If I am a human race Huang Wu, killing soul is like killing a dog." Tenro complexion sank. This name is a great shame for Bloodvine clan. Not bad. The sect master in Piaxu Valley dragged his severely wounded body, and condensed, "If Huang Wu is here, your young master of 6 great ferocious clans is a joke. In the eyes of my big brother, your 6 great ferocious clans are ants and waste." Little Fatty was holding Shijian, who was badly injured, with tears in his eyes and a roar. "Huang Wu," Tengliuo said with a sneer, "I have 6 great ferocious clans here. If he obediently hides, he can live for several days. If he dares to show up, I will let him know who is the real expert, who is invincible." Su, a cold light came out of the sky, and it was about to come, piercing Tengliuo's brows. "Be careful." Zan Mu sang suddenly. Tengliuo changed color. This cold light is too fast. By the time he reacted, cold light had already arrived. He didn't even have time to morph into the ontology, so he could only raise his palm subconsciously. The cold light penetrates the palm of the hand, pierces through Tengliuo's eyebrow, and directly penetrates Tengliuo's head. This cold light was stained with blood, scarlet blood. Ui was still, and shot another Rakshasa clan's wings into a huge blood hole. Great power, blow up the wings of this Rakshasa clan. This Rakshasa clan screamed and fell from the air. This cold light seems to be a long arrow, but it has no substance, and gradually dissipates before everyone's eyes. Tengliuo is dead. Bloodvine clan young master was shot to death. Between heaven and earth, as if all stopped because of the arrival of this arrow. Who? Remnant slowly got up and asked sharply. A cold voice came down, echoing at profound principal palace, deafening. "I'm Huang Wu." The website charges by word count. This is a bit more word count. Book friends may spend 2 extra books. Eternal Sacred King Chapter 1563. Chapter 1563 5 Arrow 3. I am Huang Wu. These 4 words fell into the crowd, just like a stone stirred up 1,000 layers of waves, attracting the vibration of 10,000 ethnic groups. These 4 words seem to have a magic power. Many cultivators who are fighting the war have subconsciously stopped their movements and followed the reputation. Huang Wu, this name, no one knows under the heavens. Even in 6 great ferocious clans, it's notorious. At the time of the battle in Myriad Shapes City, the major ferocious clan knew that human race gave birth to a demon. Even in Gold Core Realm, they could compete with Rakshasa clan and God clan. But the major ferocious clan did not care. It's just that Gold Core Taoist is no threat to the major ferocious clan. It wasn't until the Battle of Heaven and Earth Valley that Huang Wu's name spread among 6 great ferocious clans. Then it attracted the attention of 6 great ferocious clans and issued killing orders one after another, trying to kill Huang Wu. But didn't expect, 100 years ago, a battle on the Star Mountain. Bloodvine clan fell to 6 clansmen. Young Master Teng Ling Tsai's also body dies and Dao disappears. Huang Wu disappeared on the heavenly desolate continent, and nothing happened. Ferocious clan young masters such as Ghost Witch Young Master, Xiaoxiang Goddess, and Kan Mu are extremely proud and confident enough. They have no fear of Huang Wu. In their whim, today's 10,000 ethnic conference, even if Huang Wu is still alive, would never dare to show up. 6 great ferocious clans are together, and the killing order is still there. If Huang Wu dares to come, it is equivalent to walking right into a trap, bringing about one's own destruction. But they didn't expect, Huang Wu really came. Moreover, as soon as he appeared, he suppressed and killed Bloodvine clan's new young master and shot a Rakshasa clan. Ghost Witch Young Master expression grave. Xiaoxiang Goddess is also frowned. Just that arrow, even if they are not necessarily able to retreat. In the scuffle, they did not perceive this arrow, only the powerful perception of the remaining eyes, the danger, and the reminder. But it was too late. Teng Luo is already a dead person. With the help of Lengru, Jit Shengshan dragged out the blood vine that penetrated his chest. There was no trace of blood on his face, but his expression was inspiring. Zimo is here. Yeah, here he is. Lengru was also nodded, saying, relax, there is Zimo here. These ferocious clan can't make any waves. Big brother. Little Fatty couldn't help laughing, loudly roared. Stupid, take a look. My big brother is here. Little Fatty shook Shijian's body desperately. Shijian was seriously injured and was shaken by Little Fatty. His bones almost fell apart. He said weakly, Dead Fatty, you want to shake me? Although Shijian was scolding, somehow, his eyes were lightly red, and he cried out, Huang Wu. It's Huang Wu here. The many cultivators who fled stopped and looked up, expressing excitement. It's Huang Wu of our human race, our heaven chosen of human race. The faith of many cultivators had collapsed, but after the advent of Huang Wu, many cultivators rekindled hope and ignited fighting spirit. Under the gaze of countless lines of sight, a silhouette appeared on the city head of profound Principal Palace, azure clothes, black hair, gaze as if a torch, baleful chi between the eyebrows, and a big dark green in his hand. Bow. This azure clothes cultivator moved towards the battlefield. The pace is neither fast nor slow, but each step falls, and the entire void will tremble. On the body of azure clothes cultivator, there was a terrifying trend of terrifying, and it seemed to step on the feet of 10,000 people. Huang Wu, Ghost Young Master, slowly got up and narrowed his eyes. Zanmu also stood up, a pair of dark holes in 2 eyes, facing Su Zimo, exuding gloom. Jade Rakshasa looked at the person, slightly frowned. Presumably this azure clothes cultivator is that person's avatar. Among the people present, only Jade Rakshasa knew about the existence of martial Dao main body. In the eyes of Jade Rakshasa, although this azure clothes cultivator looks exactly like martial Dao main body, there is still a big difference in temperament. HMPH. Jade Rakshasa moved in his heart, and secretly whispered, you bullied me for so long, I will bully your avatar later. It is not betraying you. Profound Principal Palace Master looked at Su Zimo, who was slowly moving. His expression was complicated. Just 100 years ago, Su Zimo has already stepped into the state of half-ancestor. The speed at which this cultivation base is increasing is horrible. Normally, he and Su Zimo had a lot of holidays. Su Zimo's broken bow now is supposed to be his magic tool. Moreover, it was because of Su Zimo that he was removed from the role of Palace Master, thinking behind closed doors, and only returned to freedom this year. But at this moment, Profound Principal Palace Master can't bear a bit of hatred for Suzaimo. He just helps that Suzaimo can be the true cultivation world and keep the last dignity for human race. In the battlefield, due to Suzaimo's appearance, there was a short stagnation. Many ferocious clans stopped the slaughter and turned to look over. "What are you looking at?" Ghost Witch Young Master stared at Suzaimo with a faint look, and suddenly opened the mouth and said, "This person has given it to me, and you continue to kill until all human race acknowledge allegiance." After hearing this, many ferocious clan reacted and continued to hunt. Count 100 three-footed golden crow, ready to launch the final offensive against Huz and the others, and Yan Bichen. Suzaimo expression was cold, suddenly raised his hand, pulled a broken bow, a Dao Law Force long arrow condensed, and instantly shot into the three-legged golden crow group, bursting a cloud mist. The number of 100 three-footed golden crows gathered together, completely avoiding this arrow. With Suzaimo half-ancestors cultivation base, using a magic bow to condense an arrow shot by magic power, the power is extremely horrible. These three-legged golden crow clan simply cannot resist this arrow. Shoot at least 5-6 3-foot golden crow bodies. The first three 3-footed golden crow bear the most fierce power of magic power. Long arrows, fleshly body burst, primordial spirit disappears on the spot, body dies and Tao disappears. This arrow makes the battlefield stagnate again. Afraid of anything? Number 9th Crown Prince icily said, "This is an ancient strange treasure-breaking bow, with a very long time interval." He just shot an arrow, and before he shot the second arrow, he is already a dead man. "Give me kill." The 9th Crown Prince flickered, and moved towards seriously injured and weak Yan Bichen and rushed to the past. At this moment, a sharp arrow splitting the air sounded, and came immediately. "What? Shoot the second arrow so soon?" The first 9th Crown Prince was shocked, and he subconsciously pulled out the golden crow sharp claw, and moved towards this long arrow and caught it. Bang! Long arrows shatter. The palm of the 9th Crown Prince was also shot through this arrow, drenched with blood. "Oh!" Number 9th Crown Prince screamed. Without waiting for him to react, the second arrow came. How is it possible?" The 9th Crown Prince expression changed so much that he couldn't think too much. The whole person turned into a golden light. He wanted to release the puppet technique and left. Immediately afterwards, 3 long arrows came out of the air and directly closed the retreat of the 9th Crown Prince. "Old 9." 7th Crown Prince exclaimed. Not to mention the 9th Crown Prince, even if he, including the Ghost Master Young Master, Rimu and other ferocious clan Young Master, did not expect that Suzaimo can pull the magic bow continuously and shoot long arrows. Pukai, a long arrow running through 9th Crown Prince's chest. Great power, directly blows his fleshly body to 40%. 5 cracks. A primordial spirit expression panicked, fleeing dangerously. "Hey!" Suzaimo spoke slightly, and a Brahman sound came. Under the primordial spirit softly trembled of the 9th Crown Prince. The rays of light were dim and scattered between heaven and earth under the attention of many eyes. Cap 9th Crown Prince, Meteor. Today there are only 3 more. Brain pain, I can't write it. Eternal Sacred King Chapter 1564. 1564 details. The whole process was long, and Suzaimo fired 5 arrows, but only in a flash. Even the other 2 great crown princes did not respond, and the 9th Crown Prince was dead. The most important thing is that everyone didn't expect that the ancient magical treasure-breaking bow in Suzaimo's hands could even burst out such terrifying formidable power. 6 great ferocious clans are turned pale with fright, not to mention the 10,000 creatures present. In these years, 10,000 people have long heard the name of Huang Wu, and the decision to kill is the first evil of human race. 10,000. But they didn't expect, as seen today, Huang Wu is more terrifying, stronger, and showing off one's ability than they thought. Huang Wu arrived at the Profound Principal Palace, and it took only a moment to work. The 9th Crown Prince, Teng Luo, 2 young master-level half-ancestor experts, body dies and Dao disappears. Too bad. Prior to this, the true cultivation community wanted to kill an ordinary ferocious clan expert, all trembling with fear. And it has to pay an extremely heavy price. But now, Huang Wu has shot 2 young masters in a row, shocking 6 great ferocious clans instantly. The entire profound principal palace is permeated with bloody aura. The experts of 6 great ferocious clans, although all temporarily stopped, paused in the air, but everyone can feel it, a more violent storm is coming. At this time, even the 7th Crown Prince and the 1st Crown Prince temporarily abandoned the pursuit of Yan Bichen and turned to Suzaimo. In the eyes of the young master, the green rays of light are jumping, and I do not know when he has a bone wand in his hand. Facing his eyes at Suzaimo, heavenly eye at the center of his eyebrows, a faint crack opened, filled with a terrifying atmosphere, and it seemed to open at any time. Rakshasa also slowly got up, ready to shoot. Xiaoxiang goddess did not put Suzaimo in his eyes. She chased Jiojing for so long, relying on a breath of horror and a strong fleshly body. She would soon suppress and kill Jiojing. Naturally she would not give up easily. Kill. Suddenly, the 7th Crown Prince shouted, his figure turned into a golden light, escaping the heaven entering the earth, and surrounded by Suzaimo, unpredictable. In his mind, Suzaimo's broken bow was extremely jealous. Only in this way can we not be locked by the broken bow. This roar, like a horn of war, reopened the bloody battle. 6 great ferocious clans expert, once again rushed into the crowds of many cultivators, such as Drift Snow Valley, Overlord Hall, Dipankara Temple, and slaughtered. Blood gushes, corpses are everywhere. At the same time, the witch young master shot, wielded his staff, muttered incantations in his mouth, and recited a series of weird incantations. Next to him, 9 skulls suddenly appeared. The evil spirit was diffused. His eyes glowed with faint green light, staring at Suzaimo, whistling. A silhouette burst into the air, and the speed was astonishingly fast. Suddenly came to Suzaimo's front, stretched out his fiber hand, and moved towards Suzaimo's shoulder. Only Rakshasa clan can erupt such a terrifying speed. And Jade Rakshasa, as Rakshasa clan young master, is faster. She obviously had reservations, didn't take out her own life source magic tool, and didn't kill Suzaimo. She just patted Suzaimo's shoulder. The wicked Rakshasa stared at Suzaimo, and the dive consciousness sound transmission said, "You bullied me for so long, I teach you Avatar, not too much. Want to teach me? You think too much." Suzaimo glanced at Jade Rakshasa lightly. At the moment when the major ferocious clan shot, Suzaimo grew a pair of wings behind him, flashing a path of lightning arc. Bang! Heavenly eye, the broken eyebrow, cracked a tiny gap, but there were countless runes emerging. Primal chaos chi permeated, as if heaven and earth had just opened, and everything was to be broken. A beam of black light is coming. Although Remnant is the last shot, this black light arrived first. Unfortunately, at the moment when the black light came, Suzaimo's body had disappeared. Ethereal wings, electric sacrifice, longitudinal golden light, 3 major sacrifice burst at the same time, and rushed out from the hands of several major ferocious clan young masters. Ferocious clan young masters offensive, all failed. The major ferocious clan young masters have long forgotten any fair rules. What one-on-one fight, and at the same time shot, besiege Huang Wu. Suzaimo's figure just appeared. The 2 silhouettes burning golden flames dived down, like the scorching sun falling in the sky, to burn 10,000 things. 2 big golden crow clan crown prince finds a chance to shoot and doesn't give Suzaimo a chance to breathe. But the moment Suzaimo appeared, the broken bow in his hand was already open. Above the bowstring, There is a magic power long arrow with a terrifying atmosphere. Su. The long arrow breaks through the sky. The power contained in this arrow seems to shoot through the 7th Crown Prince and the 2nd Crown Prince with 3 1-feet Golden Crow. The 2nd Golden Crow clan Crown Prince rushed to Suzaimo and couldn't hold it back. If he wanted to dodge, it was too late. 2 big Golden Crow clan shot at the same time. Bang! 2 great Crown Prince's claws, while grasping this magic power long arrow, crush the long arrow. But the 2 Golden Crow Crown Princes are also shocking. The 7th Crown Prince's battle strength is the strongest, but the Golden Crow feels slightly numb. And the 10th Crown Prince is the youngest, the battle strength is weak. This arrow shocked him within the body, chi and blood, and this Golden Crow under the belly has no consciousness. Suzaimo pulls the broken bow and shoots 3 arrows in succession. The first arrow moved towards 9 skulls flying over, shot. Although the formidable power of this dry bone curse is powerful and evil, it is a curse after all, and it is still not the essence of magic power. 1000 like spell, in the face of the broken bow, are unable to withstand a single blow. These 9 skulls were shot through by magic power arrows, failed to stop the magic power long arrow for a while, but its own magic power was absorbed by the long arrow, making the breath of magic power long arrow more and more terrifying and faster. Under the gaze of countless lines of sight, this magic power arrow passed through 9 skulls, and all 9 skulls disappeared. And the magic power long arrow has transformed into a huge lance with green rays of light, and moved towards the young master of the ghost stabbed in the past. Ghost Witch young master complexion greatly changed, almost yelled. With his fleshly body and bloodline, let alone hard to shake this huge lance, even if it is scratched a little by this lance, it is also bode ill rather than well. Transposition. The witch young master suddenly lightly shouted, released a secret technique, waved his staff, and moved a finger to a witch race around him. The figure of the young witch young master suddenly disappeared from the place, replaced by the witch race next to him. 2 people's body shape, just in front of the eyes, exchanged positions. Although it is only a short-term transposition, the ghost master young master escapes from the lance's edge. In fact, transposition is a lesser divine ability. The young master, the ghost, only realized the power of this divine ability before being promoted to half ancestor. Today, he can only exchange positions with those around him, and dying a little further away. And if this lesser divine ability is realized to the extreme, it is likely to evolve into a peerless divine ability. Star shifting. That formidable power is not a simple form of transposition. Eternal Sacred King Chapter 1565 Chapter 1565 Arrow Rain. 2 more. Bang. That witch race was replaced by the Ghost Master young master, and it couldn't react at all. In the expression blankness, pierced by a huge lance, the fleshly body burst instantly, and the body and soul were completely exterminated. The lethality of this huge lance doesn't stop there. Behind Ghost Witch young master, there were still a dozen witch races standing. After this huge lance smashed the fleshly body of the first witch race, the power was almost attenuated and penetrated directly into the crowd. Flesh flew, bursts of blood mist burst. Horrible to see. The dozen or so witch races were caught off guard and suffered a devastating blow. Witch race, which was stabbed in the front by this huge lance, couldn't resist it. He died on the spot and there was no chance of surviving. The witch race, which was slightly deviated, was scratched by this huge lance, and the fleshly body could not bear it, and it was instantly torn. Witch race's primordial spirit is strong, but the fleshly body is too weak. These witch races respond faster. The primordial spirit abandons the fleshly body and comes out of the shell, which is considered to save their lives, but the fleshly body is completely gone. More witch races were shot on the spot by this huge lance. A dozen witch races, and finally survived 3 people. Moreover, all 3 witch races are left with an inexplicable primordial spirit, trembling with fear in the air. shiver coldly. The rest of the witch race was taken aback, expressing a horrified look at the Ghost Master young master. Although the formidable power of the broken bow is large, after all, it is just a magic power long arrow, which can cause limited lethality. The reason why witch race suffered heavy losses is entirely because of the Ghost Master young master. Because he released spell, and later sold his own clansmen for his own escape. Ghost Witch young master felt the eyes of clansmen, complexion ashen. This is just the first arrow shot by Suzaimo. Suzaimo's second arrow shoots at Jade Rakshasa in the air. Jade Rakshasa's speed is also above the 3-foot golden crow. Just listening to the Jade Rakshasa chuckled, fluttered, and avoided the magic power arrow with no difficulty. The major ferocious clan young masters are jealous of breaking the bow. But in the heart of Jade Rakshasa, she disagreed. At her speed, this broken bow could not threaten her at all. And the third arrow of Suzaimo, shooting at Gallop, came black light. This black light is an eye technique released only by the blind eye. Although Suzaimo avoided, this black light seemed to have spirituality, followed closely by hunting down. Bang! The magic power long arrow collided with black light, and a loud noise broke out. Heaven's Eye clan's eye technique was not broken by magic power arrows. In this eye technique, there is a divine ability's power. The 5 young master offensives were all resisted by Suzaimo. At this moment, Suzaimo treads the sky, standing up in the sky, within the body chi and blood surges, and once again pulls open the broken bow. In Suzaimo's sea of consciousness, the primordial spirit has been pushed to its limit. The Good Fortune Lotus platform slowly rotates below, and the glow is diffused, constantly nourishing the primordial spirit. Bow like a full moon. The major ferocious clan young master expression grave is tense. Except for Jade Rakshasa, no one can despise the killing of the broken bow. The 2 young masters who despised were dead. The arrow is like a shooting star, a stone's throw. The major ferocious clan young master heart shivered with cold, some ready to resist, some ready to dodge. But soon, the major ferocious clan young masters found that this arrow, simply, did not shoot at them, but shot into the crowd. In the chaotic battlefield, a 3-legged golden crow expression was fierce, and launched a crazy offensive against Yan Bichen. His killing moves were released frequently. Suddenly, the 3-legged golden crow felt the scalp explode. In my ears, it seems that a sharp arrow is splitting the air sound, and the light in the corner of my eye can faintly see a touch of cold light. Immediately afterwards, he felt a sudden pain in his head. The next moment, he lost consciousness. His consciousness sank, and he fell into the abyss. Under the gaze of many eyes, this 3-legged golden crow was shot and killed by Suzaimo's broken bow. At this moment, a path of sharp arrows came through the air, endless. In this battlefield, I heard send cold shivers down one's spine. The 10,000 creatures looked up, each and every one opened their mouths, glared, and expressed horror. Completely speechless, I saw in the air, that powerful silhouette, in a short period of time, continuously pull the broken bow. Just a few breaths, fired 100 magic power long arrows. A magic power long arrow, even the major ferocious clan young master, must be intent on the right thing. 100 magic power long arrows dropping from the sky, dense like rain. This is a shocking scene. The entire void seemed to have been penetrated by the 100 long arrows. Bang! A god clan hunting down a cultivator in Piexuegi was run through his chest by magic power arrows. His chest burst, and he fell on his back. Pukai. Another Rakshasa clan who hunted down Shura sect great expert wanted to dodge, but it was too late. He was shot through his head with an arrow and nailed to a stone pillar in the distance. The rain of arrows came, and a group of witch race, Rakshasa clan, Heaven's Eye clan, and God clan expert besieging whose and the others fell down into pieces. These magic power long arrows are not only terrifying in power, amazing in speed, but also extremely accurate. Each arrow can shoot at least one ferocious clan expert. This lethality is almost devastating to 6 great ferocious clans. With 100 magic power arrows, you can shoot more than 100 ferocious clan experts. Some magic power long arrows can run through 3, 4 or even 4, 5 ferocious clan and shoot them on the spot. In just a few breaths, more than 200 ferocious clan experts have fallen, more seriously injured. Group repair is shocked. 10,000 horde horrors. 6 great ferocious clans expert. Each and everyone looks pale. Which dare I move? Suzaimo treads the sky, standing with a broken bow. His gaze is like electricity, looks like an incomparable deity, looking around all around, suddenly loudly shouted. This sound fell to the ears of many ferocious clan experts, and it was like a thunderous explosion. The expert of 6 great ferocious clans was trembling with shock. Many ferocious clan looked at that silhouette in the air, and there was deep dread and fear in their eyes. A narrow rain shocked all 6 great ferocious clans experts on the spot. Dare to move without ferocious clan. Huang Wu. When a cultivator saw this scene, they just felt excited and burst into tears, and couldn't help shouting out loud. Huang Wu. Huang Wu. Numerous cultivators' eyes are red, howling. 9 heavens thunder. Since they came to participate in this 10,000 ethnic conference, they have suffered too much injustice, too much grievance, and too much bullying. They watched their same sect and were killed by ferocious clan, but there was nothing they could do. They watched their sect master fall into ferocious clan, but they didn't dare to stand up. They watched ferocious clan's arrogance, arrogant, but no one stood up and could compete with it. And all these anger, grievances, unwillingness, all vented in the moment. What about ferocious clan? As Jit Shengshan said, Huang Wu killing ferocious clan is like killing a dog. Profound Principal Palace Master stood out, expression excited, moved towards Suzaimo, deeply worshipped, loudly said, Huang Wu fellow Taoist, if there is one more time, I would like to send the broken law bow with my own hands. Only you is worthy of this ancient treasure. Until this time, he was really disappeared of Suzaimo's suspicion of capturing the broken bow. Eternal Sacred King Chapter 1566. Chapter 1566. Huang Wu climbs to the top. 3 more. What is the identity of Profound Principal Palace Master? Although the cultivation realm of 2 people are the same, they have very different identities. The worship of Profound Principal Palace Master is very important. At this moment, the sect master in Piexu Egu dragged his severely injured body and moved towards Huang Wu to worship. Many thanks Huang Wu fellow Taoist for help. Immediately after, Flying Feather Sect Master, Dipankara Abbot, Sect Master with 4 side doors, each and every one in the true cultivation world. Prestigious and distinguished cultivator came out one after another. Many thanks Huang Wu. Many cultivators shouted in unison. This is a heartfelt thanks from everyone, because without Huang Wu shooting this arrow rain, among them, I don't know how much cultivator and how much same sect will fall again. Most importantly, the appearance of Huang Wu guarded the final dignity of human race. At this moment, the eyes of many cultivators became moist. They were faintly on Huang Wu and saw the supreme style of the ancient emperors. Just then, a cultivator said softly, "The emperors are not here, I am still there." Many cultivators know that this is what Suzaimo of Gold Core Taoist faced in the words of God Clan and Rakshasa Clan in Myriad Shapes City. Later, it was introduced into the real cultivation world and was once laughed at by the major sect forces. Until now, everyone knows that only Huang Wu can say such a thing. Only Huang Wu is worthy of standing by the ancient emperors. Huang Wu deterred 6 great ferocious clans with a single bow, and this scene will definitely go down in history. Many cultivators are in a state of excitement, with emotions of 10,000 to 1,000. 6 great ferocious clans' young master also expresses different expressions and changes. Among them, the most complicated mood is probably Jade Rakshasa. Originally, she simply did not put Azure Lotus true body in her eyes. When she wanted to come, It was just Huang Wu working with Avatar. At her speed, she can completely avoid the killing of the broken bow. But the scene of the genius directly subverted her thoughts. If there were 100 magic power long arrows moved towards her, even if she regenerated a few pairs of wings, she would definitely not escape. This wicked man, isn't his avatar, I can't beat him. Rakshasa looked at that silhouette in the air, and a glance of confusion passed through the eyes. On the huge battlefield, there is silence. Major Ferocious Clan expert expression grave, more cautious, and wait for the opportunity. At this moment, Xiaoxiang goddess glanced slightly and looked at Heavenly Gang religion sect lord not far away, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. The 7th Crown Prince's gaze turned, also looking towards Penglai Island lord not far away. Heavenly Gang religion sect lord shivered and suddenly stood up, loudly said, Huang Wu, today is the 10,000 ethnic conference. You are so cruel, killing the war. How can the 10,000 ethnic conference continue? This 10,000 ethnic conference, peace talks with 6 great ferocious clans. If you fail because of you are the sinner of human race. Fuck your mother. Little Fatty couldn't bear it, swearing. The Snow Master Valley Master also said coldly, I would like to ask you Heavenly Gang religion, in today's battle, is it Ferocious Clan's killing ring or Huang Wu's killing ring? Is Ferocious Clan dead, or is my human race dead? Heavenly Gang religion sect lord was dumb-asked and speechless. The Penglai Island lord stood up and said in a deep voice, the 10,000 clans are gathered together, and there is some conflict. It is normal to fight. Now everyone stops and can sit down and talk again. Talk as you talk? Suzaimo squinted at Penglai Island lord and asked a question. This Penglai Island lord was glanced at by Suzaimo. His heart seemed to stop beating, a chill came to his head, and he kept silent. Just at the moment, he really felt that kind of death. If he dared to say more than half a word, he is sure that Huang Wu will definitely take his shot and suppress and kill him on the spot. At this moment, Primordial Sect Master stood up and said, Huang Wu, you have grudges with 6 great ferocious clans. Understandable. But this is a 10,000 ethnic conference. You don't just care about your own personal grudges and let out emotions, and implicate the entire human race. What a bullshit. Black and white upside down. Profound Principal Palace Master furiously shouted. Sword Sect Master also said slowly, now if the major ferocious clan young masters want peace talks, I think Huang Wu is suitable and can just sit down and talk. Primordial Sect and Sword Sect are 2 big sects. They did not stand on the side of 6 great ferocious clans, but did not have the courage to stand up to fight Ferocious Clan. But Huang Wu appeared, and the 2 big sect masters couldn't sit still. Primordial Sect said that Huang Wu only cares about personal grievances. In fact, these 2 sect masters are now expressing their personal grudges with Huang Wu. Oh, Suzaimo frowned and asked, what are you guys, dare to represent human race? Huang Wu. Wind Thunder Temple Hall Master loudly shouted, you don't impudent, we as Immortal Sect Master, how can we not represent human race? Human race was slaughtered and killed by 6 great ferocious clans. Just a few of you, just sit there and stand idly by, indifferently. Do you deserve to be called people? Not even people, you can represent human race. Speaking of these words, the faces of Sect Master, such as Primordial Sect and Sword Sect, turned red, and they only felt hot. Not bad. Just this guts, it is also worthy to be called Immortal Sect. I am Flying Feather Sect Cultivator, and juxtaposed with Immortal Sect, it is a humiliation. Sword Sect Cultivator, rather unyielding. Never go forward. Today's Sword Sect has long lost the antiquity time of sword repair, and it really humiliates Ancestor. Many cultivators who survived the Genius Wars sneered. Hearing these sounds, Primordial Sect, Sword Sect and several other sect masters are even more embarrassing. Complexion ashen. The major ferocious clan young masters sneered in the air and did not take any action, just watching the excitement aside. If human race fights first, it will be the best for them to fight internally. Huang Wu, don't make a fuss. Primordial Sect Master gritted his teeth. I'm waiting for the Immortal Sect Master. Hee. Primordial Sect Master was interrupted by Suzaimo before he finished speaking. I tell you. Suzaimo's eyes fell into the Immortal Sect and Demon Sect of Sword Sect, Primordial Sect, Heavenly Gang Religion, etc., and slowly said, today's true cultivation world is not your under the heavens. You can't be the master. Human race under your leadership will only be suppressed by bullying. Today at this profound principal palace, I am Huang Wu. Fellow Taoists may wish to follow me today and listen to my orders. Suzaimo looked around and asked loudly. I will wait. Many cultivator roar loudly, expression is excited. You, Sword Sect, Primordial Sect and other major sect master expressions are furious. It is good. Suzaimo's eyes fell on Sword Sect, Primordial Sect master and the others. Isli said, is there any dissatisfaction? Kill without mercy. All in all, Suzaimo shook the bow of the broken bow. The bowstring trembled, filled with a sloppy killing intent. Sword Sect, Primordial Sect, Heavenly Gang Religion, and other major sect masters, shut their mouths, and trembled. You know, they represent the most powerful force in the real cultivation world, but now they are completely suppressed by one's momentum. Huang Wu Summit. Eternal Sacred King Chapter 1567. Chapter 1567, I want your life. 4. The major ferocious clan experts, who had stood idly by, waited for the human race to fight internally and fight each other. They then looked for opportunities to suppress and kill Huang Wu, but didn't expect. Just in a flash, Huang Wu was shocked by the major sect forces. Huang Wu, don't you human race want to negotiate with me? 6 great ferocious clans? The ghost young master suddenly said quietly. In fact, 6 great ferocious clans simply never thought about negotiating with human race. They simply didn't look at human race. The dragon does not live with the snake. How could God negotiate with the ants? But at this time, the words of the young master were utterly sinister. He just wanted to give many cultivators an illusion. 6 great ferocious clans wanted to have peace talks, but because of Huang Wu, this is the scene today. In this way, the contradiction between human race will inevitably arise again, or even intensify. As predicted, the Ghost Master young master said these words, and some of the cultivators of Primordial Sect and Sword Sect were a little moved. Human path, if you can negotiate well, it would be nice to have less slaughter. Yeah. The human race and 6 great ferocious clans fighting will only be suffer on both sides. And what a pain. Huang Wu is too impulsive, showing off one's ability. He leads the human race and may not have any good results. Quite a cultivator whispered. The major ferocious clan young masters rejoiced. Suzaimo sneered, and said, do you really think 6 great ferocious clans wants to negotiate? I tell you, negotiations are never talked out, but killed. Not bad. Just then, a light drink came from afar. A cultivator wearing a scarlet-eared robe, striding meteor, as if burning flames, aggressive, gaze as if a torch. Jihuo Ancestor Master. Many cultivator expressions from 100 Refinements Sect exult, shouting. Come, it's Jihuo. Next to Jihuo, there is another expressionless black robe youth, expressionless, with a smart figure that seems to be hidden in the darkness at any time. Old 5. Who's and the others saw joy in this black robe youth. Whoa. Who's topped his chest and shouted. Ling Wu also grinned, his smile twitched the wound, and he took a breath of cold air. Even with pain, he was extremely happy. Yi Ling. Xining looked at the black robe youth in disbelief with an unbelievable voice, his eyes flashed with tears, his vision gradually blurred. Sorry, I'm late. The black robe youth came to Xining, expressing a little apology and whispering softly. It's okay, just come back, just come back. Xining laughed while crying. Ling Wu complained, This old five is really paying more attention to a lover than friends. Over the years, I am afraid that we have forgotten all of our brother. Huang Golden Lion and the others also pretended to sigh. Yiling went to Xing nodded before moving towards Huz and the others. A smile on his indifferent face was rare, and he said, "You haven't died yet, have the energy to make fun of me?" Ha ha ha. Huz laughed heartily, stretched out his hand and pinched Yiling's chest, and said, "Our lives, can we be hardened?" The other side, Jihuo came forward, looking at the many cultivators present, and said in a deep voice, Zimo said well, expert, he would never negotiate with the weak. If you want to negotiate, you must become an expert. A cultivator loudly said, Huang Wu, you are right. These ferocious clans said just now that our human race is a cricket and we are not qualified to negotiate with them. Not qualified? Suzaimo slightly smiled, saying, it's okay, I'm Huang Wu today, with fellow Taoists, to get a qualification for human race. It is good. Many cultivators just feel the blood surge, loudly said, eligibility to kill. At this moment, there are 1,000 cultivators not far away, including Law Manifestation Tao Monarch, Body Fusion Great Expert, and Half Ancestor Expert. These cultivators' costumes are different, they are of different races, they don't look like a sect's, and there is no obvious logo. But on the back of these cultivators, they all carry a long knife. So many knife repairs, even the Great Expert in knife repair, Half Ancestor, have not appeared on Heavenly Desolate Continent for many years. Sword Sect Master eyes slightly narrowed, seems to think of something, and suddenly said, Divine Phoenix Island. The major sect masters are nodded. Only Divine Phoenix Island can have so many powerful sword repairs. Divine Phoenix Island is one of the 2 islands, and its strength is naturally not to be underestimated. Penglai Island, one of the 2 islands, is already on the side of 6 great ferocious clans. Many cultivators don't know which side of Divine Phoenix Island is today, or is it an immortal sect such as Sword Sect, Primordial Sect, etc. Choosing to will not help. Among group repairs, only Suzaimo expression is calm. Divine Phoenix Island is here to help Huang Wu. Before the Divine Phoenix Island group repair came, Divine Phoenix Island Lord was loudly shouted. Dragon Phoenix True Body is a Divine Phoenix Island young master. Divine Phoenix Island will naturally be on Suzaimo's side. Kungsu is excited. The addition of Divine Phoenix Island has undoubtedly increased their strength. The major ferocious clan frowned secretly. The situation today is somewhat beyond their control. Even if this battle can be won, I am afraid that it will be a terrible victory. The major ferocious clan will lose a lot of money. The major ferocious clan young master didn't expect human race. Even after the arrival of Huang Wu, such a powerful war broke out. Of course, these cultivators are not too much a threat to ferocious clan. The trickiest thing is this Huang Wu, the ghost master, young master, still refused to give up. Trying to stir up the major sect forces, smiled lightly, and said, Huang Wu, sect master, don't you really want to talk to us? This 10,000 ethnic conference was held by Profound Principal Palace. Do you really want this event to become an azure venue, blood flowing into a river? You can do peace talks. Suzaimo nodded, said, however, if you are ferocious clan, you need to be sincere. No problem. Ghost Witch young master laughed and said, what kind of sincerity Huang Wu wants? My 6 great ferocious clans must be fully satisfied. Treasure, beauty, cultivation technique, secret technique, you can choose whatever you want. I want your life. Suzaimo said word by word. The smile on young master's face was frozen instantly. Major ferocious clan young master complexion sank. The whole piece of heaven and earth, because of Suzaimo's words, suddenly became silent. The surrounding atmosphere became extremely dignified, with swords drawn and bows bent. Any change will lead to a fierce storm. So, you Huang Wu just don't want to talk? Ghost Witch young master coldly said. Kill. The 7th crown prince could not bear it for a long time, and he slammed it. Immediately shot, the whole man dived down, as if transformed into a lance with a burning flame, and came instantly. The 10th Crown Prince, followed closely by the Killing Trick Ghost Witch Young Master, Remnant, also shot. Xiaoxiang Goddess still hasn't let go of Jiujing, while Jiujing's moment of sacrifice, suddenly shot, ready to suppress and kill Jiujing, for even more. Good night everyone. Set yourself a flag, 5 more tomorrow. Eternal Sacred King Chapter 1568 Chapter 1568 Battle. 1 more. Jihuo, Yiling, Divine Phoenix Island Group Repair. Many cultivators who can still fight in the world, once again entered the battlefield. And this time, all the cultivators took the initiative to fight back, and the momentum was like rainbow. The experts of the major ferocious clans were shocked by many cultivators, but there was a vague trend. It's not that the ferocious clan expert can't beat the cultivator, but that just after Suzaimo fired a large arrow rain, these ferocious clan experts have become somewhat terrified and overcautious. They did not dare to fight with the major cultivators at all, and most of their minds fell on Suzaimo, tense. I was afraid that when Suzaimo would pull the broken bow again, such an arrow rain came down. In this way, the battle strength of the major ferocious clan people could not be exerted at all, and they were constantly impacted by many cultivators, and they began to gradually retreat. Seeing this scene, the cultivators are the more fights the more brave is. The momentum soars. Jihuo passed Kunlun Ruin's baptism, and the battle strength rose sharply. He rushed to the forefront, shot continuously, and broke out a terrifying murderous force. Even with an enemy of 10, Jihuo can remain unbeaten and still has the upper hand. Yiling's silhouette is submerged in darkness, like ghosts, flashing from time to time. Every shot is bound to be a person ferocious clan. Even the fastest Rakshasa clan can't escape Yiling's pursuit. Huang Golden Lion sighed as he healed. I haven't seen you for so many years, Brother 5 is still so fierce. In Ling U's eyes, he passed a trace of confusion and muttered, strange, how do I feel that the strength of the old 5 is not as great as it is enhanced? Yes. King also frowns, saying, the big brother 3 should be here together, but the old 5 was late. Jihuo's speed is not as good as that of the big brother. It's normal that the old 5's posture should not be so far behind. Huzi said, it may also have reservations. You see that the old 5 has not transformed the ontology form now. Forget it. Don't bother with it. Let's heal the wounds and go to fight with the old 5. It is good. Brother nodded. Should be, no more thinking. In the air, looking at the major ferocious clan young masters who rushed over, Suzaimo sneered. If he used a broken bow a few decades ago to shoot out 100 magic power-long arrows in one breath, the primordial spirit would become very weak. But now, he has been promoted to half-ancestor, the good fortune lotus platform in the sea of consciousness, and is infinitely close to 8th grade. The black primordial spirit gave birth to the good fortune lotus platform, and the good fortune lotus platform is also constantly nourishing the black primordial spirit. Even with 100 magic power arrows, Suzaimo's primordial spirit's power is still very powerful and condensed. Suzaimo pulled open the broken bow again. At this time, he is going to shoot all the young masters of the major ferocious clan. Suddenly, I saw a young ghost, not far away, with a slightly raised corner of his mouth, and a strange flash of light flashed in his eyes. God curse! A faint divine consciousness wave permeated, almost imperceptible. Suzaimo's spiritual awareness is powerful and immediately perceives danger. But which race's spell is too weird? Suzaimo's sea of consciousness. Suddenly an extra evil force suddenly emerged out of thin air, quickly condensed into a massive green storm, and moved towards the black-haired primordial spirit. Swept away. If you change to another cultivator, it is difficult to resist such a strange primordial spirit attack. But Suzaimo's sea of consciousness can be guarded by treasures like good fortune lotus platform. Su. Su-63 azure lotus seeds spewed out and turned into a path of azure glow, and the storm moved towards this group of ink green Hittite. Although this storm is powerful and evil, it cannot stop the azure lotus's edgy. In a blink of an eye, the 63 saws and 1,000 holes shot by 100 azure lotus seeds collapsed, and soon dissipated in Suzaimo's sea of consciousness. In this collision, the rays of light of 63 azure lotus seeds were also bleak a lot. But returning to the good fortune lotus platform, the lotus platform continues to nourish, and the strength of the azure lotus seed will soon be restored to the original. Sure enough, a little means ghost which young master squinted slightly. You know, in these years, how many human race heaven chosen died under his sacred curse. Now confronting Suzaimo, it is easily resolved. At the same time, the 7th Crown Prince and the 1st Crown Prince have rushed forward, reaching out the sharp claws, sealing all the retreats of Suzaimo. Suzaimo just had a primordial spirit battle with the young master which, although safe and sound, it was slightly delayed. In a hurry, he could only shoot an arrow, colliding with the eye technique erupting from the broken eye, and a loud noise came. He wants to pull the broken bow again and shoot the second arrow, which is too late. Suzaimo expression is unchanged, and the reaction is extremely fast. The backhand uses the broken bow as a knife and the bowstring as a blade. The backhand round is cut according to the 10th Crown Prince. At the same time, his other hand clenched into a fist, and Golden Crow moved towards the 7th Crown Prince, beat him. Pukai. In the air, the bloodlight flashed. A huge Golden Crow's foot was chopped down by a broken bow. The 10th Crown Prince screamed, turned into a golden light, and escaped. You know, the broken bow is an ancient treasure, and the bowstring is also extremely sharp. Suzaimo uses the broken bow as a knife, which is divine light flashed. Seems to be slashed, but the ultimate Azure Blade intentions broke out. Azure Blade intends to cooperate with the broken bow to directly cut a Golden Crow clan of the 1st Crown Prince. Of course, this is not the third leg of the 1st Crown Prince. The 10th Crown Prince fled into the distance, within the body chi and blood surged, but in the blink of an eye, the broken Golden Crow clan regrown. Bang! Meanwhile, Suzaimo's fist collided with the Golden Crow clan of the 7th Crown Prince. Two people were shocked. Chi and blood surged, all of them instantly elevated to realm of blood as tide. The 7th Crown Prince complexion greatly changed, feeling a horrifying force flowing into the body along his Golden Crow. Kaka. On his Golden Crow's foot, there was a sound of oozing bone fractures. It was just a hard note. His Golden Crow was broken by a bone in Suzaimo's punch. Azure Lotus' true body is nourished by a memorial divine spring. After rebirth, few people in the same stage can hardly shake with this Azure Lotus true body. This is also the 7th Crown Prince with the strongest battle strength. If it was the 10th Crown Prince, Suzaimo this fist, I am afraid that it would be more than just a Golden Crow. Ah! The 7th Crown Prince screamed, expression ruthless. Zheng. The 7th Crown Prince did not back away, and the sharp nails on Golden Crow's feet popped out and pulled on Suzaimo's fist, trying to scrap Suzaimo's palm. HMPH. Suzaimo coldly snorted, chi and blood rises, the flesh of the palm swells, and it instantly swells a circle, and the surface of the skin actually shows a big path of dark green tendons. These stripes are clearly visible like the veins in the lotus leaves of good fortune Azure Lotus. Collapse. A crisp sound. The 7th Crown Prince also screamed and evacuated. The sharp nails on his Golden Crow feet not only failed to pierce Suzaimo's flesh, but all broke. His fingertips were drenched with blood, pain deep into bones. Eternal Sacred King Chapter 1569. Chapter 1569 Old Ancestor Blood Essence 2. At the outbreak of the war, no one noticed that a Bloodvine clan came to Tengluo's body and took off Tengluo's storage bag. This Bloodvine clan cautiously took out a thumb-sized jade bottle from Tamaro's storage bag, turned his head to look at Suzaimo, expression was cold, and his eyes were frantic. Just when Suzaimo took the shot and wounded the second Golden Crow Clan Crown Prince, this Bloodvine clan held this jade bottle in the palm of his hand and moved towards Suzaimo. Suzaimo didn't even look at him. After driving back to Great Crown Prince, his backhand was an arrow. These Bloodvine clan, for ordinary cultivator, may be very threatening. But for Suzaimo, he can shoot it easily with a single arrow. Cold light flickers, magic power comes. And this Bloodvine clan rushed over and didn't mean to dodge at all, just lifted the jade bottle in the palm before the cold light came. Huang Wu, are you going to be buried with the young master? In this Bloodvine clan's eyes, there was a touch of madness. Raw Pukai. The magic power long arrow penetrates this Bloodvine clan's chest. The tremendous power directly tears this person's fleshly body. At the same time, the jade bottle, the size of a finger, smashed under this force. Nothing else in it, just a drop of blood. But even this drop of blood contains terrifying power. Even the major ferocious clan young masters have changed their expressions, with a deep look of dreading in their eyes. Boom! This drop of blood shattered and turned into a cloud mist, covering Suzaimo. Even breaking the magic bow was not spared. Suzaimo's eyes slightly narrowed. At this moment, he felt an extremely powerful force and wanted to invade Azure Lotus' true body and devour his vitality. The broken bow, in this blood mist, the rays of light gradually faded. The major ferocious clan young masters are not only battle strength, they also have a lot of whole cards in their hands. And even ferocious clan senior has left them life-saving means. Like the Emperor God's son, there is a great divine ability talisman. In Tengluo's storage bag, there is a blood essence left to him by a person old ancestor of great ascension. This drop of blood essence is filthy and evil enough to kill any half-ancestor. Even if the innate great expert magic tool is contaminated by this drop of blood essence, it will be discarded on the spot. This is Tengluo's whole card. Unfortunately, Suzaimo shot him with an arrow, and he had no chance to release it. Today, this drop of old ancestor blood essence is sacrificed by another Bloodvine clan. The Bloodvine clan was destroyed by the magic power long arrow fleshly body, and the primitive spirit was also stained by the blood essence burst blood mist, and quickly withered. But in his eyes, only excitement remained. Even if he dies, it's worth, because Huang Wu has been infected with this drop of blood essence and will die with him. If it were decades ago, this drop of blood essence would definitely kill Suzaimo. However, after Kunlun Ruins battle, Azure Lotus' true body once withstood the tempering of the Sword of Distress, baptism that had experienced the storm of divine ability, and it was infinitely close to 8th grade. Even this drop of blood essence will not hurt good fortune Azure Lotus of the 7th grade peak. Give me away, Suzaimo lightly shouted, within the body chi and blood roaring, sending out a path of glowing rays, and instantly bounced the blood mist falling on the body. Azure Lotus' true body flawless and stainless, untainted by even a speck of dust, even if it is the blood essence of old ancestor of great ascension, it cannot be filthy. How can this be? How can this be? The primordial spirit of Bloodvine clan has been devoured by this drop of blood essence, exhausting vitality. But Azure Lotus' true body is alive and well. The primordial spirit of Bloodvine clan can only be scattered between heaven and earth with endless resentment and resentment. Good fortune Azure Lotus deserves supreme treasures of heaven and earth. Ghost Witch young master softly muttered. Zanmu suddenly said, however, the blood essence of Bloodvine clan old ancestor is not completely useless, at least for the time being. The magic bow is broken. Although the stubble has no eyes, it seems that it can see everything. The broken bow in Suzaimo's hand was stained with the blood essence of Bloodvine clan old ancestor. Although not completely abolished, it is no longer available. Without this ancient treasure, I'd like to see, what else can Huang Wu do? 7th Crown Prince said hatefully. At this moment, the broken bones on Golden Crow's feet have all healed. Rakshasa lightly frowned, looking at Suzaimo not far away. For some reason, when she saw Suzaimo's bow broken, her first reaction was not happy. but worried. "What's wrong with me?" Rakshasa immediately woke up, and was annoyed in her heart. "This person in front of me is just avatar of the wicked man. I worry what he does." Suzaimo's expression is indifferent. The backhand puts the broken bow into the storage bag. At this moment, a cry was heard in midair not far away. "Kaka!" I saw in the air. Xiaoxiang goddess was full of divine light. It was aggressive, imposing, and forced Jiujing to retreat. He punched Jiujing's arm, and her entire arm was interrupted. "Demonic girl!" Xiaoxiang goddess icily said, "Who makes you look so good? You should die." Xiaoxiang goddess stepped forward, extended the hand palm, 5 fingers popped sharp nails, grabbed the face and moved towards Jiujing. If this is a catch, let alone Jiujing's face will be destroyed. I am afraid that her primordial spirit will be caught by Xiaoxiang goddess. Suddenly a thunder sounded. "Xiaoxiang, be careful." Immediately after, the warning sounds of the young witch, young master, Remnant and the others came. Xiaoxiang goddess' heart shivered with cold. She just felt that before her eyes, there was one more person in front of Jiujing. It was Huang Wu who slaughtered all sides just now. 2 people are very close. When Suzaimo was standing in front of Jiujing, Xiaoxiang goddess's palm had already fallen. "Huang Wu, I think you are courting death." Xiaoxiang goddess sneered, no intention of closing, grabbed Suzaimo's face directly, and wanted to grab a few blood holes on his face. Xiaoxiang goddess has this confidence. With her chi and blood, fleshly body, in close combat, no one can approach her at war front. "Courting death is you," Suzaimo loudly shouted, with greatly rises, chi and blood rising, facing the palm grabbed by Xiaoxiang goddess, not flickering, turning his palm, and moved towards the top of the head of Xiaoxiang goddess. The momentum erupted from this palm is too strong. Under the shroud of this palm, Xiaoxiang goddess only felt that the chest was stuffy, chi and blood were not smooth, and I felt choked for a while. Xiaoxiang goddess complexion changed. Want to both sides suffer for life? Xiaoxiang goddess is confident that he can suppress and kill Suzaimo. But she was not sure she could retreat from the palm of Suzaimo. "My status is so honorable, how can I change lives with this sant?" In the flash of light, Xiaoxiang goddess made a choice, retracted his palm, wanted to resist Suzaimo's palm, and then countered. But when she retreated, she was completely defeated. Eternal Sacred King Chapter 1570 Chapter 1570 Waste your arms. 3 more. Xiaoxiang goddess retracted his palm, raised his arms, within the body chi and blood surged, golden light diffused, and the palm of moved towards Suzaimo resisted the past. Bang! Suzaimo's palm came down and suppressed on Xiaoxiang goddess arms. Xiaoxiang goddess complexion greatly changed. With her 2 arms, Suzaimo slapped her unconsciously. This palm almost smothered her. You know, in the near war front, even her Tao companion Emperor Godson, it is impossible to hit her to such a degree. Suzaimo did not stop, stepped forward. The whole person was like a galloping god foal, moved towards Xiaoxiang goddess, hit it. A tragic breath burst out. This collision is just as fierce and invincible as any palm. Xiaoxiang goddess screamed, urging chi and blood to the extreme, and a powerful bloodline phenomenon emerged instantly under him. An ancient and mysterious pyramid emerges, permeating a path of divine light. Beneath the pyramid are the 100 million 10,000 souls who bow down and pray. At the same time, the 7th crown prince and the 1st crown prince hunted down again. The ghost young master waved his wand this time, and a mist of a path of ink green emerged in the air, quickly condensing into a lance, and moved towards Suzaimo stung in the past. The curse of the spear. The broken bow was abolished, and the ghost master, young master, had no worries. Eye of the hurricane. Residual eyes also pinched magic arts, condensing a Tao law. Between his hands, a hurricane condensed. And the real threat of this hurricane is not the majestic storm, but the middle of the hurricane, the eye of the hurricane. This hurricane eye is the ultimate in the power of this Tao law. Jade Rakshasa fluttered and also moved towards Suzaimo. However, compared with other ferocious clan young masters, her shots are obviously not too aggressive. Bang! Suzaimo does not blink. His eyes are staring at Xiaoxiang goddess tightly. Within the body, chi and blood is urged to the limit. The breath reaches its peak in an instant. A huge azure lotus soared into the sky, as if to break through the sky. Dark green azure lotus, crystal clear and near transparent. Lotus leaves covering the sky and blocking the sun. Under the gaze of many eyes, the bud on the top of the azure lotus bloomed quietly, permeating a path of glow. Azure lotus swaying in the sky, a path of naked eye permeates the visible ripples, just like the ripples on the water surface, moved towards all around. Hong Long Long. The bloodline phenomenon of Xiaoxiang goddess bears the brunt. If it was decades ago, her bloodline phenomenon might be more supportive. Now, under the breath of 7th grade peak good fortune azure lotus, even God Clan's pyramid cannot be resisted. A path of fissures emerged from the tower body, which collapsed instantly and countless gravels rolled down. The 100,000,000,000,000 creatures below were frightened and fled. This bloodline phenomenon also collapsed. Look pale of Xiaoxiang goddess. The defeat of the bloodline phenomenon naturally affected her chi and blood. Even if she forcibly suppressed it, a blood shed from the corner of her mouth. In midair, the roaring curse lance, before coming to good fortune azure lotus, was hit by a path of ripples in the sky, and the impact was broken. The hurricane and the ripples in the air did not compete for a long time and were blown away. The eye of the hurricane also disappeared. Retire. As soon as the 7th crown prince and the 1st crown prince rushed forward, they saw a path of ripples coming. The 7th crown prince reacted the fastest. Feeling the horrible power hidden in the ripples, he turned into a golden light and retreated at a faster speed. And the 10th crown prince reacted a little bit slowly, and was affected by this ripple a little. On one side, the golden wings were broken by this ripple. Ah! The 10th crown prince screamed and hurried back. Jade Rakshasa naturally wouldn't rush up stupidly, and returned back long ago. Suzaimo's bloodline phenomenon was released, and all the offensives of the major ferocious clan young masters were resisted, and there was still more power. Bang! Suzaimo, carrying the prestige of the bloodline phenomenon, moved towards Xiaoxiang goddess fiercely. Xiaoxiang goddess's storage ring rays of light flashed on his fingers, and a large golden shield emerged, suddenly hanging in the air, blocking himself. Seeing this golden shield, the killing intent in Suzaimo's eyes is even more prosperous. Good, good, good. Suzaimo icily said, this golden shield, you already have it, so you can't keep it. Suzaimo has dealt with God Clan at Gold Core Realm. But those God Clan of Gold Core Realm use storage bag, just like the cultivator on Heavenly Desolate Continent. Immemorial era, most of God Clan, was intercepted in God-slaying Canyon by Divine Hu, but part of it was left in Heavenly Desolate Continent. Over the years, this part of God Clan has recuperated and developed. However, God Clan's storage ring, the Golden Giant Shield and these weapon treasures, are made from God's continent's unique heavenly materials and earthly treasures. Heavenly Desolate Continent cannot be cast at all. Therefore, these storage rings, golden shields, are still those brought by Immemorial era, and they are scarce. That is to say, not all God Clan will have a storage ring. God Clan who can wear a storage ring must be the peak expert in God Clan. Today, Xiaoxiang goddess not only has a storage ring, but also a golden shield. This means that Xiaoxiang goddess must know the origin of God Clan. These thoughts passed away. Bang! Even when he saw the golden shield, Suzaimo didn't mean to close it, and slammed into it directly with a loud noise. Xiaoxiang goddess spit a mouthful of blood. There was a sharp pain in her arms, and she couldn't even hold the golden shield. Suzaimo was hit by the bloodline phenomenon with the help of the bloodline phenomenon. The azure lotus natural phenomenon is also dispersed. Xiaoxiang goddess was dim, and stumbled backwards. Suzumo didn't let go of her meaning, stepped forward, reached out her hands, strangled Xiaoxiang goddess' shoulders directly, and bent her knees forward. This time, I bumped into Xiaoxiang goddess' chest. Caca. Fragments of Xiaoxiang goddess' sternum. At the same time, Suzumo's nails popped out like swords, directly piercing the flesh and blood of Xiaoxiang goddess' shoulders, tearing violently outwards. Under the staggering of two powers, Xiaoxiang goddess's arms were ripped apart by Suzumo's blood and flesh. Ah! Xiaoxiang goddess screamed and almost fainted with pain. 10,000 horde horrors. In this brief moment, Goddess aloof and remote looks like Xiaoxiang goddess, miserable. Final struggle, no different from the cultivator in that battlefield. Huang Wu took the shot and directly pulled Xiaoxiang goddess from the altar. These two arms are meant to give her gas. Suzumo threw Xiaoxiang goddess' two arms to the ground, and murderers looking said, "If you break her arm, I will disuse your arms." Although Suzumo didn't say who it was, all the 10,000 people living here knew that she was the demon sect. Jiojing stood not far behind Suzumo, looking at the man who had just rescued himself, and a wave of waves appeared in his beautiful eyes, showing an incomprehensible feeling to others. But soon, Jiojing's face flashed to loneliness again, fatly sighed. Eternal Sacred King Chapter 1571 Chapter 1571 Escape from the Dead 4. Huang Wu, don't be proud. Xiaoxiang goddess urged chi and blood, condensed flesh, reborn his arms, and hated, my Dao companion, Huang Tan will come soon. What are you doing to me now? Emperor, he will make you pay back 100 times. Is it? Suzumo sneered, and said, I'm afraid you'll be disappointed now. Your emperor is dead. I see that your affection is deep, and I will fulfill you now, send you off and reunite with him. Ripped off the arms of Xiaoxiang goddess, just to breathe for Jiojing. Suzumo wants the life of Xiaoxiang goddess. What did you say? Xiaoxiang goddess was shocked. Chi and blood floated, and his arms that had not yet formed were almost collapsed. Impossible. Xiaoxiang goddess screamed and stared at Suzumo sternly. Heaven cannot die. No one in the same order can suppress him. Xiaoxiang goddess suddenly thought of one thing, and there was a great divine ability talisman on the Emperor goddess, and she said deeply, even if it is the old ancestor of great ascension, you can't kill the Emperor. Even more how? Huang Tan is a god's son. I really don't believe that. Under the heavens, who dares to be brave enough to reach this point, suppress and kill God's son? Xiaoxiang goddess gathered his arms, and calmed down in a blink of an eye, said with a sneer, Huang Wu, you want to make such a big lie to fight my will of Dao heart. It's crazy. These words from you are, in my opinion, almost 100 loopholes. The more Xiaoxiang goddess thinks about it, the more he feels that his guess is correct. First of all, the imperial prince went to barbarian clan. It was a secret and carried out in secret. No other ferocious clan knew it. Secondly, the emperor god himself is powerful, and there is a great divine ability for body protection, and there are 3 ancestral gods around him, who can kill him. Is barbarian clan? Finally, barbarian clan does have that strength. But barbarian clan has no reason at all, nor is it necessary. Even without joining God clan, barbarian clan will not suppress and kill the emperor god, and completely pit him against God clan. Thinking of this, Xiaoxiang goddess is more determined in his mind. Suzumo looked at the extremely confident Xiaoxiang goddess, and was unwilling to argue with it, only lightly saying, you think too much. Why should I strike your will of Dao heart? I want your life. The words did not fall. Suzumo shot again. Suzumo's body flickered, moved towards Xiaoxiang goddess, rushed over. It was extremely fast, and he had already come forward in a blink of an eye. Suddenly, Xiaoxiang goddesses within both eyes, covered with a layer of golden light, broke out 2 divine lights. The art of divine eyes. The distance between 2 people is too close, and with the eye technique instantaneous. it will come to Suzaimo's eyes almost instantly. But something weird is that at the same time as Xiaoxiang goddess broke out the divine eyes, Suzaimo's eyebrows flew out an azure light. Good fortune lotus platform. This good fortune lotus platform spins and drops, flying out of the sea of consciousness, just colliding with these two divine lights. Bang! Divine light shattered, scattered to invisible. No matter how strong divine eyes are, it is impossible to penetrate the good fortune lotus platform. And this brief confrontation, in the eyes of the vast majority of 10,000 people, could not see anything famous, as if it was just an ordinary fight. But the major ferocious clan young masters are secretly tongue-tied, and there is a shock in their eyes, because the major ferocious clan young masters can clearly see the game that took place in the middle of this brief encounter. It was not Xiaoxiang goddess who released the eye technique. Huang Wu only took out good fortune as your lotus. In that case, it will be too late. The real situation is that Huang Wu seems to have counterattacked Xiaoxiang goddess, and made a prejudgment in advance, first taking out good fortune as your lotus and blocking it. Divine eyes were then released and collided with good fortune as your lotus. Therefore, the scene of genius only appears. Huang Wu took out good fortune lotus platform, almost perfectly resisting the divine eyes of Xiaoxiang goddess. This kind of predictive ability, even after going through countless battles of life and death, may not be able to hone a kind of innate talent and spiritual awareness. And it takes great courage, because, if it is a misjudgment, Huang Wu is very likely to be severely hit, and thus fall into the wind. Now, Huang Wu predicts accurately, and speculates that Xiaoxiang goddess may use the technique of divide eyes to resolve divide eyes. Xiaoxiang goddess immediately loses the opportunity. Suzaimo's eyes were greatly rises, and he suddenly opened his mouth and spit out 6 paths Brahman sound continuously. Oh, well, what? Hey, Mimi, hey. At the same time, Suzaimo's hands changed quickly, condensing 6 paths great clarity Dharma seal in sequence, moved towards Xiaoxiang goddess to suppress it. Call. When Suzaimo divine consciousness moved, good fortune as your lotus also moved towards the top of the head of Xiaoxiang goddess, and fell down. At this moment, Suzaimo broke out into a terrible offensive, almost drowning Xiaoxiang goddess figure. Xiaoxiang goddess looked pale. Under such an offensive, let alone her chi and blood are weakening now, and her battle strength is diminishing sharply. Even if she is peak, she may not be able to retreat. She was buzzed by her 6 paths great clarity incantation, and barely pulled out a golden giant sword, moved towards good fortune lotus platform to resist the past. But the power collapsed, and it was no longer possible to condense and form. Even more how? And the suppression of 6 paths great clarity Dharma seal hiding the sky and covering the earth. Xiaoxiang goddess felt choking for a while. Too late to think about it, she just came out with a golden giant sword from the storage ring, and also found a talisman. This is her mother, leaving her with body protection talisman. As long as you tear, you can even block the full strength attack of Great Ascension early stage old ancestor. Xiaoxiang goddess didn't want to just shred this talisman. A path of blazing golden light burst out in her palm and quickly gathered around her body to form a barrier. At the moment when this barrier was formed, good fortune lotus platform fell down. 6 paths great clarity Dharma seal also come down at the same time. Bang! A deafening noise. Under the eyes of everyone, Xiaoxiang goddess body was directly collapsed by this huge force, rolled out more than 10 jang away, and then fell heavily on the ground. Cough cough. Xiaoxiang goddess coughed 2 times and couldn't help laughing. Although she failed miserably, she survived with this mask. As long as she is alive, when the Emperor God arrives, the two of them join hands to release the secret techniques practiced by the two-body fusion. The battle strength will more than double. When the time comes, this is the death of Huang Wu. Suzaimo looked not far away, Xiaoxiang goddess slowly rising from the ground, slightly frowned, secretly thought a pity. It was a rare opportunity to suppress and kill her and let her release the whole card. His offensive, Although shaking, the mask on Xiaoxiang goddess shook a lot of rays of light, but it has not yet collapsed. Even if he continues to hunt down Xiaoxiang goddess, I am afraid that in a short period of time, it will be difficult to gain anything. At this point, Suzaimo's eyes turned and he focused his attention on the other young masters. Eternal Sacred King Chapter 1572. Chapter 1572, Primordial Spirit 5. The remaining 7th Crown Prince, 4th Crown Prince, Ghost Witch Young Master, and Remnant One were all chilling in their hearts. Followed by Huang Wu, they all have the feeling of have one's hair stand on end. Originally, they were still confident and felt that any one of them would be enough to suppress and kill Huang Wu. But now, Teng Luo, 9th Crown Prince body dies and Dao disappears. Xiaoxiang goddess has failed fiercely, and there are only a few of them. Even if they join forces, there is no certainty. On the other side, Yan Bichen, Huz and the others took a short break and re-entered the battlefield, causing a terrible impact on the 6 great ferocious clans, with great casualties. If they can't make a difference with Huang Wu today, they have no face to go back to see ferocious clan old ancestor. The eyes of the Ghost Master Young Master and the 7th Crown Prince fell on the bodies of Penglai Island Lord, Heavenly Gang Religion Sect Lord and the others. Although they did not speak, there was a looming threat in their eyes. In the air, there is a wave of divine consciousness sound transmission. Remnant turned his head slightly, also facing a sect. However, Remnant has no eyes, and his actions did not attract Suzaimo's attention. Suzaimo expression icy, sneer, staring at the young master not far away, striding towards Meteor. Want to kill me? Ghost Witch Young Master narrowed his eyes. Then let's compete on the Primordial Spirit. Skull Curse. Ghost Witch Young Master urged the Primordial Spirit. The huge divine consciousness condensed, and a Primordial Spirit secret technique broke out in an instant. At the same time, seeing this scene, the 7th Crown Prince, the first Heavenly Son, and even the Remnant also exploded. The Primordial Spirit secret technique took out Primordial Spirit secret technique. This has already urged the major ferocious clan Young Masters. The first to come is the Skeleton Curse of the Young Witch Young Master. The Ghost Master Young Master released this Primordial Spirit secret technique. In Suzaimo's Sea of Consciousness, an ink green appears out of thin air, and the evil skull Sky Kabakaba. This skull seems to have life, grinning, revealing a grinning smile, staring at the Primordial Spirit of the black hair, biting its teeth up and down, making a noise. Previously, the mantra released by the Ghost Master Young Master just formed a storm. And this time the Primordial Spirit secret technique has condensed skull with spirituality. Suzaimo expression is cold. He is facing more than just this skull threat. In midair, the Primordial Spirit secret technique released by the 2 Golden Crow Clan Crown Princes is 2 golden feathers. These 2 golden feathers are condensed by a huge divine consciousness, with a fiery flame burning on it, and moved towards Suzaimo stabbed. The other side. Remnants also released a Primordial Spirit secret technique. His Primordial Spirit secret technique is even more infiltrating. It was a bloody eyeball. 4 Primordial Spirit secret techniques come at the same time, killed towards Suzaimo. Urakshasa slightly frowned, hesitated a bit, still did not release the Primordial Spirit secret technique. HMPH. Urakshasa said secretly in her heart, these 4 Primordial Spirit secret techniques are enough to suppress and kill you. You don't need me at all. Thinking of it this way, Jade Rakshasa seemed to feel relieved. She didn't know that martial Dao was already in her Primordial Spirit, leaving a mark of martial soul. If she had just released the Primordial Spirit secret technique to Azure Lotus True Body, this martial soul imprint would have some sense and burn. Without waiting for her Primordial Spirit secret technique to condense, her Primordial Spirit was burned to ashes first. In the battlefield, Suzaimo was besieged by 4 Primordial Spirit secret techniques. Calm and composed in his eyes, the black-haired Primordial Spirit immediately condensed a Primordial Spirit secret technique. surrounded by a path of lightning. Suzaimo touched the eyebrow and pulled out a long whip full of lightning from the sea of consciousness. Thunder Sovereign Secret Technique Spirit Exterminating Whip. Suzaimo's Spirit Exterminating Whip moved towards two golden crow crown princes. Primordial Spirit Secret Technique was drawn away. The collision of the Primordial Spirit Secret Technique was silent. But the secret of thunder and golden flames contained in the secret technique are constantly colliding, making a series of crackling sounds. Cultivate to the state of half-ancestor, and realize immortal, demon, Buddha 3 sects Tao Law profound truth. I got good fortune as your lotus nourishing the black hair. The primordial spirit, divine consciousness is extremely condensed. Together with the Thunder Sovereign Secret Technique, Suzaimo won against 2, they actually shot down these 2 golden feathers with burning flames. Of course, his Spirit Exterminating Whip also collapsed and could not condense to form. At the same time as the Spirit Primeres Spirit condenses the Spirit Exterminating Whip, in the sea of consciousness in Suzaimo, the good primer Spirit's good fortune lotus platform radiates a path of azure glow. These azure rays of light quickly condense in the sea of consciousness to form a sharp azure lotus sword containing extreme killing. There is no need for Suzaimo to intentionally manipulate this azure lotus sword. Immediately responding to the evil forces invading the sea of consciousness, azure lotus sword moved towards that green skull, fiercely is chopped down. That skull has spirituality, and it seems that I can feel the terrifying of azure lotus sword. And I want to dodge. But its speed is much worse than Azure Lotus Sword. When the Azure Lotus Sword descends instantly, chopping on skull's top of the head. Ow! A scream erupted in this skull, and it seemed that a demon lived there and was badly hit. Zheng! The Azure Lotus Sword sends out a path of glow. These glows contain the extreme sword chi, which constantly cuts the skull. In a blink of an eye, skull is already 1,000 holes and 100 holes. Bang! It didn't take long for this skull to fall apart. And the Azure Lotus Sword is also stained with many evil green forces, which are much brighter and darker, unable to condense and form, and fall down. Good Fortune Lotus Platform took these Azure Lotus seeds back and continued to nourish them. Before the battle in the Sea of Consciousness subsided, Suzaimo turned and faced his eyes. In the Sea of Consciousness, Azure Lotus Sword and Skull fight. The black-haired primordial spirit, hovering in the air, sitting cross-legged, hands folded, solemn appearance, chanting a path of Brahman sound. Behind the black primordial spirit, even a great Buddha phantom emerged, looking down at heaven and earth, with a path of mysterious halo behind his head. The dark-haired primordial spirit and the great Buddha recited an ancient scripture at the same time. The internal chi of 2 people seems to be integrated into one. The Brahman sound is loud, resounding in all corners of the sea of consciousness, reverberating and deafening. Tathagata's Dharma Seal, a primordial spirit secret technique from Great Sun Tathagatha Sutra. The formidable power is great. Suzaimo used this primordial spirit secret technique to suppress and kill the enemy many times by suppressing the enemy. With the chant of Brahman sound, a golden character flew out of Suzaimo's eyebrow, exuding Buddha light, divine majesty. This ancient character came, golden light 10,000 jang, as if to suppress everything. The primordial spirit secret technique is extremely evil, and Tathagata's Dharma Seal, the most restrained of this evil technique. That bloody eyeball, under the suppression of Tathagata's Dharma Seal, quickly disappeared into nothingness and disappeared between heaven and earth. And Tathagata's Dharma Seal is still condensed, and moved towards the remnants slowly suppress the past. Today 5 more fulfilled the promise. These updates are quite powerful these days. Just yell, ask for a recommendation ticket, monthly ticket or something. Give a reward to the horse, do your best, don't force it. The 10,000 clan convention has just begun. and the back is more exciting. Eternal Sacred King Chapter 1573. Chapter 1573, The Eye of Death. Suzaima released a few big hole cards in a row, resisting the siege of 4 big ferocious clan young masters. Moreover, after Tathagata's Dharma seal suppressed Heaven's Eye clan's primordial spirit secret technique, it still condensed extremely terrifying power, and moved towards the remnant. In Suzaima's Sea of Consciousness, after the Azure Lotus sword chopped the ink-green skull, the Ghost Master young master is also groaned, and his body shakes. Suzaima shook his body, flashed lights, and suddenly disappeared from his place. When he reappears, he's already in front of the Ghost Master young master. Kill! Suzaima suddenly spoke, loudly shouted, and the secret techniques of Thunder Kill were erupted. The two are very close to each other, and the young master is a witch race, and fleshly body and bloodline is very common. This thunder killing has caused him a great impact. Ghost witch young master's 2 ears, nostrils, and mouth instantly spit out a path of blood arrow. His ink-green eyes were shouting loudly by Suzaima, his eyes burst and he became blind on the spot, and his eyes were dark. This is no longer 7 tricks bleeding, but 7 tricks shattered. The witch young master was shocked and roared in his head. 5 feeling under the thunder of the thunderous sound, it was completely abolished. This injury is not a fatal injury for the half-ancestor expert, but the Ghost Master young master knows that he is already alive. A false curse. Too late to think about it, the young master the witch immediately urged the primordial spirit to release this life-saving secret technique of witch race. On the body of the ghost young master, a path of black light shimmered suddenly, and his figure began to become a bit elusive, as if in another space, unpredictable, out of bounds, fuzzy. After Suzaima erupted with thunder, a palm shot fell. Didn't expect. This palm actually penetrated from the vague figure of the young master of the ghost, young master, and fell into the air. And the ghost witch young master is safe. Suzaima has seen this false curse. At first, an elder from witch race released this secret spell, but Yiling saw it through, suppressing it and suppressing it. Unsurprisingly, Suzaima's gaze was faint. In the eyes of his left eye, a path of weird black glow flickered, as if a dark stone emerged. Nether glimmering stone. Suzaima's left eye emits a path of mysterious nether glimmering light. The shape of the ghost young master was originally uncapturable and traceless. But under the light of the faint light, it suddenly became imperceptible. Today, Suzaima's eyes are no different from Yiling's eyes. Boom! Suzaima's palm came down again, and patted it on the top of the head of the Ghost Master young master. Blood splatters. Under the gaze of 10,000 ethnic creatures, the head of the Ghost Witch young master was smashed by the palm of Suzaima. This Huang Wu is too cruel, and another ferocious clan young master is killed. Yeah, when I was in the land of preaching the Tao, I could see it. The major disciples wanted to join hands to kill him, but he was all suppressed and killed. Oh, not right. Just then, a humanoid suddenly said, "The Ghost Master young master is not dead." Ah, the secret techniques of witch race are so treacherous and mysterious. This is not dead. Under the watchful eyes of many cultivators, among the blood mist, there was indeed a silhouette wearing a green robe, and fled away. Judging by his appearance, it is the Ghost Master young master. The expressions of 10,000 creatures shook, but Suzaima was only slightly frowned, and soon understood. At that time, the witch race young master who died at Misty Peak practiced this secret technique similar to a stinger. In the most critical time, you can die once for him. This is equal to one more life. For Suzaima, however, simply is not a threat. At worst, he suppress and kill the ghost witch young master again. Suzaima's body flickered, and in 3 or 2 steps he had already caught up with the ghost master, young master, with his eyes looking at the great rises, ready to erupt. Huang Wu, don't force me. The witch young master knew he couldn't escape, and turned around violently, facing Suzaima, expression screaming. At the same time, A terrifying wave of power permeated his body. Suzaimo is familiar with this kind of fluctuation. In the first battle of Heaven and Earth Valley, Wuxi had a self-destruction primordial spirit, released a spell, and wanted to suppress and kill him completely. Life-cutting curse. In fact, with Suzaimo's good fortune Lotus platform today, there is no fear of this life-cutting curse. But as your Lotus sword just cut off the skeleton curse. Now reuniting, and confronting life-cutting curse, even if it can be resolved, Black Hair primordial spirit may be affected. The 7th Crown Prince and 1st Crown Prince of Golden Crow Clan have been killed. On the other side, Heavenly Eye, the brow-eyed, opened completely, filled with a terrifying atmosphere, releasing a terrifying eye technique. In Heaven's Eye Clan, there are many eye techniques, and ranked first, the strongest formidable power is the Eye of Death. The Eye of Death is extremely difficult to cultivate. A little carelessness will make your Heavenly Eye blind. Heaven's Eye Clan's Heavenly Eye, united in one walk, once damaged, it is extremely difficult to heal, which is almost equivalent to severing the road to future cultivation. In severe cases, they will even die to death. This eye technique is called the Eye of Death, which is one of the reasons throughout the ages, because of the cultivation of the Eye of Death, Heaven's Eye Clan of body dies and Tao disappears is not uncommon. Of course, the biggest reason is because of this horrible eye technique formidable power. Not only does it contain the power of the eye technique, it is also mixed with the power of the primordial spirit secret technique. Once the Eye of Death opens, no one can stop it. This is real killing with open eyes. The Eye of Death is difficult to practice. 10000 dangerous points. No surprise of the will of heavens, extraordinary courage, powerful temperament, extraordinary innate talent, and even heaven-defying luck. It is difficult to cultivate success. From ancient times to the present, Heaven's Eye Clan that can cultivate this Eye of Death is as rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns. And Remnant is one of them. In Heaven's Eye Clan, the last one who cultivated the Eye of Death has to go back to 40,000 years ago. On the battlefield, the moment the Eye of Death opens, Suzaimo felt a tingling scalp, like a thorn in his back, and his warning lights flashed in his heart. For the first time since the war, he felt such a strong crisis. Suzaimo paused and gave up killing the Ghost Master. Young Master turned abruptly, and looked towards the goal. The Eyes of Death opened, and the shape of the remnants seemed to have disappeared. In that darkness, there was only one heavenly eye, suspended in the air. On the raised eyes, there was a dead silence, without any vitality, permeating the breath of death. A grey beam of light emanated from the Eye of Death, wherever it passed, taking away all life, and moved towards Tathagata's Dharma Seal in midair. Tathagata's Dharma Seal, divine and majestic, exudes 10,000 Yang golden light. But after this grey light beam came, the golden light of Tathagata's Dharma Seal was suppressed in an instant, and it faded in the blink of an eye. This death beam penetrated Tathagata's Dharma Seal silently, and moved towards Suzaimo, enveloped it. Eternal Sacred King Chapter 1574 Chapter 1574, Eye Technique Showdown 2, Opportunity. Golden Crow Clan 2 Great Crown Prince. As Ferocious Clan, they know too much about the Eye of Death. In the same level, there is no heaven-chosen evil spirit can withdraw from the whole body under the shroud of this Eye of Death. The 7th Crown Prince and the 2nd Crown Prince joined forces to speed up the movement of one people, moving towards Suzaimo and rushing past. You guys haven't shot yet. The Witch Young Master also noticed this scene and sang loudly. The original Heavenly Gang Religion Sect Lord and Earthly Fiend Cult Sect Lord 2 flickered in the eyes, suddenly stood up, condensed magic arts, and broke out 2 powerful spells. Tangu, Dipi. 2 major sectors loudly shouted. The vast and huge magic power condensed in front of the 2 of them, and actually emerged 2 huge and horrifying stars, just like the essence. It seems that there are no 2 like the stars on the sky. 2 stars came, and the creatures with a weaker cultivation base all uttered a sad cry. Tangixing is one of 36 heavenly stars. Dipixing is one of 72 earthly fiend. Two major sects is based on supreme secret techniques, and the two stars are gathered by magic power. The surface of Tangixing is permeated with the rolling wind of heaven. The surface of the earth evil star is burning with the blazing earth evil fire. Go with the two major sects murderers looking, lightly shouted, knocked. The figure of this two-Dao law technique moved towards Suzaimo over. Two huge stars, with shocking weather, moved towards Suzaimo fiercely and ran over. Compared to these two huge stars, Suzaimo's figure is as small as the same dust and seems to be easily crushed into powder. You dare? Profound Principal Palace Master saw this scene. Expression was furious, but he fought with 6 great ferocious clans expert and couldn't pull away. When Heavenly Gang Religion and Earthly Fiend Cult, two major sects, suddenly shot, when he found out, he wanted to stop it. It was too late. On the battlefield, 10,000 changes instantly. In a blink of an eye, Huang Wu was trapped in 4 sides. 10,000 points dangerous. It's too shameless. Heavenly Gang Religion, Earthly Fiend Cult was at this time, and he started with Huang Wu behind him. Many cultivators were furious when they saw this. You guys are courting death. Suzaimo felt the magic power wave coming from behind him. His expression was cold, and he said word by word. He didn't look back, because the biggest threat to him is from the dead eye in front of the remains. Rakshasa looked at this scene, and she was lightly frowned, and in her heart, it was difficult to contain a burst of worry. She knew that the Eye of Death opened and Suzaimo would be hit hard. The Golden Crow Clan, 2 great crown princes about to be killed, and the spell gathered by Heavenly Gang Religion and Earthly Fiend Cult, 2 major sectors, also arrived. The Ghost Witch young master slowly recovers, and will also shoot. Such an offensive, Suzaimo simply cannot resist. Ghostly, she took a half-step forward subconsciously, not wanting to attack Suzaimo, but want to stop Golden Crow Clan's 2 great crown prince and help Suzaimo resolve the immediate crisis as much as possible. Jade Rakshasa knows clearly that the azure clothes cultivator in front of her is just an avatar of that evil person. But somehow, she was like a demon, not only did not want to hurt this wicked man, even Avatar who did not want to hurt this wicked man. She's deep in one's heart and even wants to help this wicked Jade Rakshasa. What are you doing? Just then, a cold voice came over. Rakshasa glanced slightly, looking not far away, Xiaoxiang goddess being healed, squinting her eyes, expressing coldness, staring at her deeply. Jade Rakshasa panicked in her heart, as if all the secrets of her deep in one's heart were seen thoroughly by Xiaoxiang goddess. But soon, Jade Rakshasa calmed down and said lightly, nothing, I just want to shoot. Oh, Xiaoxiang goddess' mouth was slightly raised, and he refused to give up. He asked, do you want to deal with Huang Wu or do you want to help Huang Wu? What are you talking about? I don't understand. Jade Rakshasa's face did not change color. A reply. He, Xiaoxiang goddess said with a sneer, Jade Rakshasa, we just noticed your anomaly. We fought with Huang Wu, but you didn't do much. After the day's end, your Jade Rakshasa must give us an explanation. What can be explained? You Rakshasa, as a ferocious clan young master, is not afraid of Xiaoxiang goddess, and she is sneaked. Your battle strength is strong. I thought that your shot was enough. Whoever dreams of you. This group of people was hit so badly by this Huang Wu. What a shame. You, Xiaoxiang goddess gas. You Rakshasa was tough on her mouth, but she sighed. She was followed by Xiaoxiang goddess, and it was impossible to help Suzaimo. Jade Rakshasa. When the two quarreled, the two sides had already fought on the battlefield. Suzaimo stared at the grey beam. His eyes quickly turned dark, as if it were an endless dark abyss. He could not look to the end. Eye of Nether glimmering. Over the years in the cultivation of Kunlun ruins, Suzaimo has already cultivated Eye of Nether glimmering to great accomplishment. Suzaimo's left eye also burst into a beam of light, as dark as ink. The temperature between heaven and earth plummeted and the wind was blowing. Remnant turned his head, complexion slightly changed. He blinded his eyes, and his perception of the outside world far surpassed others. In his induction, there was a terrifying power ahead, not even weaker than the eye of his death. What's more terrifying is that this wave of power seems to awaken a fear hidden in the depths of the bloodline, which has long been dusty. Bang! The black and grey beams collided. The void at the collision collapsed deeply, and the magic power around it froze instantly, covered with a layer of frost. Two kinds of power, constantly devouring confrontation, neither giving way to the other. After a short pause, two kinds of power, in the rolling each other, as many as possible. Flat. Seeing this scene, the 10,000 family creatures and the major ferocious clan young masters are all expression shakes. This Huang Wu's eye technique can even tie up with Heaven's Eye clan's Eye of Death. The darkness in Suzaimo's eyes receded. The rest of his eyes remained motionless. Suddenly, Remnant opened his mouth and made a scream. Seeing his heavenly eye, a stream of blood was flowing slowly. Horrible to see. Not tied. The broken heavenly eye is injured. 10,000 people are shocked. Many cultivators saw this scene. They were all excited and cheered. It's Yu Ying. It's Yu Ying. Heavenly eye covering his eyebrows with a broken eye. A pair of dark holes on his face. Facing Suzaimo, hysterically, Raw said, "Impossible. This is impossible. How can you understand this eye technique?" Remnant finally remembered. What was this wave of power that made him feel scared? Ferocious clan young master. Eye of Nether glimmering. This is immemorial era. The eye technique of divine who is contraindicated. Didn't expect. Today it was on a human race and it's alive again. Eternal Sacred King Chapter 1575. Chapter 1575. Fatal Killing Intent. 3 more. While releasing Eye of Nether glimmering, Suzaimo put his left hand together with 2 fingers, condensed the sword technique, and moved towards the direction of Tang-U and the 2 stars, and cut it off. Hey! 2-word chi burst out, dazzled, and fell on top of these 2 stars in an instant. Heaven-murdering sword chi. Bang! A loud noise. The 2 stars were suddenly in midair. After a short pause, under the gaze of the 10,000 creatures, a smooth cut appeared on the surface of these 2 stars. Hong long long. Immediately after the 2 stars split, they were chopped in half by the heaven-murdering sword chi. Neat and tidy, fell down, and magic power collapsed. At the same time, the 2 golden crow crown princes were killed. Suzaimo vacated the right hand, clenched into a fist. Within the body chi and blood surged, and did not turn his head back. With the powerful spiritual awareness induction, he moved 2 punches behind him. Boom! Boom! These 2 punches collided with the 2 RD foot of 3 big golden crow clan crown prince, like defeating leather. Kaka! Immediately, the sound of bone fracture sounded. The 10th crown prince screamed, turned into a golden light, and retreated back. The golden crow family is the hardest, the strongest third foot of the murderous force, all interrupted by Suzaimo. The most terrifying thing is that this fist is not the whole power of Suzaimo at all. It was his counterattack against the Eye of Death, and against the Master of Human Race 2 major sect. Even so, the 10th Crown Prince can't bear it. Ghost Witch young master slowly recovers. He wanted to take a shot, but was shocked to find that Suzaimo used an enemy 5 to suppress all the offensives. He trembled in his heart, and the spell that had just condensed broke up quietly. The 7th Crown Prince's chi and blood is strong, but it is the strongest of the 10 sons of Golden Crow. Although he can withstand Suzaimo this fist, his Golden Crow clan has also been beaten completely. The 7th Crown Prince expression was horrified, did not dare to stay in place, and quickly backed away from Suzaimo, trying to avoid Suzaimo's counterattack. But this time, Suzaimo didn't hunt them down at all. Suzaimo suddenly turned, his expression was cold, and his eyes fell on the Lord Heavenly Gang Religion and Earthly Fiend Cult 2 major sect. Isley said, "Ferocious clan, you are timid, greedy for life and fear of death, I can ignore it. But you hurt people behind. I will not tolerate it. It's just you two that deserves to be the sect master of Immortal Sect and Demon Sect. I think you two are not as good as a dog. Suzumo was really angry. He has deep grudges with super sects such as Primordial Sect, Sword Sect, and Wind Thunder Temple. But today, Suzumo came to the Profound Principal Palace and ignored these sects. Because these sects are greedy for fear of death. But at least they know that they are individuals and they are not on the side of Ferocious Clan. And this behavior of Heavenly Gang Religion and Earthly Fiend Cult completely touched Suzumo's bottom line. Ferocious Clan, he wants to kill. But before killing these Ferocious Clan, he must first kill these two major sects. Suzumo's eyes are like electricity, and the striding meteors moved towards Heavenly Gang Religion. Earthly Fiend Cult. Two Major Sect was taken by Suzumo's momentum, but he was still in place, and did not turn around to run away. It seemed completely frightened. The many cultivators behind the two major sects masters all reacted, each and every one expression flustered, for fled, for fear of being involved. This level of battle, even if accidentally affected, is easy to body dies and Tao disappears. Pay with your life. Suzumo loudly shouted, chi and blood surging, like a god, probing a huge palm, covering the sky and blocking the sunlight dropping from the sky. This palm, with great power, enveloped the body of the two major sect master. Although Heavenly Gang Religion and Earthly Fiend Cult have body refining methods, Suzumo is confident that he is angry enough to shoot the two major sect master on the spot. The main expression of nature and earth evil two major sect is panic-stricken, fussy, and takes out his own life source magic tool, trying to resist Suzumo. But this giant palm has not been completely suppressed. The power of terror has already made the two major sect master feel a choke. Two people's faces were red, and their eyes were bloodshot. Under the pressure of this horror, even a drop of blood oozed out of the body surface. 10,000 people look at this scene, and everyone thinks that these two major sect lords are already dead. But at this moment, the eyes of two major sect passed a strange rays of light. Next moment, Suzumo's heart, warning lights flashed. He felt a killing intent. This sense of crisis is several times stronger than the eye of death, bringing him, even a dozen times. This should never be the power of the semi-ancestor realm. There is only one possibility for him to feel this strong threat. Old Ancestor of Great Ascension is out. Suzumo is shocked. He was surprised that it was not the Old Ancestor of Great Ascension. Profound Principal Palace. This 1000 ethnic convention, although it seems to be a negotiation between half-ancestor expert and body fusion great expert, in the dark, I don't know how many old ancestor of great ascension are staring here. What really surprised him was that he didn't see this old ancestor of great ascension at all. Even though he had felt the danger coming, he still did not notice the trace of this old ancestor of great ascension. In fact, since Suzumo came to play against Major Ferocious Clan Young Masters, he has never used his full strength. Some whole cards have not been released until now. It seems that just now, the star spell of the Lord of the two major sects who cut off the heavens and earth evils, he just released two heaven-murdering sword chi. It wasn't Suzumo who kept it intentionally. But the moment he descended on the Profound Principal Palace, his spiritual awareness felt a seemingly innocent killing intent, extremely dangerous. This crisis does not come from 6 great ferocious clans. Even his spiritual awareness is the source of the killing intent. Even when he felt it carefully, the killing intent disappeared again. Therefore, Suzumo always has reservations, fearing that he will encounter great danger. At this moment, he suddenly realized, let him all feel the heartfelt killing intent from old ancestor of great ascension. But now, even when the danger comes, he can even smell the breath of death, but he still can't see the trace of old ancestor of great ascension. Where exactly? Suzumo's mind turned these thoughts, but in fact, it was just a flash of light. Behind the Lord of Heaven and Earth evil two major sect, an expression panicked, scared, and seemed to be fleeing Heavenly Gang Religion cultivator, suddenly stopped his figure. He didn't see much movement, he just raised his arm slightly. I do not know when. In his palm, there is an extra slender sword, like a huge silver needle, shaking slightly, flashing cold light. Hey! This sword came straight to Suzaimo's brows and arrived in an instant. No one saw how this person shot. It seemed that the moment the man raised his hand, the sword had stabbed him in front of Suzaimo. Eternal Sacred King Chapter 1576 Chapter 1576 Hidden Kill Old Ancestor 4. I have to say, this is a perfect assassination. Even Suzaimo has to admit that if he hadn't warned of his spiritual awareness early, he would have been on guard already, and this sword would have killed him. In the true cultivation world, there is only one sect that can plan such a perfect assassination. One of 7 demon sect, Hidden Killer Gate. 2 after the major sect. The cultivator wearing the Heavenly Gang religion robe, simply is not a Heavenly Gang religion, but the old ancestor of Great Ascension of the Hidden Killer Gate. The old ancestor of Great Ascension of Hidden Killer Gate, if mixed with the crowd, hides the cultivation realm. No one can detect it. In fact, the shots by the Lord Heavenly Gang religion and Earthly Fiend cult 2 major sect are no coincidence. 2 major sect the main shot, if it can hit Suzaimo, it is good. It doesn't matter if it can't, because the Hidden Killer Gate old ancestor predicts that the 2 major sects shot will definitely provoke Huang Wu and turn his head to deal with the 2 major sect. Under the anger and emotional instability, Huang Wu is even harder to detect his presence. Therefore, the 2 major sects shot is to anger Huang Wu and let Huang Wu take the initiative to lead him to this deadly sword. Hidden Killer Gate old ancestor believes that this sword is enough to assassinate Huang Wu. It's a pity that he planned everything, but didn't expect. Huang Wu had a kind of spiritual awareness that is hard to predict. The autumn breeze did not move the cicadas. Suzaimo smelled the crisis long ago. The sword stabbed without causing any ripples, but Suzaimo's head suddenly tilted back, and his entire body was lying almost flat in the air. Hidden Killer Gate old ancestor squinted. This sword has failed. Precisely. It wasn't his sword that Suzaimo avoided. But the moment he launched his sword, Suzaimo had made a dodge action. Suzaimo grew a pair of wings behind him, his body shrouded in thunder and lightning, and his whole body turned into a golden light, moving towards the back. HMPH. Hidden Killer Gate old ancestor's tracks are exposed, so he no longer covers up, slightly with a sneer, under my sword. Do you still want to escape? Hidden Killer Gate old ancestor failed, and did not retrieve the long sword at all, but his wrist trembled. That slender sword is like having spirituality. The sword body is also bent down, the point of the sword is downward, and moved towards Suzaimo's body. A dozen swords are stabbed in succession. Puh, puh, puh. A path of blood arrow, gushing out, rising to the highest point, and falling down again. What happened? Huang Wu is hurt. Who is that person? This aura does not seem to be body fusion great expert, but old ancestor of Great Ascension. Old ancestor's shot. Huang Wu will die. There was a burst of exclamation from the crowd. 10,000 creatures shake. The 10,000 ethnic conference has not really been held yet. The old ancestor of Great Ascension has already appeared. Hidden Killer Gate. Profound Principal Palace Master stared at the scene with incredible eyes. Big Brother Zaimo, Who's and the others looked at that silhouette falling in the air, and burst into shouts, expressing anger. Oh! Didn't expect. Huang Wu is invincible, pushing the major heaven-chosen evils. Even the ferocious clan young master has to avoid its edge, but was assassinated by human race old ancestor. Why did Hidden Killer Gate assassinate Huang Wu? I heard that many cultivators of the Hidden Killer Gate died in the hands of Huang Wu. Maybe this is the reason. That doesn't make sense. It's a personal grievance at best. Right now this is a confrontation with 6 great ferocious clans. Hidden Killer Gate actually killed the most potential evil of human race. 10,000 races are spiritedly. Just then, when that silhouette was about to fall to the ground in midair, the body moved a bit, stood up, and landed on the ground. The silhouette of this silhouette is a bit stingy, and she is also drenched with blood. but it has not fallen. Hiss. 10,000 races suck in a breath of cold air. This is not dead, you know. This is the assassination of Hidden Killergate, old ancestor of great ascension. Even the old ancestor expert of 10,000 people may not survive. Suzaimo covered her chest, her face pale, her eyes cold, and stared at the Hidden Killergate old ancestor not far away. The Hidden Killergate old ancestor, who looks like a normal middle-aged man, belongs to the kind that is thrown into the crowd and no one will notice. But only such a person is the most suitable for assassination. Although Suzaimo immediately dodged, Hidden Killergate old ancestor's response was also quick, and he temporarily changed his moves and stabbed more than a dozen swords. All these dozen swords fell on Suzaimo. Each sword pierces his Azure Lotus true body. You know, the seemingly insignificant sword, but the magical treasure of old ancestor. Only magical treasure can pierce the 7th grade Azure Lotus true body of Suzaimo. Of the dozen or so swords, each one is vital, and the most serious one is the one that pierced his heart. It's your ability to escape alive from my men alive. Hidden Killergate old ancestor lightly saying, "Why did you hit me?" Suzaimo asked coldly. "I made it." At this moment, the voice of the residual came from the side. Suzaimo slightly startled, and then there was a stun in his eyes. Just now, the major ferocious clan young master was forced to be extremely embarrassed by him. Subsequently, the 7th crown prince, the ghost master young master and the others, all secretly transmitted sounds, allowing Heavenly Gang religion, Earthly Fiend cult, and other sects to attack him together. At that time, Kanmu turned his head and faced a direction. Blindfolded, Suzaimo didn't care what he saw. Now that I want to come, that scene, it should be that the Hidden Killergate old ancestor was notified by residues, so that he was ready to shoot. So, has Hidden Killergate already acknowledged allegiance at Heaven's Eye clan? Suzaimo expression mocked, sneered slightly, and asked, "The old ancestor of great ascension at Hidden Killergate is not an ordinary cultivator. Today, it's actually obedient to Heaven's Eye clan young master, which has already proven something." Hidden Killergate old ancestor expressionless, without a word. Remnant is nodded and said, "Yes." Hidden Killergate, already acknowledge allegiance to Heaven's Eye clan in advance. All the sect forces present today have heard clearly. If you choose today's acknowledgement allegiance Heaven's Eye clan, Heaven's Eye clan can protect you in the future and let you have a habitat on the heavenly desolate continent. Kanmu's dark caves, looking around all around, said, "If you still have to put up a desperate struggle today, it is against my Heaven's Eye clan." Many cultivators looked at each other silently, and they could see the hesitation, and fear in their eyes. The sect masters of Super Sect, including Sword Sect, Primordial Sect, and Colored Glaze Palace, all choose to remain silent. You cultivator of the Hidden Killergate, practice many concealment techniques. The tracks are hidden, no one can find your tracks. What are you afraid of? How did you choose acknowledgement allegiance? Profound Principal Palace Master is still unbelievable, he asked. Hidden Killergate old ancestor was silent for a long time before slowly said, "It's not that no one, every Heaven's Eye clan, can see through our tracks. The secret technique of Hidden Killergate, under Heavenly Eye, has nothing to hide." Hidden Killergate, there is no choice. For even more, good night. Eternal Sacred King Chapter 1577 Chapter 1577, You don't want to die, you have to die. One more. No choice? Suzaimo laughed. Is there a choice for King Fingguin? Is there a choice for Clearheart Monastery? Suzaimo stared at Hidden Killergate old ancestor, loudly said, "If there is no other choice, acknowledge allegiance to ferocious clan." As early as antiquity time, human race should be destroyed. Without the endless bones of the sages of human race, and the bloody battles of the ancient emperors, how could there be a peace in the 10,000 years of human race? These words are slamming. Some super sect cultivators such as Heavenly Gang Religion and Earthly Fiend Cult all bow their heads, revealing shame. Hidden Killergate old ancestor expressionless, silent. Suzaimo pointed at the hidden Killer Gate old ancestor and said, "This land under your feet is an ancestor of countless human races, paved with endless blood and tired bones. You were born and grew up in Sri Lanka, but now you kneel down to ferocious clan. How do you face to meet those human race ancestors?" These words are said to be sharper than any divine weapon. Hidden Killer Gate old ancestor's face finally changed. He has cultivated to the great ascension realm, has experienced countless life and death battles, and has seen countless winds and waves. Dao is rock solid and unshakable. Not to mention 3 words and 2 words. Even if there is a special attack method against Dao, it is difficult to affect him. But Suzaimo's remarks made his Dao shake slightly, revealing a weak spot. Hidden Killer Gate old ancestor's face was gloomy, and suddenly said with a sneer, "Didn't expect. Huang Wu is still a tongue-cheek. If you say this, it is useless to me. I stepped into cultivation for longevity. I am only 50,000 years old and I don't want to die yet." The life essence of the old ancestor of great ascension is 100,000 years old, more than 50,000 years old, and is in peak. The death has nothing to do with whether you want to. Suzaimo murderers looking staring at Hidden Killer Gate old ancestor, saying, "Today, even if you don't want to die, you must die." Hidden Killer Gate old ancestor sneered, and said, "Why, the famous 10,000 Huang Wu half-ancestor under the heavens, is suppressing and killing me, this old ancestor of great ascension." "What is it?" Suzaimo coldly said, "Old ancestor, just rebirth from a drop of blood, is not dead." It's ignorant. Hearing here, the Lord Heavenly Gang religion and Earthly Fiend cult, 2 major sects, sneered and expressed sarcasm. Penglai Island Lord, Poison sect, Corpse Refining Religions sect Lord are all sitting idly and waiting to see the excitement. The major ferocious clan young masters even took advantage of this opportunity to heal and restore physical strength. 10,000 people are clear. The further behind the cultivation realm, the greater the gap in battle strength, and the more difficult the higher level challenge becomes. For example, in the Chi condensation environment, Foundation establishment realm, Gold core realm, most sects heaven chosen can fight beyond the ranks, even push and kill opponents across great realm. But the cultivation base has become very rare in the body fusion realm, great ascension realm. Moreover, there is an insurmountable natural divide between half-ancestor and old ancestor. This is not a realm problem. This is a complete transformation of the power level. Even in antiquity time, true cultivation civilization is in the Great Peaks Great Golden World, and many evils such as Eternal Human Sovereign and Demon Sovereign Li Hen have emerged. It has never been heard that half-ancestor can surpass suppression and kill old ancestor situation. Although the 10,000 living creatures admit that Huang Wu is this life, the most powerful demon, even the major ferocious clan young masters, are inferior to him. But 10,000 living creatures do not believe that Huang Wu can cross the great realm, suppress and kill old ancestor of great ascension. Hidden Killer Gate old ancestor's mouth slightly angled, expression joke, "Huang Wu, if you are not injured, there may be a chance. Unfortunately, you hit me 10 to 6 swords. Although I couldn't stab your primordial spirit, my 10 and 6 swords pierced through your internal organs and picked off your big limbs." Hearing here, there was a stir in the crowd. Body fusion great expert, indeed can be reborn with severed limbs. But that's also when chi and blood are abundant. It's just a broken heart. For body fusion great expert, half-ancestor expert, it is already a devastating blow. The heart is broken, chi and blood flow quickly, and the battle strength decreases sharply. It won't last long. Even more how? The viscera is broken, the vitality is cut off, and the big limbs of the 4 limbs are cut off. This fleshly body of Huang Wu is completely destroyed. Hidden Killer Gate is best at assassination. Hidden Killer Gate old ancestor shot. How could he return without success? My 10-6 swords have cut off your dirty life. And now, although you can still stand, it is already an arrow at the end of its flight. Hidden Killer Gate old ancestor said with a sneer, "Huang Wu, stop it. You can't hide it from me. Is it? Suzumo released the palm of his chest and said lightly, "That's disappointing you." Crash bang. Suzumo's within the body. There was a sound of tidal waves, surging. How could there be any signs of chi and blood declining? 10,000 creatures shook, their eyes widened. How can it be? Hidden Killer Gate Old Ancestor frowned. This is also the confusion of 10,000 people. Hidden Killer Gate Old Ancestor's sword can never be missed, and the blood arrow shot in midair is seen by 10,000 people. The only explanation is Azure Lotus True Body. This Azure Lotus True Body is really amazing. The heart is punctured and he can instantly heal. Yeah, the heart heals, chi and blood work, and it's much easier to restore the vitality of other viscera. With such a powerful self-healing power, we can only completely destroy this Azure Lotus True Body by breaking it by 40%. There is a person cultivator pondered then said, "So, Huang Wu just talked with Hidden Killer Gate Old Ancestor. The real purpose is to delay time and make Azure Lotus True Body heal." What's healed? Healing Wu Wu is just half Ancestor. How can he fight against Old Ancestor of Great Ascension? In this battle, many creatures are still not optimistic about Huang Wu. Interesting. Hidden Killer Gate Old Ancestor smiled, calmed down quickly, and said, "In that case, I will kill you again." The words did not fall. Hidden Killer Gate Old Ancestor's figure shook a bit, and disappeared before everyone's eyes under the attention of countless line of sight. It's gone. I can't sense even a little breath. 10,000 creatures widened their eyes and were shocked. Profound Principal Palace Master Heart shivered with cold. What seemed to come to mind, suddenly loudly said, "Huang Wu, be careful." This is the ability to dive invisibility technique. One of the invisibility techniques, 10001000 lesser divine ability. There are many hidden spells, but there will always be a variety of weak spots. And the invisibility technique is really in the public eye. The body of Hidden Killer Gate Old Ancestor disappears completely, and no trace is revealed. Whether it is the divine consciousness exploration, or the five senses to inspect, listen, and perceive, you will not notice the breath of Hidden Killer Gate Old Ancestor. This is where terrifying for Hidden Killer Gate. This lesser divine ability, combined with the assassination of the Hidden Killer Gate, is perfect. Even the ordinary Old Ancestor of Great Ascension cannot stop the sudden killing. Hidden Killer Gate Old Ancestor disappeared and disappeared. But everyone knows that when he shows up again, it must be a thunderbolt blow. Eternal Sacred King Chapter 1578. Chapter 1578. Life for Life 2. Suzumo stood still, motionless. When Hidden Killer Gate Old Ancestor released the invisibility technique, he closed his eyes and even shielded the five senses. Only in this way, the kind of spiritual awareness on him can perceive the existence of Hidden Killer Gate Old Ancestor. In fact, with Eye of Nether glimmering, he can also see the tracks of Hidden Killer Gate Old Ancestor. But even if he saw the trail, he could hardly react. Hidden Killer Gate Old Ancestor not only disappears, but also moves very fast. He wanders beside Suzumo, erratic. Suzumo's Eye of Nether glimmering can't keep up with the speed of Hidden Killer Gate Old Ancestor. Only with spiritual awareness can he capture the trail of Hidden Killer Gate Old Ancestor. But this is not enough. Old Ancestor of Great Ascension has a divine ability that rebirth from a drop of blood. Wanting to suppress and kill Old Ancestor of Great Ascension is as difficult as Heavenly Ascension. For Hidden Killer Gate Old Ancestor, if he fails to suppress and kill him immediately, he will be more alert. It's even harder to suppress and kill him. So, for Suzumo, there is only one chance to make a shot. In such a fierce and dangerous battlefield, Suzumo's mind calmed down, like an ancient well, calm and calm. Hidden Killer Gate Old Ancestor did not show up. Suzumo also closed her eyes and remained motionless. Everything looks calm and tranquil, but everyone knows that under the calm, there is a surging undercurrent. Once it breaks out, it will definitely set off a stormy sea. The atmosphere on the battlefield became even more tense. Even the 10,000 people who watched this scene subconsciously held their breath and refused to blink. It is very likely that in the blink of an eye, The battlefield has already been born and died. I don't know when the fight between 6 great ferocious clans and human race stopped. The two separated, staring at Suzumo in the battlefield. At this moment, even though Who's and the others are very worried, they dare not rush forward and do not dare to make a sound, for fear of affecting Suzumo. At this time, a little distraction may be blood spluttered on the spot. Time passes by. 5 minutes of time has passed. Hidden Killer Gate Old Ancestor never showed up and never shot. These 5 minutes of time are a lot of suffering for the 10,000 living beings present, like the past 6 months. This is the terrifying of Hidden Killer Gate. The assassin at Hidden Killer Gate was very patient. If you don't show up for a moment, you need to be on guard at all times. And you can't be slack. Hidden Killer Gate Old Ancestor seems to have left Suzumo on the battlefield. Eyes closed, seemed to be asleep. Suzumo's heart moved even when 10,000 people were a little impatient. Suddenly, there was a wave in the water like an ancient well. Suzumo's oblique rear, a slender sword emerged, moved towards his skull and stabbed silently. Hidden Killer Gate Old Ancestor is finally out. Of course, when the 10,000 creatures saw this sword, the tip of the sword had already stabbed Suzumo's scalp. Suddenly, among the flashes of light, Hidden Killer Gate Old Ancestor added a palm to his wrist holding the sword, strong and powerful, holding his wrist firmly. This fine sword had touched Suzumo's scalp, and even a trace of blood was flowing. But it couldn't stick. Hidden Killer Gate excels at assassination. The fleshly body and bloodline of Hidden Killer Gate is not strong. Even the old ancestor of Great Ascension of Hidden Killer Gate is better than Suzumo's Azure Lotus true body on fleshly body and bloodline. Huang Wu actually blocked the killing blow from Hidden Killer Gate Old Ancestor. An exclamation came from the crowd. Hidden Killer Gate Old Ancestor's eyes passed with a touch of surprise. He didn't even think that Suzumo could see through his movements, one step ahead and stop his killing moves. Suzumo is at the forefront, and from this close distance, he has countless ways to take the Hidden Killer Gate Old Ancestor seriously. He could even break Hidden Killer Gate Old Ancestor's wrist with just a lot of force. But none of these methods can completely suppress and kill Old Ancestor of Great Ascension. He only has one chance. Once you miss it, letting Hidden Killer Gate Old Ancestor run away is a huge threat to him and others. Kill. Suzumo gaze as if a torch, suddenly loudly shouted, right hand slammed Hidden Killer Gate Old Ancestor's wrist, not letting him break away. The left hand condensed the sword technique, and moved towards Hidden Killer Gate Old Ancestor. Not good. Hidden Killer Gate Old Ancestor was shocked and his pupils contracted sharply. Suzumo's sword finger burst into a dazzling brilliance. This is not a sword chi at all. It's hunted 8000. In order to suppress and kill Hidden Killer Gate Old Ancestor, Suzumo has no intention of keeping his hand. All 8000 sword chi are shrouded in Hidden Killer Gate Old Ancestor. Hiss. 10,000 creatures change color in shock, suck in a breath of cold air. Such dense sword chi is enough to cut the whole void into pieces, let alone fall on a person. These sword chi can kill all the vitality of Hidden Killer Gate Old Ancestor within the body. The premise of rebirth from a drop of blood must also be the survival of the primordial spirit, and have a drop of blood that holds vitality. And this 8000 sword chi burst out, enough to wipe out every drop of blood that strangled Hidden Killer Gate Old Ancestor, even his primordial spirit. Too bad. 10,000 ethnic creatures grinned. Their eyes were full of shock. Hidden Killer Gate Old Ancestor took a shot and missed it. Suzumo caught the weak spot, and such a terrifying attack broke out. Don't give Hidden Killer Gate Old Ancestor a second shot at all. Kill. At that moment, Hidden Killer Gate Old Ancestor's eyes flashed a decisive moment, and he yelled. He ignored the punctured hunted 8000 sword chi, and leaned forward with the other hand, bursting a cold light in his cuff, sinking into Suzumo's chest. Hidden Killer Gate Old Ancestor's second sword. Both sides suffer. There was an exclamation from the crowd. In other words, this can no longer be regarded as both sides suffer, but for life. Hidden Killer Gate Old Ancestor knew he could not escape. But even if he died, he would pull Suzaimo together. The distance between the two sides is too close. Suzaimo's right hand held the wrist of Hidden Killer Gate Old Ancestor, and the heaven-murdering sword chi broke out in his left hand. It was too late to resist the sword. When 8,000 heaven-murdering sword chi descended on Hidden Killer Gate Old Ancestor, the sword of Hidden Killer Gate Old Ancestor also stabbed him in the chest. The sword trembled in his chest, bursting out a path of extreme sword intent, as if to tear everything. You know, this is the dying sword of the Old Ancestor of Great Ascension, releasing the full power of the Hidden Killer Gate Old Ancestor, without reservation. In the top of the head of Suzaimo, an azure light flew out. Good Fortune Lotus platform guarded the black-haired primordial spirit, came out of the shell, and quickly escaped the battlefield. Just as Good Fortune Lotus platform left, Suzaimo's azure lotus true body was dying by the sword of Hidden Killer Gate Old Ancestor, chopped 40% 5 and turned into a pile of flesh. Internal organs, all cut into pieces, drenched with blood. Horrible to see. Hidden Killer Gate Old Ancestor is even worse. The whole person was chopped into a blood mist by hunting 8,000 heaven-murdering sword chi. Eternal Sacred King Chapter 1579. Chapter 1579 Rebirth from a drop of blood. 3 more. The killing was just a flash of light, and the victory was already set. To be precise, life and death had been separated in less than one breath. To everyone's surprise, Hidden Killer Gate Old Ancestor has fallen. As a half-ancestor, Huang Wu actually crossed the Great Realm, suppressing and killing Old Ancestor of Great Ascension. Although, the price is really tragic. Azure Lotus true body was slain by Old Ancestor, chopped to pieces, completely turned into a pile of drenched with blood, completely scrapped. Even Huang Wu's primordial spirit survived under the protection of Good Fortune Lotus platform. But without Azure Lotus true body, Huang Wu is no longer threatened. The 10,000 ancient demon who once used Heavenly Desolate to suppress the major title disciples and push the major ferocious clan young masters from now on has become a thing of the past. Brother, Su Xining whispered softly. His eyes flushed, and tears came out. Oh, Zi Ling Wu and the others all sighed. Yi Ling is expressionless. The expressions of 10,000 ethnic creatures are complicated. Some reveal a trace of regret, and some taking pleasure in other people's misfortune. For 6 great ferocious clans young master, this result, although worse than they expected, is acceptable. Although Huang Wu is not dead, in their eyes, it is already a waste. Until this time, the major ferocious clan young masters were relieved, and a relaxed smile reappeared on their faces. Urakshasa frowned slightly. The wicked avatar is ruined. I don't know if he will show up, Urakshasa said secretly in his heart. I hope he doesn't come. Even if he comes, it's useless and will be buried here. Huang Wu, I admit that you are strong, and you can cross the Great Realm, and send me an Old Ancestor of Great Ascension suppress and kill. The voice of Hidden Killer Gate Old Ancestor echoed in midair. The primordial spirit of Hidden Killer Gate Old Ancestor has been cut off by heaven-murdering sword chi, and this voice today is just the last remnant thought he left in the world. But I just want to tell you, even if you can suppress and kill me, I will pay you a hard price. Ha ha ha. Although I am dead, I can destroy such a powerful demon evil, and it is not a dead death. If anyone mentions Huang Wu in the future, I will definitely think of me. I will be in the annals of history. Everyone will remember that it was I who abolished Huang Wu's Azure Lotus true body. It was I who destroyed the 10,000 ancient first evil, and knocked down the altar. This remnant thought of Hidden Killer Gate Old Ancestor, impudent laughed. I'm afraid I'll let you down. Just then, Good Fortune Lotus platform flew back from a distance. Suzaimo's voice came out from inside. Piece by piece, pink lotus petals spread out, and the glow was diffused, revealing the primordial spirit of Blackhead sitting cross-legged. What did you say? Hidden Killer Gate Old Ancestor's remnant thought shouted. The black-haired primordial spirit rose up, encouraging the divine consciousness, and slowly said, Azure Lotus true body, give me condensation. In the void, a strange power pervades, and there is a huge and vigorous vitality. Under the gaze of countless lines of sight, those pieces of flesh and blood of Azure Lotus true body have quickly condensed and reshaped. In an instant, Azure Lotus true body is back. The whole fleshly body looks like crystal clear and near transparent, flawless and stainless. Chi and blood surges, and internal organs are filled with huge vitality. On the huge battlefield, absolute silence. All creatures, eyes widened, watching the scene incredibly. What is this? Rebirth from a drop of blood? Countless confusions emerged from the minds of 10,000 people. This scene looks exactly like the rebirth from a drop of blood from old ancestor of Great Ascension. Huang Wu has stepped into the Great Ascension realm and become the old ancestor of Great Ascension? No. He's still half ancestor. How can this be? It's good fortune Azure Lotus. It must be good fortune Azure Lotus. A cultivator loudly said, good fortune Azure Lotus is supreme treasures of heaven and earth, seizing the heaven and earth's good fortune, and every stage of its growth has the mystery of unimaginable. The black hair primordial spirit divine consciousness moved into an azure light with the good fortune lotus platform, plunged into the eyebrows of Azure Lotus true body, and returned to the sea of consciousness. That cultivator is only half right. If only 7th grade good fortune Azure Lotus, there is no such power. This method similar to rebirth from a drop of blood is Suzaimo's absorption of refined wafri wood. After undergoing the ability of storm baptism and cultivation for decades, he realized a little of the ability of divine abilities power, and Azure Lotus true body grew to 7th grade peak, a means of awakening. Many causes and effects add to Suzaimo's understanding of this powerful approach that is almost rebirth from a drop of blood. This is impossible. This is impossible. Hidden Killer Gate old ancestors remnant thought, feeling this scene, suddenly fell into endless madness, hysterically raw. Originally, he could leave without regret. But now, his heart is full of unwillingness and resentment. Suzaimo reinventing Azure Lotus true body means he's dead. Huang Wu is almost perfect, suppress and kill him across a great realm. The remnant thought of Hidden Killer Gate old ancestor, roaring in the battlefield. Hey! Suzaimo expression is cold, vomiting Brahman sound. Bang! Hidden Killer Gate old ancestor's voice stopped abruptly. This remnant thought also broke down completely. The last trace of Hidden Killer Gate old ancestor left in this world disappeared. He will not go down in history. No one will remember him. Later generations mentioned him, maybe just a poor old ancestor of Great Ascension who was suppressed and killed by Huang Wu in Ancestor Realm. This Huang Wu truly deserves to be the first evil Indiana 10000 ancient times. In Half Ancestors Realm, there is such a method similar to rebirth from a drop of blood, which is almost an unying body for semi-ancestor realm. Nice. Old ancestor can't show up. I'm afraid no one can suppress and kill him. Expressions of 10,000 creatures shake, whisper. There was no progress at this 1000 ethnic conference, but the 1000 ethnic creatures didn't feel indifferent. Xining laughed. This fuck, the big brother can really play and scare Tiger. Ling Wu grinned and patted his chest, smiling silly. Who tells Tiger? Huzu was also in a good mood, and then gave Ling Wu a slap. Go, brother Hu, you hit me again. Ling stared and turned to look at Yiling. Old 5, you help me, brother who knows to bully me. Bullying you. Huzu rolled his eyes and started a fight with Ling Wu. Yiling watched this scene quietly, the familiar warmth flowing in her heart, a smile on her face. No matter what, no matter where he is or who he is, the brothers' relationship between them has not changed in the slightest. Even when Huz and the others learned of his true identity, he did not change his attitude towards him, without fear or resistance. In the eyes of Huz and the others, Yiling is the old 5 and not a taboo. Whoever bullies him is against their 7 brothers. Eternal Sacred King Chapter 1580 1580 Chapter 4. Although Suzaimo suppresses and kills the Hidden Killer Gate old ancestor, the expression becomes more dignified. and his heart is not easy. Old ancestor of great ascension came out so soon. The situation became extremely unfavorable to him. If this 10,000 family conference is only negotiation between body fusion great expert and half ancestor, then there is no threat to Azure Lotus true body. But this is simply impossible. At this time behind the profound principal palace, I don't know how many old ancestor of great ascension eyes are staring at it. If the old ancestor of great ascension comes out, Azure Lotus true body can't resist it. Being able to slay hidden killer gate old ancestor does not mean that he can confront the old ancestor of great ascension. As a result, the cultivator of hidden killer gate is good at assassination, and the front battle strength is not strong. In the second, hidden killer gate old ancestor's judgment on Suzaima was wrong. He didn't expect that Suzaima could see through him. He didn't expect Suzaima to be born again. One mistake island enough to divide birth and death. Even more how is two mistakes. Hidden killer gate old ancestor died unjustly. But now, Suzaima Azure Lotus true body's whole card has been exposed, and the 8,000 heaven murdering sword chi have been released. His whole cards are running low. The whole cards that can threaten the old ancestor of great ascension are even rarer. If the old ancestor of great ascension appears again, he will be difficult to resist. And at this 10,000 ethnic conference, no one can protect Azure Lotus true body. Azure Lotus true body's biggest dependency is Dragon Phoenix true body and the Dragon clan behind him. However, Dragon Phoenix true body is still in the Barbarian clan breakthrough Great Ascension realm. He can only do everything he can to wait for the arrival of Dragon Phoenix true body. If I read correctly, this person should be the brother of Huang Wu, the immemorial taboo of Yiling. Just then, Heavenly Gang Religion Sect Lord stood up and pointed at Yiling beside whose loudly said. Yiling did not imitate the ontology. It was always human race. Even Ferocious Clan hadn't noticed him. But now, Heavenly Gang Religion Sect Lord pierced Yiling's identity and immediately attracted the attention of Major Ferocious Clan. Every Ferocious Clan does not hide his killing intent. God Clan's Xiaoxiang goddess is even more so. Suzaimo's cold eyes fell on Heavenly Gang Religion Sect Lord. Icily said, I think you're really tired. Hee. Huang Wu is so powerful. Just then, in the air, a cold voice came suddenly, with a hint of mockery and teasing. No one can find the source of this sound. Suzaimo's heart shivered with cold, his eyes fell behind Heavenly Gang Religion Sect Lord. There was originally a void and nothing. Suddenly, in the middle of this void, a gap was opened, as if someone had opened a huge gap. Then, a silhouette slowly came out of this crack. 10,000 clan shake. Even some cultivation realm with a lower cultivator can realize that this is the arrival of the old ancestor of great ascension. Tear the void. Only old ancestor of great ascension can control the power. This silhouette was dressed in a light blue robe with a shimmering light on it, and the whole man stood with his hands on his back, standing in the sky, as if he were transformed into a sky. The glimmer on my body is that vast star. As soon as this silhouette came out, it was filled with immense coercion. Many lower cultivation bases of cultivation base are groaned and look pale. This is the old ancestor of great ascension of Heavenly Gang Religion. The next day the old queen old ancestor stood down, looking down at Suzaimo, and slowly said, Huang Wu is so powerful. Would you kill me too? I heard that someone was going to kill me and teach Sect Lord. Just then, another voice sounded. In the sky above the earthly fiend cult, the void splits again, and there is a gust of wind. In the dark and deep void, suddenly a pair of pale hands are pulled out, tearing the crack, and a silhouette comes out of it. Another old ancestor of great ascension. This old ancestor of great ascension is a skinny old man with a pale look, but the expression is extremely ruthless. He just landed on the profound principal palace, and looked around all around. Murderers looking. Earthly fiend cult's old ancestor. Earth, you are here too. Thank you. Old ancestor's eyes turned and fell on the body of this earthly fiend cult. Old ancestor, lightly nodded. Hee. An old ancestor laughed aloud and said, I heard that now in the true cultivation world, there is a Huang Wu. Slaughter all sides. and I also threaten to suppress and kill. I teach sect lord, I will come out and see. Who are you? It's nothing. Tanku old ancestor pointed at Suzaimo below, and said, it's a small child of the mother of mother's milk not yet dried. And there are no 3 heads 6 arms. Oh, old ancestor frowned, and said quietly, it's him, it looks really ordinary. Tanku old ancestor also said, however, you have to be careful. Don't plant it. This Huang Wu owns as your lotus true body and can rebirth from a drop of blood. He just gave an old ancestor from Hidden Killer Gate to damn it. That said, I am even more interested. Grief old ancestor grinned. 2 people sing a harmony, both inside and outside is suppress and kill Suzaimo. Suzaimo laughed, saying, 2 old ancestor are really amazing. 6 great ferocious clans. When you slaughtered my human race cultivator, you didn't show up. Now, the second place came out to show off one's military strength. Suzaimo said this sentence with obvious mockery. But the 2 old ancestor of Great Ascension lived for 2 years. They did not care about this provocation at all, and the expression remained unchanged. Tanku old ancestor said, 6 great ferocious clans suppress and kill human race. I didn't see it. I just heard that you want to kill me, sect lord of Heavenly Gang religion. Because he should kill. Suzaimo ignored the old ancestor and interrupted it. In the eyes of old ancestor, killing intent flashed. Suzaimo coldly said, Heavenly Gang religion sect lord, forgotten ancestors, because of timidity and fear. He acknowledged allegiance at 6 great ferocious clans. He should not only kill, but also chopped up 10,000 times by 1,000 blades. Whether he should kill, that's my Heavenly Gang religion. Tanku old ancestor slowly said, as an outsider, you want to suppress and kill me as a lord of the cult, and that is to be my enemy of Heavenly Gang religion. I understand. Suzaimo suddenly nodded, and said, it turns out that it's not Heavenly Gang religion sect lord's timidity, but these old ancestor of your Heavenly Gang religion, already acknowledged allegiance in ferocious clan. It's you who really chopped up 10,000 times by 1,000 blades. You wanna die. Tanku old ancestor was furious, suddenly shot. The huge palm, moved towards Suzaimo's head suppressed, and in the palm of his heart, there was a huge ancient star. Huang Wu, I heard that many cultivators of Earthly Fiend cult have died in your hands, and you will be dead today. The old ancestor also shot at the same time. His body flickered, and he took out a long knife, and moved towards Suzaimo. Before the blade arrives, there are endless baleful chi rushing, suffocating. The surrounding temperature plummets, like falling hell. Profound Principal Palace Master was furious, loudly said, you too, as the old ancestor of Great Ascension, don't want to be ashamed. It is a pity that the 2 old ancestor of Great Ascension dismissed the Profound Principal Palace Master's rebuke completely, and focused on suppressing and killing Huang Wu. For even more, good night. I heard that tomorrow is a special holiday. I hope fellow Taoists are caring, protect small animals, and don't abuse dogs. Eternal Sacred King Chapter 1581. Chapter 1581, White Shirt Woman. This Huang Wu has no support, even if there is a Misty Peak and a sect like 100 Refinements sect standing behind him. It is useless. There is no old ancestor of Great Ascension to sit in. Yeah, now old ancestor from Heavenly Gang religion and Earthly Fiend cult has appeared. And there is no old ancestor of Great Ascension to help him. Huang Wu is in danger. Do you think it's just old ancestor of Heavenly Gang religion and Earthly Fiend cult? Another big monster said slightly with a sneer, I told you, I don't know how many ferocious clan old ancestor stared at, and once human race old ancestor appeared. These ferocious clan old ancestor will definitely be shot. When the time comes, that's the real blood flowing into a river. Good. These ferocious clan old ancestor are waiting for the old ancestor of Great Ascension of human race to appear. At this time, which old ancestor of Great Ascension dares to appear to help Huang Wu, you must die. Think about it, these old ancestor of Great Ascension cultivation is not easy, and who is not related to Huang Wu, Who will be involved for Huang Wu own body dies and Dao disappears. 10,000 people talk in secret and analyze the situation. Bang! In the battlefield, Tangqiu Old Ancestor took the shot. The huge palm carrying the power of the stars, suppressed it, and a loud noise broke out. Suzaimo squeezed magic arts with both hands, and beside him, 3 different colors of flames instantly appeared. Immortal Sect Fire, Buddha Sect Fire, Demon Sect Fire. Kog. Suzaimo lightly shouted. The 3 sects quickly gathered in front of them. Suzaimo's brows burst into a blazing primordial spirit, submerged in 3 sects. For the fire of ignorance comes. Suzaimo condensed 4 fires, and the huge palm that moved towards in the sky came down and burned away. At the same time, Long Ancestor's long sword descended, and baleful chi pervaded, almost freezing the surrounding void. As your Lotus true body chi and blood surged, a glow of light flickered, and Good Fortune Lotus platform flew out. Suzaimo held the Good Fortune Lotus platform in his hand, and moved towards the long knife cut from his side, fiercely smashed it. When Good Fortune Lotus platform collided with the long knife, fire star flowing in all directions, and a crisp sound broke out. Suzaimo groaned. Good Fortune Lotus platform was blown away. On his arm, flesh and blood burst, and in the eyes of the eye, it burst into a blood mist. The power of the old ancestor. This blade is too strong. Even with Good Fortune Lotus platform resisting and dissolving most of the power, Suzaimo's arm was shattered. It's over. The star in the palm of old ancestor is coming down. Huang Wu will surely die. 10,000 creatures shook their heads slightly. At this moment, the fire of 4 madness collided with the stars in the palm of Tangqiu Old Ancestor. Call Fire Star Refinement. Under the burning of the 4 fires, this huge ancient star could not come down. 2 kinds of forces, colliding with each other in midair, regardless of up and down. This Huang Wu's Dao law technique can even compete with the power of Old Ancestor of Great Ascension. An exclamation came from the crowd. HMPH. Tangqiu Old Ancestor said with a sneer, final struggle, how long can you persist? Tone barely fell. Cold light flashed in the eyes of Tangqiu Old Ancestor. The huge star burst, the stones splashed, and the dust was rolling. Countless meteorites have fallen, and they will soon be submerged by the fire of 4 madness. And Suzaimo chi and blood surged. The broken arm regrown in the blink of an eye. The speed is amazing. But the speed of Old Ancestor is not slow. Just as Suzaimo's arm had just grown, the old man ancestor's offensive came again. The long knife in his hand trembled and turned into countless shadows. From a very tricky angle, from bottom to top, the throat of moved towards Suzaimo was pierced. Call. Suzaimo's wings fluttered behind him. The thunder and lightning flashed on her body, and the whole person turned into a golden light, moved towards the distance. Suddenly, a great coercion came down. Tangqiu Old Ancestor shot again, lightly shouted, Xing Zhao. I saw above the sky, a huge star suddenly appeared, scattered a beam of light, and fell on Suzaimo's body. The mighty power echoes in the sky. This is the divine ability. The magic power wings behind Suzaimo broke apart instantly and could not withstand the power of this starlight. At the same time, the lightning arc on his body was defeated by the starlight. Suzaimo spit out a big mouthful of blood, and her figure was revealed. Under the shroud of this starlight, let alone far away, even if you want to act normally, it becomes extremely difficult. A drop of blood oozes on Azure Lotus' true body. In an instant, his clothes were soaked with blood. Suzaimo's within the body. There was a whistle of zizz. The bones were all under the shroud of this starlight, spread apart. I'm afraid it won't take 10 breaths. His Azure Lotus' true body will be suppressed into a mass of blood mist. And this time, he never had a chance to survive. His primordial spirit, shrouded in starlight divine ability, couldn't escape at all. There is no chance to release any rebirth from a drop of blood. With ubiquitous pressure, Azure Lotus' true body has reached its limit. Suzaimo's vision has become a bit blurred. Suddenly, His spiritual awareness felt a more chilly killing intent. Perhaps 10 breaths are no longer needed, because the landlord old ancestor has been killed. Tongiu, Earth old ancestor lightly shouted. Above the sword, suddenly a layer of dark power condensed, from the depths of 9, cold and gloomy. Divine abilities power diffuse, trembling in the void. Another divine ability is coming. Even against the half-ancestor Suzaimo, the 2 old ancestors didn't have any intention to keep their hands, and directly took out the divine ability. Brother, Ximeng exclaimed, covering his lips, and was afraid to look. Who's and the others are also expression furious, eyes widened. 2 things to have no shame, so bullying. Just then, a cold voice sounded out of thin air. Just beside Suzaimo, in the sky suddenly cracked a gap, and a silhouette came out of it. It's old ancestor of great ascension. What old ancestor of great ascension dare to help Huang Wu at this time, really afraid of death? In the voice of the people, a woman came out of this crack, black silk like a waterfall, white clothed like snow, ice muscle jade bones, and she was born perfectly. With devastatingly beautiful words, it is difficult to describe her. 10,000. 1. Jiujing is the charm under the heavens. And like Jade Rakshasa and Xiaoxiang goddess, they are both beautiful and beautiful. And this woman in white shirt has only one kind of feeling to everyone: stunning. So beautiful. In this woman's body, even the most gorgeous and beautiful words in this world are used to describe. Even the shots of Tangqiu old ancestor and Yan old ancestor were slightly frozen, and their movements were a bit slower. The appearance of the white-shirted woman calmed down the noisy 10,000 ethnic conference. More importantly, no one in the 10,000 ethnic groups recognizes this white-shirted woman. Eternal Sacred King Chapter 1582 Chapter 1582 Suppress and kill old ancestor 2 more. Suzaimo's body was shrouded in star power, his vision was blurred, and he couldn't move. He couldn't see who was coming. But when he heard the sound, he felt familiar. Is her? A silhouette flashed in Suzaimo's mind. The Jade concubine of the Dagon dynasty, Yuzhan Empress. Just then, Small Fox cheered, his voice was filled with endless surprises. At that time, Dragon Tiger Pavilion and other body fusion great experts dispatched. They wanted to kill Suzaimo, but were shot by Yuzhen. All suppress and kill. Later, Yuzhen left and disappeared. For so many years, there was no news. At the time, when Yuzhen suppressed and killed the body fusion great experts in the old city of Yan country, it was only half of Ancestor Realm. Didn't expect, I haven't seen it for many years. Today Yuzhen appeared at the 10,000 ethnic conference. It is already the old ancestor of great ascension. Yuzhen, old ancestor slightly frowned. The old man ancestor did not pay attention to Yuzhen, expression is fierce. The long knife in his hand continued to move towards Suzaimo to kill it. Suddenly, Yuzhen jade hand stroking it, plucking a dark green jade pupa from the green silk cloud pupa, only the length of the fingers, looked extremely fragile. Yuzhen expression is indifferent, holding the jade, electrooptical flint, and stabbed with precision on the blade of old ancestor. When this seemingly fragile jade collided with a long knife, but gave out a jarring ginge strike, immediately afterwards, the old ancestor complexion greatly changed, groaned, deng deng deng. The figure kept on receding, and the corners of his mouth overflowed with blood. At the same time, Yuzhen stretched out his hand and grabbed it gently in the air. In an instant, a crystal clear and near-transparent ice arrow condensed in his palm. Yuzhen raised his hand lightly. The ice arrow was cold and cold, turned into a cold light, reversing the power of the star, and the huge star above the sky moved towards the sky. The starlight that enveloped Suzaimo shattered after the advent of the ice arrow. Bang! The ice arrow hit the stars, and a loud noise broke out. The ancient star was directly pierced by the ice arrow. The star was broken, and the surface was covered with a layer of frost and disappeared on the sky. Great Ascension Middle Stage. Tangqiu and Dian, two old ancestor, changed their colors in shock and exclaimed, "Normally, If you realize the lesser divine ability, you can step into the Great Ascension realm early stage. It is possible to step into the Great Ascension middle stage if you realize the lesser divine ability of more than 10 ways. But between the Great Ascension middle stage and the Great Ascension late stage, it is a dividing line. Because, in the Great Ascension middle stage, even if you realize the lesser divine ability, you cannot step into the Great Ascension late stage. Only by realizing a great divine ability can you enter the Great Ascension late stage. Old Ancestor continued cultivation and realized the great divine ability of more than 10 ways in order to cultivate to the Great Ascension great perfection. So, even if you don't realize the peerless divine ability, the old ancestor of human race, you can practice to the Great Ascension great perfection, or even start crossing tribulation. Tanquay and Dixon, although they are old ancestor of Great Ascension, they only realized 2-3 Tao lesser divine ability respectively, and have not yet stepped into the Great Ascension middle stage. Yu Zhen practiced to the Great Ascension middle stage, which means that she has learned at least 10 lesser divine ability. You know, every time you realize a divine ability, fleshly body, bloodline, and primordial spirit, you will endure a baptism of the divine ability's power, and the battle strength has been significantly improved. Jade really has a battle strength that is 2 times higher than the old ancestor. Yu Zhen shot, Su Zima's divine ability's power collapsed, and his vision gradually recovered. But he looked pale, panting, and withstanding the repression of 2 divine abilities' power, the chi and blood of Azure Lotus true body suffered heavy losses. In a short time, it was still difficult to recover as before. Many thanks. Su Zima looked at Yu Zhen, barely nodded. Yu Zhen just glanced at him lightly, and said, "Your life, I can only kill, others are not qualified." Having said that, Jade True Lotus moved lightly, without any hesitation, and in a blink of an eye, he had already reached the ground floor. Old ancestor. A pair of jade fingers pinched the dark green jade pinch, and moved towards the ankle of old ancestor's brows. The sharp chill burst out. The old man ancestor felt the hairs on his body rising up, and his heart was terrified. Earth old ancestor once again broke into the divine ability, turning the long knife in his hand, and moved towards Yu Zhen to kill the past. At the same time, old ancestor moved towards Yu Zhen with a finger, again condensing the divine ability, and Shin said, "Starfall." A huge star emerged, but fell quickly from midair, and the speed was extremely fast, making the surface of the star burn a raging flame. This star was dragging a huge fire, and moved towards Jade. Really hit his head. HMPH. Yu Zhen expression is unchanged, coldly snorted, "Who wind?" Terrible divine abilities power diffuse, midair, suddenly a cold wind blows. This is not an ordinary cold wind. The cold wind came, and the burning flames falling on the stars were suppressed by this cold wind, and instantly frozen and extinguished. Kaka. A layer of frost covered this star. The speed of coming down is getting slower and slower. In the end, even the midair freezes, even Jade's real hair is not touched. At the same time, the long ancestor's long knife was also covered with a layer of ice crystals, which became thicker and thicker. Following the blade, it spread to the arms of the old ancestor. Old ancestor's pupils contracted violently, and he wanted to retract the long knife and retreat. But when his arm moved, there was a crackling sound. His arm shattered and fell into a pile of ice and fell to the ground without a drop of blood flowing out. The chi and blood of old ancestor of Great Ascension. How strong! A drop of blood can condense the fleshly body. But this cold wind came, freezing their chi and blood. There was a cracking sound at the foot of old ancestor. Next moment, he can't feel his flesh anymore. The chill drips into the sea of consciousness. The power of this wind divine ability has poured into the sea of consciousness through his fleshly body. Just then, Jade Wing came down and pierced his eyebrow under the gaze of old man ancestor. A small hole appeared at the center of the eyebrow. No drop of blood came out. The old man ancestor's eyes dimmed, and he fell straight. When he fell to the ground, his body shattered and turned into a line of crystal ice. Seeing this scene, All 10,000 creatures were stunned and terrified. An old ancestor of great ascension was frozen to death. In the air, Tankyu old ancestor was flickering and wanted to escape from this place. But Yuzensu raised his hand lightly, and in the sky under the old ancestor of Tankyu he burst out a path of huge ice blades, as high as 10,000 jang, extremely sharp. Pukai, Pukai, huge ice blade, soar to the sky. Bloodlight surging. The fleshly body of Tankyu old ancestor was cut by the huge ice blade. A path of shattered. Immediately after, the flash of dark green was gone. Tankyu old ancestor's primordial spirit has just escaped. Without waiting for him to rebirth from a drop of blood, condensed fleshly body, his primitive spirit was penetrated by this dark green rise of light. Body dies and Tao disappears. This dark green rays of light made a circle in midair and returned to Yuzen's palm. It was the hostile Eternal Sacred King. Chapter 1583. Chapter 1583. Tenghan old ancestor 3 more. The 10,000 creatures all looked at Yuzen Empress with a horrified expression. Secretly speaking, after Yuzen showed up, everyone didn't expect such a flawless woman. When she shot it, was so horrible. Too old ancestor of great ascension, so I was pressed and killed by Yuzen 3-2 without any hesitation. Just then, Jade Rakshasa's voice suddenly sounded in Suzaimo's mind, sending out a series of questions. Some cold and some angry. Who is this woman? What is your relationship with her? Why does she care about you so much? Suzaimo slightly frowned and ignored Jade Rakshasa. Now that he is weak and is trying to recover, how can he care about what nerve Rakshasa suddenly had? Seeing that Suzaimo did not respond, somehow, Rakshasa sighed softly, and said, hurry up. Old ancestor of my tribe is coming. If you don't leave now, I'm afraid it's too late. Tone barely fell, and over the profound principal palace, a large blood sea suddenly appeared, and the sky was soaring, covering the sky, covering the sky. A terrifying coercion came down. The expressions of 10,000 clan creatures are terrified and trembled. This coercion is even on the old ancestor, the talented Dan Qi and the landlord. Yuzen also lighted Cheng's eyebrow, looking at the blood sea in the sky. Expression grave. Hee. A cold laugh came from the blood sea. The blood sea is turbulent, setting off a stormy sea with a silhouette faintly discernible inside, exuding a terrifying atmosphere. My young master of Bloodvine clan is dead again. The sound in the blood sea sounded cold and bitter. Reporting to old ancestor, was killed by Huang Wu. A Bloodvine clan person hurriedly stood up and said sadly, good. Good. The sound in the blood sea is good again and again. Huang Wu, you kill me Bloodvine clan too as young master. I will make you regret coming to this world today. The voice did not fall. In midair, that enveloped the sky, the endless blood sea, quickly condensed in the naked eye. In an instant, the endless blood sea condenses into a silhouette. Hiss. 10,000 people are terrified. Hold breath. Cold air. What a terrible power lies in such a huge blood sea, it is impossible to imagine. Now, such a vast power is all condensed in the body of a Bloodvine clan. How powerful this Bloodvine clan is. The Bloodvine clan old ancestor treads the sky, standing in a blood-colored robe, is a middle-aged man, with a ruthless expression, slowly descends. Meet Tenghan old ancestor. Many Bloodvine clan fell to their knees, shouted loudly, and expressed respect. Get up. Tenghan old ancestor slightly nodded. Look around. All around. Look at the many Bloodvine clan corpses on the ground. The killing intent in the eyes is more prosperous. Human race. Many cultivators have battled with 6 great ferocious clans. 6 great ferocious clans is also a big loss. This time, Bloodvine clan came to more than 100 people, and just after the battle, nearly 100 people fell. Moreover, Bloodvine clan young master was also shot and killed by Suzaimo. Old 5, this Bloodvine clan is a bit strong. The spirit tiger secretly frightened, sound transmission said, I just look at him, I feel the bloodline within the body, and is about to move. There is a trend of outward movement. I don't know if Yuzhan Empress can stop him. Small Fox was worried. Difficult to say. Yiling shook her head slightly. This Tengen old ancestor's cultivation base is higher than Yuzhan Empress. Huzi frowned. Yiling shook his head. That's not true. This Tengen old ancestor is just a great ascension early stage. After a pause, Yiling said, however, Ferocious Clan is born with a powerful bloodline. Even if it is a great ascension early stage, the innate divine ability can transform the fleshly body, bloodline, primitive spirit, and battle strength. Divine ability. You mean, the battle strength of Ferocious Clan Great Ascension early stage is equivalent to the Great Ascension middle stage of human race? Huzi's heart shivered with cold. Only strong is not weak. Yiling nodded. Yiling said, and when Ferocious Clan grows to the Great Ascension middle stage, it is equivalent to human race comprehending more than 10 great divine abilities, and can compete with human race Great Ascension Great Perfection. If Ferocious Clan grows to the Great Ascension late stage, even if he does not realize any peerless divine ability, his innate divine ability will grow to a peerless level. Huzi and the others turned pale with fright. King asked, you mean, the Ferocious Clan old ancestor of the Great Ascension late stage is tantamount to comprehending a peerless divine ability? You know, for human race, to realize a peerless divine ability is equivalent to sovereign. Yiling nodded, saying, so, in the ancient book records of human race, some Ferocious Clan old ancestor can fight against human race sovereign. If Ferocious Clan grows to Great Ascension Great Perfection, Small Fox dare not continue thinking. Yiling said, the Ferocious Clan of the Great Ascension Great Perfection is equivalent to 2 divine abilities power. When Ferocious Clan realizes a peerless divine ability, and conferred the sovereign title, it means that the most common Ferocious Clan sovereign, they are all 3 Dao unparalleled divine abilities power. No wonder. In the eyes of Huzi and the others, there was a trace of sorrow. At the beginning, in the Battle of the Ancients, although the human race ushered in the Great Golden World, the true cultivation civilization reached peak, and the emperors came to the world, but they continued to fail. In human race, the vast majority of sovereign cannot compete with Ferocious Clan sovereign at all. This is the root cause. Human race old ancestor, as long as you realize a peerless divine ability, you can confer the sovereign title. But the most common Ferocious Clan sovereign is a 3 Dao peerless divine abilities power. No one knows more about Ferocious Clan than Yiling. Of course, as a taboo, growth is more terrifying than Ferocious Clan. Tengen old ancestor, you must avenge us. A Bloodvine clan gnashed his teeth. These ants of human race are getting bolder and dare to resist. Yes, another Bloodvine clan also hated and said, Teng Liuo young master died so unjustly. This is the Huang Wu sneak attack. Shoot the young master with a single arrow. Rest assured. Teng Han's old ancestor grinned and smiled. I will let these human race ants know who is the true owner of heavenly desolate continent. The words did not fall. Teng Han old ancestor suddenly opened his mouth, took a deep breath. Puh, puh, puh. The hundreds of creatures closest to him, whether it is the cultivator of human race, the monster race, or the creatures of other races, bursts of blood mist on their bodies. These blood mist condensed in the midair, turned into blood, and moved towards Tengen old ancestor's mouth surging past. Suddenly, there were hundreds of bloody waters pouring from all directions into Tengen old ancestor's mouth. This scene looks extremely infiltrating, and makes 10,000 tribe of one's hair stand on end shudder. What is this power? Just taking a breath, the blood of the 10,000 living beings within the body was detached from the fleshly body uncontrollably and sucked into the mouth by Tengen old ancestor. Not to mention body fusion great expert, even the half-ancestor expert was sucked gently by this. Chi and blood passed away. In an instant, it turned into a dead body. Body dies and Tao disappears. The 10,000 ethnic creatures were in an uproar, and they retreated, for fear of being swallowed by Tengen old ancestor. Eternal Sacred King Chapter 1584 Chapter 1584 I want to kill you. 4 more. The ferocious clan old ancestor came down, and the blood that had just ignited from the human race cooled down again. It's like a pot of cold water, poured from the beginning, bringing many cultivators back to the cruel reality. What if Huang Wu was there? When this 10,000 clan convention rises to the old ancestor level, all other great experts, half ancestor, are just ants. Huang Wu, just a more powerful ant, is not immune. Many cultivators in the Profound Principle Palace, Misty Peak, Shura Sect, and Dipankara Temple that had just fought with 6 great ferocious clans were silent, trembling in fear. They don't know if anyone could resist this Tengen old ancestor. The breath on you makes me annoying. Yu Zhen stared at Tenghan old ancestor, coldly said, and a killing intent appeared in her eyes, as if thinking of something that made her very unhappy. Suzaimo's heart moved and she soon understood. Although the destruction of the Dagon Empire was done by Long Ran, there was a secret mastermind behind it. This secret mastermind is most likely the Blood Face, or Blood Devil Dao Monarch. But whether it's Blood Face or Blood Devil Dao Monarch, it's related to blood refining demon scripture. And Blood Devil Dao Monarch is Bloodvine clan lost species. This blood refining demon scripture is derived from Bloodvine clan's cultivation technique's secret technique. Therefore, the breath on Tengen old ancestor reminded Yuzhen of the destruction of the Dagon Empire. Be careful, Suzaimo urged. He was suppressed and killed by 2 old ancestor, Tanqiu and Yan, Qi and Blood, and he is still recovering. Even more, how? This kind of battle, in his current state, will not help. Why, you little girl, come to stop me. Tengen old ancestor's eyes fell on Yu Zhen, without any fluctuation. Although Yuzhen was born beautiful and alluring, flawless, in the eyes of Tengen old ancestor, it was just a pretty blood food, that's all. In the eyes of Bloodvine clan, the 10,000 people are all blood food, all their food. If the other 8 ferocious clan were too powerful, Bloodvine clan even regarded the remaining 8 ferocious clan as blood food. I'm not trying to stop you, I'm trying to kill you. After Yu Zhen said this sentence, Lian Bu moved lightly, and in an instant, she had already come to Tengen old ancestor's body, with her fingers between her fingers, moved towards Tengen old ancestor's brows. HMPH. Tenghan old ancestor said with a malicious smile, you bloody food is really a courting death. I will send high sects myself. Then I will swallow you first, and then I will swallow Huang Wu. He simply did not look at Yuzhen. Although he is only the Great Ascension early stage, the Great Ascension early stage of ferocious clan can completely suppress the Great Ascension middle stage old ancestor of human race. Suddenly, a cold chill came. Quietly, Yuzhen has released the divine ability. Tenghan's old ancestral god changed color. Under this chill, the bloodline of his within the body even appeared a few ice crystals, and there was a tendency to freeze. Really strong divine ability. Tenghan old ancestor heart shivered with cold. Normally, the ordinary lesser divine ability does not affect him at all. But Jade is really less divine ability, which not only affects him, but also threatens his life. Blood. Tengen old ancestor drank a little, opened his mouth, and moved towards Jade. Really inhaled. This is the innate divine ability of Bloodvine clan. When he stepped into the Great Ascension realm, this innate divine ability has grown to a realm that is not weaker than the human race's lesser divine ability. Under the shroud of this bloodthirsty divine ability, any living bloodline will be moved towards Bloodvine clan. Yuzhen squinted slightly. The bloodthirsty divine ability came, and she clearly felt that bloodline within the body was about to move and wanted to get rid of the fleshly body. If Tengen old ancestor sucked her bloodline, her chi and blood passed away, and Tengen old ancestor's chi and blood climbed. In the end, she must lose. HMPH. Yuzhen's expression remained unchanged, prompting the divine consciousness, immediately releasing the second divine ability, a chill rising from her body, almost freezing her bloodline. Tenghan's bloodthirsty divine ability of old ancestor had no effect instantly, and the jade symbols between the fingers of Yuzhen too have stabbed Tenghan old ancestor's eyebrows. When Tenghan old ancestor's eyebrows flickered, and a blood bottle gourd flew out, colliding with this hoster, and a crisp sound came. "Since you won't let me drink your blood, let you taste my blood." Tengen Old Ancestor grinned, throwing the blood bottle gourd in the air. Bottle gourd bottomed up, bottle gourd mouth down, a large amount of blood pouring down, moved towards Yuzan shrouded in the past. These bloody waters are not unusual bloodline. It's Tengen Old Ancestor's blood essence for years. In Tengliuo's storage bag, a drop of Old Ancestor blood essence almost destroyed the ancient treasure-breaking method Bao. If so much Old Ancestor blood essence is contaminated, the magical treasure will be contaminated, and it is very likely that it will lose its power and cannot be used. Such insignificant ability. Yuzan's expression was fearless, there was no wave in her eyes. She suddenly opened the mouth of Dan, spit out a white cold, and blew it on the Old Ancestor blood essence that was falling in the air. Caca. So many Old Ancestor blood essence suddenly freeze in the air. But this Old Ancestor blood essence also contains extremely evil powers, and wants to break through the ice. "Give me a fire." Suddenly, in Yuzan's eyes, a scarlet-eared rays of light flashed, and his fingertips lightened. Under the Old Ancestor blood essence frozen into ice, a divine ability flame appeared. The two forces of ice and fire collide, instantly refining Old Ancestor blood essence into nothingness. This time, Tengen Old Ancestor complexion greatly changed. He thought that Yuzan was just good at some water element divine abilities, and it didn't threaten him much. Didn't expect, Yuzan not only controlled many water element divine abilities, but also fire element divine abilities. The Bloodvine family is essentially plants and trees, and is most afraid of fire. Therefore, on the 6-star mountain, Suzuima released a fire of ignorance, which caused Bloodvine clan to lose so much. Yuzan once again came to the front, and on top of the jade, a subtle flame was burning, which contained extremely terrifying divine abilities power. Tengen's Old Ancestor didn't have much time to think about it. Immediately transfigured the ontology. A huge blood vine rooted on the battlefield, waving hundreds of stout blood vines, moved towards Yuzan entangled. Many cultivator are excited. Everyone didn't expect, and the human race Old Ancestor that appeared later was so strong that it forced the body of Tengen Old Ancestor out. Caca. Yuzan expression is unchanged, the left hand is frozen, and many blood vines hit are frozen. Right hand flame, come down. Water and fire mutually restrain. The collision of two kinds of power can generate more terrifying divine abilities power. Tengen Old Ancestor's blood vine instantly become nothingness. Just in a blink of an eye, the number of 100 blood vines was completely destroyed by Yuzan. Yuzan expression was cold, headed straight to the sea of consciousness of Tengen Old Ancestor, and made up his mind to suppress and kill it here. Tengen Old Ancestor can't stop it. Wu-tan, Jinyan, when do you guys see? Come out and help me. This woman is a bit tricky. Tengen Old Ancestor screamed suddenly. For more good night. Eternal Sacred King Chapter 1585. Chapter 1585 Chapter 6 Ancestors Coming. Ha 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 ha. There was a burst of laughter in the air. A huge gap cracked above the sky, and a path of 10,000 Jang golden light burst out in it, making the night sky shine like a day. 10,000 creatures looked up. Among this huge crack, 5 silhouettes came out slowly. These 5 silhouettes descended on this heaven and earth, as if the entire heaven and earth could not tolerate them. A path of fishes appeared in the sky. Endless brilliance surging. Heaven and earth is discolored. Huge coercion came down, and 10,000 creatures issued a groan. This is the Old Ancestor of Great Ascension of 5 ferocious clan, while coming to profound principal palace. Counting the Tengen Old Ancestor of Bloodvine clan before, this is the 6th ancestor. Among the 5 silhouettes, the one in the middle is tall, blonde, and handsome, wearing a golden battle armor, golden chi and blood rising, and the blinking of divine light in his eyes. God Clan, Shenyu Old Ancestor. On the left-hand side of Shenyu Old Ancestor is a cultivator wearing a large black-green robe with a hood on his head and unable to see his face. In the hood of this ink green robe cultivator, only two faint green glows can be transmitted. This is Wu-Tan in the mouth of Teng Han, old ancestor. From which race? Shen Yu, old ancestor. Right hand is an expression indifferent man, expressionless, looks no different from human race, but at the center of his eyebrow, a thin blood stain is born, just like an eye. The indifferent man turned his eyes, and the void collapsed wherever his gaze reached. Heaven's Eye Clan, Kangming, old ancestor. On the far left and right of Shen Yu, old ancestor, there are two people with wings. However, the far right is extremely ugly, ferocious looking, like a ghost, a pair of dark flesh wings fanning, exuding an evil breath. Rakshasa Clan, Li Ying, old ancestor. The leftmost is a human bird head, a pair of golden wings, burning hot flames, sharp eyes, is a half-human half-bird form. This is Teng Han's old ancestor's mouth, golden ancestor, from Golden Crow Clan. The old ancestor of 6 great ferocious clans is here, and the terror is coming. Even Jade really frowned, expression became more dignified. But she didn't mean to stop her hand, she still wanted to Teng Han, old ancestor, suppress and kill. The oldest shadow on the far right, old ancestor, grinned, and said with some jokes, Teng Han, why can't you even get a human race woman down? Isn't that soft? Hee hee. Jinan. The far left old ancestor fanned the golden wings, and laughed. We looked around and did not show up, just to give you a chance to suppress this naughty little girl with your own hands. Didn't he expect? You were beaten so badly. Don't talk cold words there. Tengen, old ancestor, resisted Yuzin's offensive and said, this human race woman is a little tricky. Absolutely heaven chosen in human race, old ancestor. Ah, Shen Yu, old ancestor, indifferently smiled, saying, heaven chosen of human race, old ancestor, in my eyes, it's just the ants, that's all. The ants are here for you. I just want to kill Huang Wu now. Teng Han, old ancestor, said resentfully. Shen Yu, old ancestor, looked at two and asked indifferently, 4 people, who do you want to shoot? I come. Rakshasa Clan's Li Ying, old ancestor, stared at Yu Zhen, with a in her eyes, said with a malicious smile, the slave girl next to me. I haven't got such a beautiful look, just happened to catch this woman over. I'll just fan. Quirk. Tone barely fell. Li Ying, old ancestor, fanned the dark wings. A gust of whistled past. Li Ying, old ancestor's figure has disappeared. When he appeared again, he had come behind Yuzhen, found out the palm of his your black, and moved towards Yuzhen's fragrant shoulder and grabbed it. Yuzhen played against Tengen, old ancestor, and could hardly be distracted, but at the moment Li Ying, old ancestor, disappeared, she was aware of it. Yuzhen's footsteps moved sideways, pulling a series of after images behind her, avoiding Li Ying, old ancestor's dirty and ugly palms. Gaga. Li Ying, old ancestor, smiled, put a ray of green silk under the fingertips under his nose, and took a deep breath, revealing the intoxicating color. It's really fragrant. The expression of extreme disgust on Yu Zhen's face was faint. Although she was dodging fast, she was dragged by a ray of blue silk by old Li ancestor. Yes, that's the look. Li Ying, old ancestor, looked at the disgust on Yu Zhen's face, not angry and rejoicing, said with a smile, the more you disgusted in your heart now, the more excited I am when you acknowledge allegiance under my feet. Nausea. Yuzhen coldly said. Many creatures also scolded abnormalities in their hearts, but the 10,000 creatures didn't dare to show it on their faces, for fear of being caught by Li Ying, old ancestor. It's okay. Li Ying, old ancestor, flickered and disappeared in place instantly. The whole person turned into a beam of black light, hovering and flying around Yu Zhen. You will love it later. Ha 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 ha. Li Ying, old ancestor's voice, suddenly left, suddenly right, up and down, erratic, without any regularity, cannot be judged at all. The speed of Li Ying, old ancestor, is so fast that it will never appear in Yuzhen's sight. Even if Yuzhen disperses the divine consciousness, she will be released by the divine ability of Li Ying, old ancestor, which will disturb the surrounding divine consciousness, and she will not be able to sense the exact position of Li Ying, old ancestor. Even if you really want to fight with one, He can't start. HMPH. Yu Zhen expresses a cold, pinching magic arts with both hands, sending out a path of divine abilities power, submerged in the sky. In an instant, the sky was dim and the blizzard came. Just before the sky is still vast and starry. In a blink of an eye, there were dark clouds, 1,000 miles of ice, 10,000 miles of snow. The temperature of profound Principal Palace plummeted, and the wind was biting. This is the power of the divine ability. Under the freezing cold on this day, the silhouette of Li Ying Old Ancestor was naturally affected. More importantly, under the blizzards, the silhouette of Li Ying Old Ancestor was completely exposed. That beam of black light is very conspicuous in pure white snow. Kill. Yu Zhen's eyes were cold, and finally locked the silhouette of Li Ying Old Ancestor. Her hand was light, and a dark green brilliance flashed in the blizzard. In the air, bloodlight flashes. Li Ying Old Ancestor groaned. His body is exposed, and he stands in the air. I saw on his flesh wing that Yu Zhen's jade pierced a blood hole, flowing with scarlet blood. For Old Ancestor of Great Ascension, this is not a fatal injury. But many cultivator are excited. Yu Zhen Empress is stronger than everyone thinks. Naughty little girl, you hurt me. Li Ying Old Ancestor finally couldn't laugh, and his face was gloomy. I silly said, next. I want to be serious. On the other side, Tengen Old Ancestor got rid of the jade, and dozens of blood vines broke into the sky. Huang Wu. The voice of Tengen Old Ancestor sounded cold and bitter. You pay with your life. Eternal Sacred King Chapter 1586. Chapter 1586. Pick War God 2. Who? Suzaimo pinched magic arts, and instantly gathered 3 flames around him, releasing the red flame spinning lights, trying to resist the offensive of Tengen Old Ancestor. But Teng Han's battle strength of Old Ancestor is comparable to human race Great Ascension Middle Stage, which can even suppress the Great Ascension Middle Stage Old Ancestor's expert Tan Quan Dian 2 Old Ancestor, in his hands, cannot get out of 3 rounds. They will be suppressed and killed on the spot. This power gap is too big. Many blood vines entangled, like a huge blood python. The flame of the red flame spinning lights went out instantly, failed to cause a little damage to these blood vines. In an instant, dozens of blood vines opened bloody mouth wide open like a sacrificial bowl, all biting on Azure Lotus' true body. Those sharp cavities pierced the Azure Lotus' true body directly. Suzaimo groaned. The blood on his face faded. Ga. Teng Han, the old ancestral god, is excited and can't help saying with a big smile, Huang Wu, I want to drain your bloodline little by little. I want you to feel what is the fear of death. By means of Teng Han Old Ancestor, just a blood vine is enough to devour Suzaimo. But he didn't. He used dozens of blood vines, all biting on Suzaimo's body. On Azure Lotus' true body, almost covered with blood vine, there is no intact place. All were bitten by the fangs on top of blood vine. Teng Han Old Ancestor is to absorb Suzaimo's bloodline bit by bit, and torture Suzaimo in this way. Death is not terrifying. Feeling the passing of life bit by bit, but helpless, that feeling is the real terrifying. At this time, no one can help Suzaimo. In Yu Zhen's eyes, there was a trace of anxiety. Her eyes glanced at Suzaimo from time to time, her eyes frowning. Suzaimo wasn't an important person for her. There is no real love between two people. But Yu Zhen wakes up in this life and has a relationship with Suzaimo. She woke up, and the first person she saw was Suzaimo. Even more how? There are 2 people in the crypt, and there are some things that are hard to tell. She has awoke in this life, so the old man has already left. The only thing she could remember was only Small Fox. To add another person, I'm afraid it's Suzaimo. She was a little distracted, and on the shoulder, she was cut through a wound by the double knife in the hand of Li Ying Rakshasa, drenched with blood. What's more terrifying is that the double knives in the hands of Li Ying Rakshasa, I don't know what evils are infecting the tempering, and the wounds quickly turn green and rot. Yu Zhen's eyes narrowed slightly. He opened his mouth, exhaled a cold, and froze the wound. Fighting with Rakshasa clan, even if attentive, may not be safe and sound. Even more how is absent-minded. You can't protect yourself, and you want to save him? Li Ying old ancestor sneered. Li Ying old ancestor is not a lie. In the air, there are 4 great ferocious clan. Old ancestor glare like a tiger watching his prey. Human race's old ancestor, who hasn't shown up yet, is really tolerable. We showed up too early, and it is estimated that the old ancestor of human race is scared to appear. No. This is Profound Principle Palace. Even if other human race old ancestors dare not show up, old ancestor from Profound Principle Palace will come out. Shenyu old ancestor. 4 people stand on the treads the sky, expressionless, but communicate in the dark consciousness. 4 of them didn't make any shots, but in fact, they were all waiting for the human race old ancestor to show up. So let's kill. On the battlefield, Suzaimo was entangled in dozens of blood vines and was almost never drowned. 10,000 living creatures can see that the blood vine is constantly creeping. A path of bloodline flows along these blood vines into the body of Tengen old ancestor. Big brother Huziximing and the others exclaimed. Zaimo, Jiojing, Jit Shengshan and the others are also expression earthquakes. Do not care. Huzi wheeled 1,000 pounds and rushed forward. He is just a big demon, and the power gap between Teng and old ancestor is too big. Teng Han's old ancestor is just a finger and may suppress him. But at this moment, Huzi and other brothers were rushing in blood, and couldn't care much, so they rushed forward. Just then, a voice suddenly sounded in Huzi and the others' minds. Don't come over. I am fine. Although this voice was a bit weak, it was indeed Suzaimo's voice, and everyone heard it. Really? Big brother? Huzi and the others stared at their eyes in disbelief, looking at the battlefield, their hearts filled with confusion. In that battlefield, the silhouette of Suzaimo has been drowned in the blood vine, and no one knows what happened inside. Normally, the battle strength of Tengen old ancestor can definitely suppress and kill Suzaimo. But he chose another way, trying to devour Suzaimo's bloodline. Today, Suzaimo is a humanoid good fortune Azure Lotus. The moment this happened, it was no longer Tengen old ancestor that swallowed Suzaimo's bloodline, but a bloodvine that swallowed refined fortune Azure Lotus. Suzaimo originally thought that this Azure Lotus true body would be buried here, but when Tengen old ancestor began to absorb his bloodline, his Azure Lotus true body and good fortune lotus platform burst out of a path of glow. He's inside the body of chi and blood, but getting stronger. Under the entanglement of dozens of blood vines, Suzaimo's body has completely disappeared, replaced by a dark green Azure Lotus. At this moment, there are countless blood vines entangled on this jade green Azure Lotus, biting the lotus stem, and want to draw the power of good fortune Azure Lotus. In this way, the jade green Azure Lotus was immediately counterattacked. The blood vine family is just a race of vegetation. Among the plants and family, good fortune Azure Lotus is much stronger than the blood vine clan family. The number of blood vines is huge and even forms a race. And good fortune Azure Lotus, in this between heaven and earth, in the vast universe, there is only one strain. There is no race at all. Born at the beginning of chaos, it implies heaven and earth, endless growth. If there is any true spiritual god among the plants and trees, good fortune Azure Lotus is one of them. There is never too much of this kind of true supreme treasures of heaven and earth spiritual item, like the great sacred trees, Bodhi tree, Worryless tree, and Sal tree of Buddha sect. There are only 2 plants, which is far more powerful than Bloodvine clan. This action of Tenghan old ancestor is tantamount to challenging the gods in the vegetation. Good fortune Azure Lotus was born of chaos. Without a strong draw force, it is impossible to survive in the chaotic environment. This bloodthirsty of Bloodvine clan is too small by the power of good fortune Azure Lotus. Today's scene is like dozens of creeks, wanting to absorb the seawater in the ocean into their own within the body. Good fortune Azure Lotus, gently swaying, takes root on the ground, bursting out a path of glow. Dozens of blood vines are still biting on good fortune Azure Lotus, But this situation of drawing the power of chi and blood has quietly reversed. Write to God. Forget to post. Eternal Sacred King Chapter 1587. Chapter 1587, Human Race Old Ancestor arrives. 3. Good fortune as your lotus, because seizing the heaven and earth's good fortune is extremely difficult to conceive. Throughout the ages, only the ancient Buddha Emperor had bred good fortune as your lotus to 8th grade realm. And Suzaimo's good fortune as your lotus is absorbing immemorial divine spring, worry-free wood, and even baptism that has experienced storms of the divine ability. For decades and 100 years of tempering cultivation, it is still close to 8th grade. His 7th grade has made Azure Lotus true body scary. It even spawns a powerful tool similar to rebirth from a drop of blood. But even so, it is difficult for Suzaimo to break through to the level of 8th grade realm. To cross this threshold requires tremendous energy. If it is normal cultivation, Suzaimo wants to break through to 8th grade good fortune Azure Lotus. I don't know how many years it will take. Maybe 100 years or 1000 years. Now, the emergence of Tengen Old Ancestor gives good fortune Azure Lotus a perfect breakthrough opportunity. Initially, bloodline strength was still flowing along the bloodvine, continuously into the Tengen Old Ancestors within the body. Tengen Old Ancestor did not delay, immediately cultivation refining. Suzaimo's cultivation realm, although it is half ancestor, but good fortune Azure Lotus's bloodline is definitely an item of great nourishment to him. But it didn't take long for this surge of bloodline to stop. Soon, good fortune Azure Lotus began to follow the dozens of bloodvines, drawing crazy outside power. From the perspective of 10,000 creatures, among the dozens of bloodvines, chi and blood continue to flow. But they didn't find that this teleportation had reversed. The bloodline of Tengen Old Ancestor started to flow along dozens of bloodvines, moving within Azure body towards Azure Lotus true body. The most terrifying thing is that Tengen Old Ancestor absorbed only the bloodline of Azure Lotus true body. Good fortune Azure Lotus draws energy, whether it is the bloodline of Tengen Old Ancestor, or the life origin chi within the body. All are regarded by good fortune Azure Lotus as energy that can be drawn and are continuously absorbed. Tengen's chi and blood at Old Ancestor is rapidly decreasing. Not only that, his life essence is also plummeting. Tengen Old Ancestor suddenly woke up and shivered. So what? Tengen Old Ancestor noticed what happened inside the body, and was shocked. Not good. Tengen Old Ancestor soon realized what he was facing and exclaimed in his heart that immediately he would release the bloodvine and leave Suzaimo. But at this point, it is no longer possible that he can leave. Good fortune Azure Lotus issued a path of glow, soaring into the sky. The huge lotus leaves tightly rolled up numerous bloodvines, and did not let Tengen Old Ancestor pull away and retreat. Good fortune Azure Lotus absorbs not only Tengen Old Ancestor's bloodline, but also life origin chi. This speed of drawing energy is getting faster and faster, and more terrifying. Tengen Old Ancestor's life essence, chi and blood, is declining at a speed that is visible to naked eyes. And exhausted. There was only a slight delay. His cultivation realm was not even stable, and there was a faint tendency to fall, and this process of drawing energy is the end to the other. The strength of Tengen's Old Ancestor is exhausted, but the power of good fortune Azure Lotus is constantly rising. When Tengen Old Ancestor tried to break free, he was shocked to find that he was powerless. His strength has been unable to break away from good fortune Azure Lotus. He wanted to procure primordial spirit and erupt the primordial spirit secret technique. But in his sea of consciousness, the primordial spirit is dim, let alone the primordial spirit secret technique, and even the divine consciousness cannot be united. The energy that good fortune Azure Lotus draws has absorbed his primordial spirit's power. It continuously nourishes the Azure Lotus true body, good fortune Lotus platform. This is tantamount to exhausting the primordial spirit of the Old Ancestor of Great Ascension, nourishing good fortune Azure Lotus, and helping the 7th grade good fortune Azure Lotus break through 8th grade realm. In short, Tengan old ancestor is using his life to help Suzaimo. Tengan old ancestor issued a scream of lose one's head out of fear, as if experiencing something terrible. And his screams were getting weaker. Wu-tan, Jin-yan, save me. Tengan old ancestor exhausted his last strength and made a shout. What? Until this time, 4 ferocious clan old ancestor, such as Shinyu standing against the sky, did not notice the abnormality of Tengan old ancestor on the battlefield. They always watched Li Ying old ancestor and you really played against each other, and no one paid attention to Tengan old ancestor at all. After all, in their perception, suppress and kill a weak Huang Wu, simply there would be no surprises. When Tengan's old ancestor shouted, they realized that there was a major event here. What's going on here? How did the cold breath become so weak? Shinyu old ancestor spread out the divine consciousness, the expression changed, and cry out in surprise, not good. Tengan is going to die. His life essence is almost exhausted. What's the situation? Hurry up, Jin Yan and the others exclaimed. Just then, Wu-tan old ancestor shook the head, saying, it's too late. I saw the dozens of blood vines entangled in Good Fortune Azure Lotus, slowly falling down, and the body of Tengan had completely withered, and showed no sign of life. A ferocious clan old ancestor was sucked to death by Good Fortune Azure Lotus. Good Fortune Azure Lotus is swaying in the air. The breath of within the body is constantly rising. What a Huang Wu! Wu-tan narrowed her eyes, and icily said, with the help of Tengan, he wants to break through to 8th grade Good Fortune Azure Lotus. Kill him. Don't let him break through. Shinyu old ancestor waved the sleeve of the robe, and issued a golden light, quickly condensing into a huge golden giant sword in the air, moved towards this Good Fortune Azure Lotus to stop it. Good Fortune Azure Lotus is moving towards 8th grade. Once Good Fortune Azure Lotus is promoted to 8th grade, Suzaimo will most likely break through, step into the Great Ascension realm and become a true old ancestor of Great Ascension. But in the process, he simply couldn't resist outside attacks. Not to mention old ancestor of Great Ascension. Even if Body Fusion Great Expert takes the shot, it may interrupt the process and make him break through. Seeing this golden giant sword, it will be cut off on Good Fortune Azure Lotus, and the void suddenly cracks. 3,000 silver wire burst out from the crack, like a galaxy, directly hit the golden giant sword. A loud noise broke out. Bang! This golden giant sword, smashed into pieces, transformed into a path of divine abilities power, which circled in the air and gradually dissipated. And in the crack, a groan came. It can be seen that although the person who took the shot took the divine ability of old ancestor, it was not good. But soon, in the crack, a path of silhouette came out, wearing a profound principal palace robe. Each silhouette exudes a strong breath, overwhelmingly wanton. In a flash, 10 or 7 profound principal palace cultivator appeared. And these profound principal palace cultivator are all old ancestor of Great Ascension. Suddenly, the crowd was boiling. Numerous cultivator clenched their fists, expressing excitement. At the end of the war, in addition to Yuzan, finally human race old ancestor appeared. And, at this time, there are 10-7 old ancestor of Great Ascension directly. Eternal Sacred King Chapter 1588. Chapter 1588, Old Ancestor 4. I will say it. Little Fatty patted his thigh and said, why can't Profound Principal Palace hold a 10,000 tribe convention without old ancestor? Numerous cultivators, seeing the advent of 10 or 7 old ancestor of Great Ascension, are also expressions of inspiration. Only Yiling slightly frowned, shaking his head. These old ancestor are too weak to stop the ferocious clan. Anyway, no matter how weak, there are as many as 7 or 7 deities. How can you support it for a while? Ling Wu shook his head, softly sigh of relief. Meet you old ancestor. Profound Principal Palace Master and many cultivators rushed forward and saluted. 10-7 old ancestor of Great Ascension looked at everyone at Profound Principal Palace. They were lightly nodded. The headed man held a whisk and his face was a little pale. It was he who shot it and blocked the sword of Shenyu, old ancestor. There is nothing underneath. The old ancestor of Great Ascension faced ferocious clan old ancestor and 4 other ferocious clan old ancestor in a slightly cupped one fist in the other hand, and said in a deep voice, "The 10,000 people are together. I don't know why 6 great ferocious clans wants to kill the war." Shenyu old ancestor faintly smiled, saying, "I am a ferocious clan man. If you want to kill, kill, there is no reason." After hearing this, 10 of the 7 old ancestor of Great Ascension our complexion sank, showing anger. After a short pause, Shenyu old ancestor said, "However, there is no reason to say that. Before the 10,000 clan convention has started, so many people have died in my 6 great ferocious clans, and we will naturally escape to justice." You old ancestor slightly frowned, saying, "The juniors of various ethnic groups are too strong, and there will inevitably be some conflicts. Only in this battle, the cultivator of my human race has also fallen a lot." Well, you sit down for a while, and the 10,000 ethnic assembly is held normally. Fart. Jin Yan looked at you old ancestor coldly, and directly cursed, "My golden crow family, died 2 great crown prince." When you say let it go, what kind of thing are you? You old ancestor's face sank like water, bit his teeth slightly, and didn't talk back. Not bad. Wu Tan old ancestor also slidly nodded, saying, "I 6 great ferocious clans. Every life is extremely precious. How can you, human race, be mentally on equal terms?" You old ancestor said, 6 great ferocious clans just don't want to have peace with human race at all. It's okay to talk. Kangming old ancestor pointed to the good fortune azure lotus that was not far away and said, "Your Huang Wu from human race killed us too many clansmen. You killed Huang Wu first, showing sincerity, and then we will consider whether peace talks." No, you old ancestor didn't even think about it. He refused directly. That is not to talk about. Kangming old ancestor's face also sank, icily said, "This Huang Wu, my family will definitely kill." The old ancestor of Great Ascension was not speculative. The atmosphere changed, with swords drawn and bows bent. "Protect Huang Wu, and don't let him miss anything." You old ancestor waved and ordered. His tone was absolutely Shenyu old ancestor chuckled and said, "You guys are too weak." 10-7 old ancestor of Great Ascension, even the strongest, is only the Great Ascension middle stage. Just you want to stop us for kill. Jin Lilai gave a sigh, immediately transformed into the form of the body. The sky is long. The huge body, burning golden flames, moved towards you old ancestor and the others pounced. 9 days of the Milky Way. You old ancestor lightly shouted, waving the dust in his hand. The 3,000 silver wires fluttered, as if evolved into the Milky Way on the sky, containing countless stars, turbulent and imposing, moved towards Jin, fiercely hit it. Bang! Heaven shaking, earth shattering cry. You old ancestor opened his mouth, spit out a large pool of blood, his eyes darkened, and his body kept receding. The whisk in his hand was also burned by Jinsu's supreme Yang essence fire. It is also the Great Ascension middle stage, but Jade really has the battle strength, which can suppress Deng Han's old ancestor and the others. You old ancestor can't resist it. Even if it is the same old ancestor with the same realm, according to innate talent, bloodline, the perceived ability of the dividability formidable power, the number of dividability, and the battle strength are also different. Oh, on the other side, heavenly eye of Kangming old ancestor's brows suddenly opened. Suddenly, a breath of horror permeated, and even the onlookers of 10,000 ethnic groups felt a sense of palpitations, unimaginable. 10 or 7 old ancestor of Great Ascension directly opposite. What kind of impact will it bear? In heavenly eye of Kangming old ancestor, a beam of black light burst out. Where black light passes, life is extinct. Quickly spread. You old ancestor shouted. Ha ha ha. 17 human race old ancestors flickered away, but there were still 7 old ancestor of Great Ascension, which was slower to dodge, and was caught by a beam of black light. An old ancestor of great ascension responded very quickly, and immediately primordial spirit came out. The other one was lightly startled, and then, his eyes dimmed, the life aura within the body plummeted, and one end fell from the air. It was such an instantaneous delay that an old ancestor of great ascension didn't even have the chance to get out of the primordial spirit, so he was suppressed and killed by Heavenly Eye of Kangming Old Ancestor. Another old ancestor of great ascension escaped a disaster and quickly ran the rebirth from a drop of blood technique, condensing a fleshly body. Suddenly, in the sea of consciousness of the old ancestor of great ascension, a mist of green mist emerged, quickly condensing into a storm, and moved towards his primeval spirit. God curse. Wu Ten old ancestor is out. To be precise, Wu Ten's old ancestor was motionless, and no one saw his shot at all. But a killing secret spell against the primordial spirit has already landed in the sea of consciousness of this human race's old ancestor. The fleshly body of the old ancestor of great ascension has just condensed out, and the magic spell of God has come. Primordial spirit dies, body dies, and Tao disappears. He escaped from Heavenly Eye of Kangming Old Ancestor and failed to escape the witch race's secret curse. Boom. At this moment, the fleshly body of Wu Old Ancestor was hit with a punch of 40% under the watch of countless line of sight. 5 cracked. Blood splashed. Shen Wu Old Ancestor shot, chi and blood surged, and a punch was made. Yu Old Ancestor could not resist. But Yu Old Ancestor's primordial spirit escaped, and in a blink of an eye, flesh and blood condensed. And Shen Yu Old Ancestor rampages between these old ancestor of great ascension. There is no old ancestor of great ascension at all, which can resist his punch and half kick. The stump was broken, and splashed at 4 places. Old ancestor is bloody. Terrible. Shen Yu Old Ancestor 4 ferocious clan old ancestor shot one another to cooperate with each other, but the effort of the profound principal palace has fallen. 7 old ancestor of great ascension. What can I do? I can't stop it, Qi Jian muttered. Little Fatty frowned, looking around at 4 people in the crowd, and whispered, I always feel that profound principal palace seems to have a second hand. The appearance of these 7 ancestor of great ascension seems to want to delay time. After a short pause, Little Fatty said, did you not realize that Ling Xuanji's old fellow has not appeared yet? No matter what the backhand is, waiting for the 7 old ancestor of great ascension to die, Brother Su Bodil rather than well. I'm afraid I can't wait for that time. Qi Jian sighed. Just then, the bell of profound principal palace sounded. Somebody is coming. And good night. Don't forget to vote. Eternal Sacred King Chapter 1589. Chapter 1589. Now, on the battlefield of profound principal palace, there is an ancestor realm battle. The old ancestor of great ascension of profound principal palace is delaying time with life and blood, guarding Huangwu, and fighting against 4 ferocious clan old ancestor. Yuzhen played against Rakshasa of Rakshasa clan's Li Ying. Although she has the absolute upper hand, in a short time, it is still difficult to win. Today, the top sect forces on Heavenly Desolate Continent are gathered here, and even if any forces arrive, it will have little effect on the situation. So, even if the bell of profound principal palace rang, nobody paid attention. The battle is getting fiercer. 7 old ancestor, just the effort of the lost 7 as many. The rest of the old ancestor and the others, and the fleshly body were all broken and torn at least once. Everyone was stained with blood and looked pale. Looking at this scene, the eyes of many cultivators seem to emerge in that distant antiquity time, the violent battle between human race and 9 great ferocious clans. Those recorded in the ancient book, the great expert fell, and the tragic picture of old ancestors' bloodshed really happened in front of everyone. But far more shocking and tragic than those icy text records. And all cultivator knows that today's war is just a test between 6 great ferocious clans and human race old ancestor. Ancestor realm expert from Peak has not appeared yet. Sovereign of all races did not appear. Once the Great Ascension late stage and the old ancestor of the Great Ascension Great Perfection appear and the major sovereigns come, then it will be the real battle. This 10,000 ethnic conference, whether peace talks or not, will most likely determine the future pattern of Heavenly Desolate. Decide on the future destiny of human race. Give up. Li Ying, old ancestor, and Yu Zhen shook their heads a few times. After suffering a big loss, they no longer confronted Yu Jade. Instead, they continued to use the speed of the body to restrain Yu Zhen. Jade is really powerful, though stronger than Li Ying, old ancestor. But if you want to suppress it completely, you still have no way to start. I'll make it clear. Li Ying, the old ancestral god, dismissed and said, "These old ancestors of your human race are just a delay, for that's all. Some of the peak old ancestor of my ferocious clan haven't appeared yet. If they come, even the sovereign of your human race may not be able to resist it." Kang Ming, old ancestor, coldly said, "In the battle of ancient times, because we 9 great ferocious clans were in a battle with Taboo, Origin Chi was seriously injured, and your human race had a chance to rise. To be precise, without a peerless expert like human sovereign turned out and you tried to turn the tides, your human race would have been defeated. When it comes to human sovereign, even the eyes of the 5 ferocious clan old ancestor present were dreading. Even though human sovereign has passed 10,000 years, its prestige is still a shock to the past and the present, making every major ferocious clan jealous. Shen Yu, old ancestor, shook his head slightly, slowly said, "Unfortunately, anomaly like human sovereign, I don't know how much luck must be condensed to create one. And this life, human race is exhausted. It is impossible to have a peerless expert like human sovereign. Your human race is over. Human race is exhausted. Exhausted." Many cultivators were silent, and expressions were dimmed. This kind of thing, even if they don't need the old ancestor to break it, they all know it well. From this aspect of the human race, we can see from all aspects that the luck has deteriorated so badly that there is no vitality and lifelessness. Most cultivators have lost the antiquity time and the brave pride, the bloody fighting spirit, and the indomitable spirit. Even the major sect forces in the true cultivation world have cracks. There is no longer unity among all cultivators. All signs are telling the world that human race is exhausted. Even during this period, the rise of Huang Wu, the creation of martial Dao, Bu Wu Kang Sheng, and the establishment of the martial Dao spirit, so that the true cultivation world has a little more vitality. But it's too late. The appearance of martial Dao, only a few hundred years. Even though Huang Wu is the first evil Indiana 10000, he has not yet stepped into the Great Ascension realm, and his future is uncertain. 6 great ferocious clans will not give human race a chance, nor will it give Huang Wu time. In fact, this is the grand Tao principle, between heaven and earth. Under the heavens 10,000 things are all flourishing. Immemorial era. 3 great taboos are rampant. 9 great ferocious clans dominates Heavenly Desolate, and it is a rush, which finally attracts the immemorial war. 3 great taboos fell, and 9 great ferocious clans was also seriously injured. Human race has risen. After the battle of ancient times, 9 great ferocious clans was completely decayed, trapped in Heavenly Desolate, and rested. And human race dominated the Heavenly Desolate continent 10,000 ancient years. Just like the 9 great ferocious clans of that year, it was extremely strong, and after a long period of the ebbing of time, to this life, it also completely declined. This is the prosperity and decline. The general trend, which cannot be reversed by manpower. Immemorial era. As strong as 3 great taboos, 9 great ferocious clans cannot resist under the rolling pressure. Shen Yu, old ancestor, is right. Human race this life is exhausted. With such thin luck, it is impossible to produce a peerless expert like eternal human sovereign. Unfortunately, human race in this life has one more variable. Many years ago, a woman came to Heavenly Desolate continent. In a humble town, she led a scholar into cultivation and defying changes the fate for him. This woman has tampered with this scholar's luck, and this scholar, make a big wish, for under the heavens change the fate of common people. Therefore, everyone in Profound Principle Palace, including storytellers, can figure out that human race has run out of luck, but it can't count the life of this scholar. Therefore, the old storyteller told this scholar that you are the hope for the future of human race. Therefore, these old ancestor of great ascension of Profound Principle Palace will do everything to protect the scholar and not to hurt him. Give up. Shenyu old ancestor looked at the glorious old ancestor not far away, and said lightly, your chi and blood are failing, which is not enough to support you rebirth from a drop of blood. We are going to kill Huang Wu, and no one can stop it. Who said that? At this moment, there was a voice outside Profound Principle Palace, which sounded a bit immature, and it seemed that the speaker was young. 10,000 family creatures expression moved. Who dares to stand at this time at Huang Wu and fight against 6 great ferocious clans? 10,000 creatures look around. I saw a crowd of spirits walking outside the Profound Principle Palace. There were about 100 people, who seemed to be covered with a layer of water mist. Hundreds of souls gathered together, like an unpredictable ocean. Although these creatures are all human race forms, they are obviously not human race, and monster chi is dazzling. Some are body fusion great expert, some are half ancestor expert. The breath emitted by these 100 people is so vast that it can compete with 6 great ferocious clans without any loss. Among these 100 creatures, there is a black roboy standing, who looks just 1516 years old, quite handsome, with huge eyes, bright and intelligent, and abnormal. Many powerful creatures protect this black roboy in the middle, like star arches. Eternal Sacred King Chapter 1590. Chapter 1590, I have no position. The 10,000 living creatures are all lightly frowned. I don't see the origin of the living creatures, but 6 great ferocious clans at the scene recognized it at a glance. Kun Clan? Shenyu old ancestor slightly frowned. Kun Clan. These 2 words fell into the crowd, instantly causing a tumultuous turbulence. You should know that in recent years, although the major ferocious clans have frequently stepped out of the forbidden area and grabbed the occupied area on the heavenly desolate continent, they have launched a killing ring. But there are 3 ferocious clans. One of them is Kun Clan. At this 10,000 ethnic conference, although Profound Principle Palace also sent an invitation to Kun Clan, it did not get any response like throw a stone and see it sink without trace in the sea. Didn't expect. Today Kun Clan came to the Profound Principle Palace. The most important thing is Kun Clan's attitude. As one of the 9 great ferocious clans, Kun Clan, if he can stand on the side of human race, the opportunities for negotiation will increase a lot. Although, even Profound Principle Palace does not understand, there is no reason for Kun Clan to stand by human race. Shenyu and the others stopped, moving towards Kun Clan. You old ancestor and the others are already sweating, quickly swallowing spiritual pills, frantically adjusting their breath, and restoring their energy as much as possible. Who said it just now? Jin, an old ancestor's gaze was fierce. He went back and forth among the Kun Clan group, and asked coldly. I said. The black-clothed teenager in the middle of Kun Clan pushed the crowd away, walked out, and raised his head. Even in the face of old ancestors' questioning, the black-clothed boy expressed his fearlessness. Black-clothed boy, it is Xiao Yao. Jin, an old ancestor, gave him a cold look, expression disdain, and did not intend to bother. 2 people simply are not on one level. Kim Ye, old ancestor, looked at Kun Clan's other experts, lightly nodded, and said, welcome Kun Clan to come back and join me with 6 great ferocious clans. Golden Bird, what nonsense are you talking about? Xiao Yao spit his tongue at Jin, an old ancestor, and said, Kun Clan won't join you, and you can't hurt him. Xiao Yao pointed to the still advanced good fortune Azure Lotus, not far off, with a firm tone. Golden old ancestor complexion sank. 10,000 creatures were also taken aback. They haven't seen it before. Who dare to call the old ancestor of the Golden Crow family as the Golden Bird? He. The 10th Crown Prince of Golden Crow Clan couldn't bear it, smirked, and said, "A little hair of a mother of mother's milk not yet dried. How can you speak?" Impudent, bold. Xiao Yao hadn't spoken yet, and the many Kun Clan expressions behind him were furious and gave out a burst of drink. "This is my Kun Clan young master. Pay attention." A Kun Clan's half-ancestor was unhappy and stared at the 10th Crown Prince, coldly said, "Oh?" The 10th Crown Prince looked up at Xiao Yao up and down, and there was a strange color in his eyes. Not to mention the 10th Crown Prince, even the 10,000 creatures have a surprised look. Prior to this, all ethnic groups were in peace. Most of the young masters at 9 great ferocious clans were Law Manifestation Realm, and even Void Return Realm. However, when troubled times came, the powerful evils of the major ferocious clan woke up from the retreat. Who can sit on the ferocious clan young master is at least the body fusion realm. After all, the ferocious clan young master wants to bring clansmen to battle on the heavenly desolate continent. The cultivation realm is too poor and difficult to do anything. The young master is the facade of the major ferocious clan. In today's troubled world, like Kun Clan, the young master is just Law Manifestation Realm, which is strange. Xiao Yao looked at the 10th Crown Prince, also curl one's lip, and said, "Look at your age. You're just a hairy kid. Where's the lesson to teach me?" Although the 10th Crown Prince is a child, the years of cultivation are much longer than those of Xiao Yao. The 10th Crown Prince coldly said, "I'm half-ancestor, and you are nothing but a Law Manifestation Realm." At this 10,000 ethnic conference, expert is a respect. Even if you are Kun Clan young master, you are not qualified to speak. Listen to me and get back to milking. Ha 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 ha. There was a laugh in the crowd at 6 great ferocious clans. Kun Clan was furious. Some Kun Clan experts couldn't bear it and wanted to stand out, but Xiao Yao waved his hand and stopped it back. "I don't want to breastfeed." Xiao Yao tilted his head slightly, looking at the 10th Crown Prince, and said very seriously, "I want to eat you. Your meat, set it on the fire and grill it, it should taste good." The 10th Crown Prince complexion sank, icily said, "Young, it's sharp-tongued." Yi Ling's eyes turned and fell on Xiao Yao's body, paused a little. Not only the 10th Crown Prince, all the beings present thought that Xiao Yao just said it casually, intentionally angered the 10th Crown Prince. But only Yi Ling knew that Xiao Yao really wanted to eat the 10th Crown Prince, because, in Xiao Yao's body, he felt a kind of similar breath. Not the same race, but the same taboo. This child should be the disciple received by the big brother. Yi Ling's heart was dark. The 10th Crown Prince turned his eyes and thought about it, suddenly said with a smile, "Little brother, since you think like this, want to eat me? Big brother, how can I give you a chance?" "What chance?" Xiao Yao couldn't help asking. "The big brother will accompany you for a discussion. If you win, the big brother will let you eat a piece of my flesh and blood." The 10th Crown Prince's voice was soft and full of temptation, but there was a trace of cruelty in his eyes. He was hit hard by Suzaimo just now. His 3rd foot was broken and Doxing was mostly scrapped. Although he is still half-ancestor realm, the battle strength has been reduced to body fusion realm. After the 10,000 clan convention, his 10th Crown Prince position will be replaced by other clansmen's. Therefore, in his heart, there was always anger and resentment, nowhere to vent. Today, Xiao Yao's repeated provocations have caused his killing intent. Of course, Xiao Yao, as Kun Clan young master, would not be a killer. But if you have the chance, you can teach this little kid of Kun Clan a little bit, and you can also feel good about it. "But what if I lose?" Xiao Yao seemed hesitant and scared. "If you lose, the big brother won't embarrass you, don't worry." The smile in the eyes of the 10th Crown Prince was even stronger. After all, this little cub is too young to have experienced anything. Xiao Yao groaned a little, and then said, "But after learning, 10,000 can't stop it." "Do not worry," the 10th Crown Prince said quickly. "The big brother will definitely take control of this dimension." "I'm worried. I don't have a stake." Xiao Yao blinked. "Ha ha." The 10th Crown Prince laughed heartily, saying, "It doesn't matter. Little brother, you can take whatever you want. You don't have to pay attention to any measure. The 10th Crown Prince can see that this little kid of Kun Clan has been tempted. Well then, let me try. Xiao Yao was a little hesitant, and seemed to make up his mind, nodded hard. Young master, you are distinguished and you cannot be in danger. Yeah, young master, the cultivation base of you two is a great realm, not at a level. A few Kun Clan behind Xiao Yao stood up quickly and stopped. Everyone rest assured. The 10th Crown Prince, afraid of Xiao Yao's remorse, said quickly, I promise that I will not use the power of the body fusion realm and above, and use the power of the law manifestation realm to play with this young brother. Uncle, rest assured. Xiao Yao blinked at the extremely Kun Clan expert behind him, passing a trace of crafty in his eyes. Eternal Sacred King Chapter 1591 Chapter 1591 Swallow. When the Kun Clan experts saw Xiao Yao's expression, they all froze and shivered subconsciously. In that bi. As long as this little ancestor showed such an expression, it must be calculated. In Kun Clan, I don't know how many clansmen have suffered in the hands of this little ancestor. Several Kun Clan experts looked at each other, stopped talking, and mourned for the 10th Crown Prince. Xiao Yao turned around, moved towards the 10th Crown Prince, took a few steps, and stopped again, saying, I have a short cultivation time, and I really don't understand how to measure. Otherwise, let's not discuss it. I hurt someone, didn't it hurt you? It's all here. The 10th Crown Prince wouldn't let Xiao Yao leave. The 10th Crown Prince said quickly, it doesn't matter, you have any means, use it, don't keep your hands. Don't say you hurt me, you can count my life, that's your ability. This way. Xiao Yao nodded, said, come on. Xiao Yao stood still, clenched his fists, put on a stand, stared at the 10th Crown Prince, ready to go. The 10th Crown Prince looked towards Kun Clan and suddenly said, let's say it first, we have a discussion with the other brothers, and outsiders can't intervene at will. Relax, we will never step in. Kun Clan's many expert nodded, looking at the eyes of the 10th Crown Prince. Weird. Shen Yu, old ancestor, and the others did not take this episode to heart. They are still wondering why Kun Clan helped Huang Wu. But somehow, at this time, when I saw the reactions of many experts from Kun Clan, Jin, an old ancestor, suddenly frowned, and it seemed that something was wrong. Did this little kid from Kun Clan be awkward and want to play the pig to eat the tiger? The gaze of Jin, an old ancestor, fell on Xiao Yao again. After all, there is nothing extraordinary about being a ferocious clan young master. But his gaze rounded, and divine consciousness probed several times, still found nothing. The black-clothed boy of Kun Clan, law manifestation realm, was not clumsy at all. It should be my concern. Old ancestor shook the head, no more thinking. Moreover, even if this little kid of Kun Clan has any means, he cannot threaten the Crown Prince of the Golden Crow family. On the battlefield, the 10th Crown Prince's mouth slightly tilted, moved towards Xiao Yao, slowly walked, and it really did not reveal the breadth and power of body fusion realm. Softly, Kun Clan's little brother, don't be nervous, relax, relax. Xiao Yao remained unmoved, staring intently at the 10th Crown Prince. Suddenly, the 10th Crown Prince shook his body a bit, turning into a golden light, disappearing from the spot. The speed is too fast. Even if the 10th Crown Prince didn't imitate the body, it just used the power of law manifestation realm. And this speed of body form was too much faster than law manifestation demonic. Xiao Yao's eyes widened and he stared at the place where the 10th Crown Prince disappeared, seemingly didn't respond. Oh, you old ancestor's eyes darkened, and he sighed, secretly said in one's heart, what did Kun Clan think? Why did he send a child out and lost his life in vain? It's over. When Ling Yu patted his thigh, he said, this child has no fighting experience at first sight, he is just a young child, and is going to suffer a lot. Not necessarily. Yi Ling suddenly spoke and said something. At this moment, the figure of the 10th Crown Prince has surfaced behind Xiao Yao, revealing a sloppy smile, poking out his palm, and moving towards Xiao Yao's neck grabbed. Suddenly, the seemingly thin Xiao Yao, within the body qi and blood surged, erupted in an instant, as if setting off a stormy sea, terrifying. Xiao Yao suddenly turned around, the original head had disappeared, and was replaced by a gigantic giant beast, with a bloody mouth wide open like a sacrificial bowl, as if swallowing the world. This giant beast head looks exactly similar to Kun Clan. The 10th Crown Prince just felt stinky. His eyes were dark. His pupils suddenly contracted, and his heart stopped beating. The breath emanating from this giant beast made him feel a palpitation. This is the suppression from bloodline. A fear from in the depth of one's soul burst out. Too late to think about it, the 10th Crown Prince didn't hesitate to make any promises, and the chi and blood of the body fusion realm broke out directly, and he wanted to pull away and retreat. But he suddenly felt that in the mouth of this giant beast, there was a terrifying suction force. His physique was paused for a while, and he could not escape immediately. The next moment, darkness falls. Giant beast is closed. Hey! This loud noise came, and the corners of the 1000 thousands of creatures all beat. Each and everyone looked pale, staring at this scene in stun. The Qin almost fell to the ground, completely dumbfounded. In a blink of an eye, the giant beast's head disappeared, and the handsome young face returned to everyone's sight. Xiao Yao burst his lips and wiped the blood from the corners of his mouth, softly muttered, "The taste of raw food is really average, but it should be grilled and cooked." The crowd burst instantly, causing an uproar. Until this time, 10,000 creatures realized that the 10th Crown Prince of Golden Crow Clan was swallowed by this black-clothed boy. The Ling-U was so shocked that he couldn't speak, and looked sideways towards Yi Ling, saying, "Old 5, still your cow, you can see it." Yi Ling lightly saying, "The third leg of the 10th Crown Prince shattered, and Doxing was mostly scrapped." In addition, he disregarded the enemy's intentions, and even the body was not transfigured. It naturally ended in the body dies and Dao disappears. Ling-U grinned, muttered, "Even so, this little baby is a little stronger." There is another reason, Yi Ling naturally did not say. If Xiao Yao was just an ordinary Kun Clan, only the 10th Crown Prince broke out chi and blood and wanted to break away. Xiao Yao could not stop him. But Xiao Yao is Kunping. With the power of the sun and moon, the sympathy between yin and yang, and the burst of strength of devouring, even the 10th Crown Prince of the body fusion realm failed to escape immediately. He just stopped figure and was swallowed by Xiao Yao. This is the real skeleton doesn't exist. The primordial spirit did not escape. This child is too cruel. Golden Crow Clan, the 10th Crown Prince just wanted to learn, and it was eaten by this child. It's still too big, and this 10th Crown Prince is dead, so grievous. 10,000 people talk. Xiao Yao has just been born. He is too young to transform into a complete Kunping shape, but to transform into a skull. It looks the same as Kun Clan's skull. Like Yi Ling, when he was young, he looked like a big black dog. Therefore, the ferocious clan old ancestor present did not realize the true identity of Xiao Yao. Jin Yi old ancestor's face was gloomy, staring at Xiao Yao intently. The 10th Crown Prince was dead, nothing bad. But when Xiao Yao just transfigured the giant beast's head, it was permeated with an extremely ancient and long-lasting breath, which made him feel a kind of fear. Is it? Kim Ye old ancestor thought of a possibility, and immediately denied. Impossible, absolutely impossible. 3 more today. Good night. Eternal Sacred King Chapter 1592. Chapter 1592 Silverland 1. Jin Yi old ancestor's eyes turned, looking towards Shen Yu old ancestor and the others. The expressions of several other old ancestors were also a bit stunned. They seemed to think of something, but were afraid to confirm it. The 10th Crown Prince body dies and Dao disappears, which immediately attracted the anger of many Golden Crow Clan. This time the 10,000 Clan Convention, the Golden Crow Clan came to 4 great Crown Prince. One was assassinated by Azura, one was shot by Huang Wu, and now, a little kid from Kun Clan has eaten one. 4 great Crown Prince, There is only 7 crown prince left. The Golden Crow family lost too much. The 7th crown prince expression is cold, icily said, Kun Clan's little baby, how ruthless. Do not blame me. Xiao Yao blinked and said, I just emphasized it again and again. My cultivation time is short, and my shots are not proportionate. He insisted on learning. The 7th crown prince was out of breath. Xiao Yao also said, this thing, all the people in the 10,000 family can see it, and I don't want to fight. Moreover, the golden bird just said, if I can kill him, that's my ability. Yeah, we all heard it. It's no wonder that little child knows what, he doesn't have a measure. He's not as good as humans, and body dies and Tao disappears are no wonder. Who's and the others taking pleasure in other people's misfortune? Don't talk nonsense to him, try his depth, and force out the full body of this little cub. Kim Ye Old Ancestor Divine Consciousness, sound transmission to the 7th crown prince secretly. The 7th crown prince knew, staring at Xiao Yao, coldly said, since you have such ability, I will try it too. I'm not playing. Xiao Yao made a face at the 7th crown prince, turned around and ran, and in a blink of an eye, he had returned to the crowd of many Kun Clan experts. Hundreds of Kun Clan experts guarded Xiao Yao in the middle and stared at the 100th crown prince in midair with a poor expression. The 7th crown prince's battle strength is so strong that he doesn't dare to break through. Even more how? He was beaten by Huang Wu just now, and he hasn't recovered to peak status yet. The 7th crown prince complexion ashen, but soon, he calmed down and laughed ironically. Dignified Kun Clan young master, who is so courageous, flees without a fight, and is not afraid to shame Kun Clan. I'm a little child. Xiao Yao stuck his tongue out and said, I can't beat you, so I will flee. Besides, you golden birds are irrelevant. If you lose, you are in a hurry. I won't play with you. The 7th crown prince shook his body, almost spitting out old blood. Hee. Jin an old ancestor laughed suddenly, and said, Kun Clan's cub is really sharp-tongued, not big or small. In this case, I will give you some lessons for Kun Clan's elders. Hearing here, all 10,000 creatures are shocked. A boy from a law manifestation realm, but it caused ferocious clan old ancestor to take the shot himself. It's unusual to see how this happened. But the 10,000 people didn't understand the reason. The so-called lesson from old ancestor, of course, is of course just his words. His purpose is to look at what Xiao Yao is. Kim Ye Old Ancestor, as an ancestor realm expert, you have to deal with a child of law manifestation realm. It would be too bullying. Kim Ye Old Ancestor, please take care of yourself. Such things as bullying will spread out, for fear of attracting countless ridicules, which will damage the face of the Golden Crow family. Several Kun Clan half-ancestors stood up, expressed grave, and stared at Jin an old ancestor not far away, loudly said, HMPH. Jin Ye Old Ancestor's body flickered, and he suddenly descended over the numerous Kun Clan, exuding ancestor realm's coercion, coldly said, go away, this is not your part. Several Kun Clan half-ancestor groaned with ugly faces. However, these Kun Clan half-ancestors still did not step back. Instead they took out the life source magic tool and kept Xiao Yao tightly behind them. Just because of your stinkfish, you want to stop me? Gold Old Ancestor sneered. A moment of divine consciousness, suddenly a path of golden light burst out on his body, and he hit the life source magic tool of these Kun Clan half-ancestor instantly. When these Kun Clan half-ancestor were shocked and couldn't bear the impact, and the life source magic tool flew away. The body of these life source magic tool burned a path of golden flame, and in a blink of an eye, it was burned through and turned red. These life source magic tools splashed in 4 places and fell into the Kun Clan crowd, causing a mess. The old ancestral god of Jin Yan was cold and his body moved. From these chaotic gaps of Kun Clan, he came to Xiao Yao's body and opened his palms. The face of moved towards Xiao Yao, grabbed it. Xiaozi, you are so brave. I give you a chance to let you eat my flesh. Jin Yan's old ancestor's eyes were cold, and he didn't seem to care. Murderers looking. He just wanted to force Xiao Yao's body out. Jin Yun, you are too much. Just then, a cold voice came from behind Xiao Yao. Immediately after that, the void broke apart, one arm stretched out, and the hands grasped into a fist. Over the shoulder of Xiao Yao, he slammed into the palm of Jin, an old ancestor. Boom! The fists collided, such as defeating leather, with a muffled sound. Ow! Jin Yi, old ancestor, screamed. His figure flew into the air, flashing several tenjiang away. His face was gloomy, staring at the void crack behind Xiao Yao. The power of this fist is very powerful, like the vast ocean. It seems endless. He can't resist. In that void crack, a silver-haired woman came out with an expression of coldness, although not as good as Jade Rakshasa or Xiaoxiang goddess, but also a rare beauty. Elder sister, here you come. When Xiao Yao saw this silver-haired woman, he couldn't help cheering, pointing at old ancestor in the distance. This golden bird bullies people. Elder sister, help me teach him. Yinlan, are you? Jin Yi, old ancestor, slightly frowned, saying, didn't expect. I haven't seen these years. You have stepped into ancestor realm. Really, the younger generations will surpass us in time. The silver-haired woman called Silverlan, lightly saying, you and I have the same cultivation realm. There is nothing to say afterwards. You don't have to put a shelf with me. I don't eat this set. You came just right. Jin, an old ancestor, pointed at Xiao Yao and said in a deep voice, what's going on with this young master of Kun Clan? Run over to talk nonsense, to help human race. Huang Wu don't say, but also slams the killer and sends me Golden Crow. The 10th crown prince of the clan has eaten. Although I'm not there, I can also guess that it must be your 10th crown prince's provocation first. Yin Lan sneered slightly. Jin Yi, old ancestor, coldly snorted, said, even so, this little doll's shot is too hard. Your 10th crown prince is a half-ancestor expert, killed by a law manifestation Dao monarch, and has revenge on his face. Yin Lan sneered again. I tell you, even if Xiao Yao is wrong, it's my Kun Clan who will punish me. If you are anything, you will come to teach me Kun Clan, young master. Yin Lan's words are sharp and he doesn't leave any face for Jin, an old ancestor. Eternal Sacred King, Chapter 1593. Chapter 1593. Auspicious sign descended from the heaven to more. Yin Lan was so angry. If Xiao Yao is an ordinary Kun Clan, it's okay. But Xiao Yao's body is taboo Kunping. The entire Kun Clan holds it in his palm, for fear of any accident. If Jin, an old ancestor, really hurts Xiao Yao, even suppressing and killing Jin, an old ancestor, is not enough to recover the loss. Even more, how? Jin Yi, old ancestor, is an ancestor realm expert, who actually dealt with a law manifestation Dao monarch, which made Yin Lan's heart anger. Jin's old ancestor's face also completely gloomed. Although the cultivation realm of the two was the same, in the eyes of everyone, he was scolded like this, and his face could not be hung up. All right. Shen Yu, old ancestor, stood out, smiled slightly, and circled. Everyone takes a step back. Golden Crow Clan. The 10th crown prince is dead. Kim Yi is furious, and he can understand some radical actions. Yinlan, we are both 9 great ferocious clans. We don't have to come up with swords drawn and bows bent. Shen Yu, old ancestor, stood out, and although Jin Yan, old ancestor, did not want to, he did not continue to entangle with Yin Lan. Most importantly, he has no chance of winning against Shang Yinlan. Kun Clan's chi and blood is too strong, so vast, only God Clan can match it. Shen Yu, old ancestor, replied, however, you Kun Clan young master are young. I am afraid that I am not clear about many things in the true cultivation world. This Huang Wu is the enemy of our 6 great ferocious clans. Our 6 great ferocious clans teamed up to issue a killing order. Huang Wu is a man to be killed. Your Kun Clan young master actually wants to protect him. It really doesn't make sense. Yin Lan, you came just right, so take him back and learn something. Yin Lan, expressionless, slowly said after listening to Shen Yu old ancestor, this Huang Wu, you can't kill. Xiao Yao's meaning is my Kun clan's meaning. Shen Yu old ancestor narrowed his eyes. The reason he didn't want to conflict with Kun clan was to bring Kun clan together. I didn't expect Kun clan was so uninterested, but also stood by Huang Wu. The other four big ferocious clan old ancestor also have a bad face. So, you Kun clan are so hard-hearted that you are going to fight against my 6 great ferocious clans? Wu Tan old ancestor asked quietly. It's heavy. Yin Lan said, Kun clan just wants to protect Huang Wu. As for the others, Kun clan will not intervene. Hee. Kang Ming old ancestor laughed. Heavenly eye in the eyebrows seems to be opened. Murderous sorrow is diffused. I silly said, I6 great ferocious clans teamed up to kill the person, just a Kun clan. Can you protect it? Yinlan took a deep breath and slowly said, do your best. At this moment, the lotus petals blooming on the top of the good fortune azure lotus in the battlefield suddenly began to fade and fall down. The entire good fortune azure lotus is also withering. Huang Wu's azure lotus true body breakthrough failed. Throughout the ages, 8th grade good fortune azure lotus can only be bred from the ancient Buddha emperor. Huang Wu is only half ancestor, and he wants to give birth to 8th grade. Failure is also common sense. 7th grade is 8th grade, how can it be so easy? This is the end of overestimate one's capabilities. The 10,000 ethnic creatures shook their heads, some regret, and some sneer. In midair, Shen Yu old ancestor and the others looked at each other as softly sigh of relief. If Huang Wu had died like this, they would have saved their shot. What should I do? Small Fox was crying anxiously. Good fortune azure lotus advanced failed. Will the young master be fine? Who's and the others are silent. Heavy expression. Good fortune azure lotus is Suzaimo. Suzaimo is good fortune azure lotus. If good fortune azure lotus is withered, it probably means that Suzaimo will also have body dies and Dao disappears. Several donors need not worry. At this moment, Ming Zhen's voice sounded in the mind of Huz and the others. This good fortune azure lotus, seizing the heaven and earth's good fortune. Every time you advance, you have to undergo a rebirth and undergo transformation. As if confirming Ming Zhen's words, this nearly withered azure lotus suddenly burst into vitality. Withered lotus leaves, withered lotus petals, regrown to more tender and green lotus leaves, vibrant and growing fast. The breath of good fortune azure lotus keeps rising. The expressions of 10,000 creatures shook, and all eyes fell on this good fortune azure lotus. I saw the top of this good fortune azure lotus, a pink flower bud regrowth, stained with crystal dew, bloomed slowly under the attention of everyone. At the outermost, the largest circle of lotus petals blooms. Immediately after that is the second circle of lotus petals. Lap 3. On lap 7, we haven't stopped yet. The 10,000 creatures can clearly see that in the lotus platform, the last circle of lotus petals has not bloomed. Immediately after that, the lotus petals of the 8th circle bloomed, and the glow was diffused, and Ruikai was soaring into the sky. Suddenly, vibration of heaven and earth, in the sky, the azure lotus flower, which is jade-like, suddenly came down, floating in the sky, coming to the profound principal palace, a vast area, extremely spectacular. 10,000 creatures were stunned. Auspicious sign descended from the heaven. Shen Yu old ancestor also exclaimed. The 7th grade good fortune azure lotus, transformed into 8th grade, actually attracted heaven and earth natural phenomenon, and lowered Xiang Grui. Such a spectacle, let alone on 10,000 family of creatures. Even the Ancestor Realm expert present was the first time I saw it. What's more important is that in the lotus that is falling in the sky, the Ancestor Realm expert present at the scene felt a mighty divine ability's power. This old ancestor and the others' expression shock. Of course, they knew that this divine ability's power could never be released by Huang Wu. The formidable power of this divine ability is probably beyond the lesser divine ability and has reached the level of great divine ability. but the meaning behind this is too terrifying. If this divine ability is born of 8th grade good fortune Azure Lotus, Huang Wu is responsible for Azure Lotus' true body, and there is almost no obstacle to understanding this great divine ability. You know, cultivator wants to realize the divine ability. It takes a long time to accumulate, to feel, to precipitate. In the middle, there may be countless obstacles and countless difficulties. Many old ancestor of great ascension, to realize a divine ability, may take hundreds of years, 100 years, or even 1,000 years. And Huang Wu doesn't have to feel it at all, because he is good fortune Azure Lotus. As long as he keeps growing, he will naturally realize this great divine ability. All this is like where water flows, a canal is formed. This great divine ability is like Huang Wu's innate talent. Look! Just then, a shout came from the crowd. 10,000 creatures pointed at this good fortune Azure Lotus between heaven and earth. Eyes widened, and endless shocks appeared in their eyes. This 8th grade good fortune Azure Lotus has been fully bloomed. I saw a silhouette sitting on the dark green lotus platform. This person is azure clothes with dark hair, eyes closed, sitting cross-legged, 2 hands resting on his knees, palms facing the sky, skin crystal clear and near transparent, flawless and stainless. Under the countless lotus falling, that silhouette is just like the spiritual god, with azure glow glowing all over, sitting on the good fortune Azure Lotus, covered with auspiciousness, not to be seen. Looking at this scene, in the hearts of the 10,000 family souls, they feel a sense of worship. Today, there are 2 alliance leaders forever. Many thanks to the JM30000 book coins on the street, and they have been promoted to the alliance leader, which is the Dark Man of the book group. Many thanks also to the bookmates at the starting point. The rewarding 100,000 book coins rewarded me. It's too stingy. My heart can't bear birds. Today and tomorrow are 2 changes for 5 days, adding 2 alliance leader. Eternal Sacred King Chapter 1594. Chapter 1594 Old Ancestor Chi 3. Suddenly, over 9 days, a gust of wind blew good fortune Azure Lotus to sway from side to side, and the glow was dim. Suddenly the wind came, its sharpness is like a blade, its sharpness is like a cone, just like the essence, moved towards Suzaimo's top of the head, poured into within the body. On the lotus platform, Suzaimo's body is shaking, groaned, slightly frowned, revealing the color of pain. This is the wind of heaven. Divine ability robbery, 3 great tribulations of Tao. Oh my God, Huang Wu will take this opportunity to impact the great ascension realm. Among the crowd, some half-ancestor experts recognized the above 9 days, the origin of the wind, and exclaimed, as all half-ancestor experts know, if human race cultivator wants to step into the great ascension realm, they have to go through the divine ability, and go through these 3 great tribulations of Tao. Throughout the ages, the half-ancestor expert who fell in these 3 great tribulations of Tao, vast as the open sea, countless. Before that, the breakthrough great realm was 1,000 difficult and 10,000 dangerous, but not once. It was called robbery. 3 great tribulations of Tao. The reason why they are called divine ability is because of 9 deaths and still alive. Once it fails, there is almost no chance of survival. There are many half-ancestor experts who feel that they cannot survive the divine ability, and even choose not to break through forcefully and wait for life essence to exhaust before they die during meditation. After all, waiting for life essence to run out, there are many more years to live. Once crossing tribulation fails, immediately body dies and Tao disappears. To impact the great ascension realm, not only need amazing innate talent, strong foundation, but also great courage. The reason why the 1,000 creatures are so shocked is that it was not expected that Suzaimo would choose to break through the Great Ascension Realm at the 1,000 Nation Conference and serve the powerful enemies. Even if there is no one to interfere, experiencing the divine ability robbery will be 9 deaths and still alive. Even more how? 6 great ferocious clans glare like a tiger watching his prey, and then kill it fast. Actually, it's not Suzumo who wants to be here, this time to break through. It is after the transformation of Good Fortune Azure Lotus into 8th grade that the Good Fortune Lotus platform has also transformed, with the continuous experts volume of great experts, nourishing the black hare's primordial spirit crazy. This energy is so vast that the black primordial spirit cannot bear it. His cultivation realm can't hold back, must have breakthrough. Heavenly Eye at Kangming Old Ancestor's eyebrows suddenly opened, bursting out a beam of black light, moved towards Suzumo, who was crossing tribulation, galloping away. Ferocious clan Old Ancestor will never watch Suzumo step into the Great Ascension realm. Regardless of whether Suzumo's crossing tribulation is successful, they will interrupt it. Suddenly, another divine ability's power is coming. In front of this black light, a tall ice barrier rose up to 1,000 blades in an instant, blocking this black light. Yuzen appeared in front of Suzumo. Her mind is always on Suzumo. Kangming Old Ancestor changed a little. She already noticed that immediately shot. Kaka. Although the ice barriers resisted the power of this heavenly eye, a path of cracks also appeared on the ice wall, and it collapsed in an instant. As Old Ancestor, it's really shameful to take a sneak attack when you're not prepared. Yuzen coldly said, Elder sister, go and help, you can't let the master do anything. Xiao Yao expression nervous, hastily divine consciousness sound transmission. Yinlan was lightly nodded, also leaping forward, standing side by side with Yuzen, looking at the old god ancestor. 5 people across. You Old Ancestor and the others even got up, surrounded Suzumo, held the life source magic tool, each and every one expression grave. Leave me in this white shirt. Rakshasa clan's leading Old Ancestor's mouth slightly angled, looking at Yuzen, and licking his lips. Shenyu Old Ancestor was slightly nodded, saying, Yinlan gave it to me. As for the remaining 10 human race Old Ancestor, rest assured. Kim Yo Old Ancestor icily said, we 3 shot with all our strength, in less than half an hour. All 10 human race Old Ancestor must die here. You give up. Just at this moment, in the sky cracked a path of gaps, and many anchors of great ascension of human race came out one after another. Heavenly Gang Religion, Earthly Fiend Cult, and even Penglai Island. One after another, under the eyes of all, the number of Old Ancestor of Great Ascension of 3 super sect has exceeded 100 people. Among them, there are not only Great Ascension early stage, but also Great Ascension middle stage, even Great Ascension late stage, Great Ascension Great Perfection. With so many Old Ancestor of Great Ascension coming to the profound Principal Palace, the 10000 thousands of souls realized that this 10003 nation conference was no longer in their control. This is the competition and game between the major sect forces. Ancestor Realm Expert. Roar. Ow. Bursts of heaven shaking, earth shattering. In the south, a huge peacock came galloping, with a height of 100 jang, but it was agile, and each peacock pupa flickered with strange brilliance. One of 8 great monster territories, Congling Monster Ancestor at Peacock Ridge. In the west, a spider with a huge body was swiping 8 feet, and moved towards profound Principal Palace. The dust was rolling. 1,000 spider dunes. Zafar Monster Ancestor. Dongfeng, a scarlet-eared glow permeates the in the sky, and in an instant, it has already come near, but it is a goshawk, born with scarlet-eared wings, and the god of out of the ordinary. Eastern region. Akabane Monster Ancestor. In the north, Monster Chi is rolling, a lion with a long golden hair appears in the mountain range, roar towards the sky. Crazy Lion Ridge, Monster Ancestor. One after another, 8 great monster territories also came, all of them are Monster Ancestor level experts. Yuo Old Ancestor, Flying Off Old Ancestor, Xujing Old Ancestor. You Old Ancestor looked at the over 3 Old Ancestor of Great Ascension from Heavenly Gang Religion, Earthly Fiend Cult, and Penglai Island 100 Super Sect. These Old Ancestor of Great Ascension, some of them, are the well-known Ancestor Realm expert. Even leave a name on the Divine Abilities list. Sovereign will not be on the Divine Abilities list. In other words, all 36 of the Divine Abilities list are Old Ancestor of Great Ascension, such as the Moonly Old Ancestor of Heavenly Gang Religion. 34 of the Divine Abilities list. Earthly Fiend Cults Flying Off Old Ancestor is 27 of the Divine Abilities list. Xijing Old Ancestor of Penglai Island is Divine Abilities list 21. All three of them are Great Ascension, Great Perfection. The number of great divine abilities that everyone understands exceeds 10. Liu Old Ancestor, what do you mean? You Old Ancestor solemnly asked. It's nothing. Liu Old Ancestor is a middle-aged beautiful woman, holding a snow-white kitten in her arms, and stroking the kitten's forehead from time to time, saying lightly, "We come, naturally, to participate in the 10,000 Ethnic Conference." Shen Yu Old Ancestor and the others looked at this scene, looked at each other, smiled, but did not rush to shoot. Earthly Fiend Cult's flying ancestral god was cold and said, "Nothing, you leave. This Huang Wu will die today." "What?" You Old Ancestor said in a deep voice. "What's wrong with Huang Wu? It deserves so many of you Old Ancestor of Great Ascension. You must put him to death. Don't forget, Huang Wu, he founded martial Dao, Buwu Kang Sheng. His contribution to human race, even you and I can't match. But he still has to die." Xijing Old Ancestor of Penglai Island said, "Only when Huang Wu died, the disagreement between us and 6 great ferocious clans can be temporarily put down, and the 10,000 Ethnic Group Conference can be successfully held." Eternal Sacred King Chapter 1595. Chapter 1595. Who dare to kill me? 4 more. This time, even Jade's complexion has changed. She is only the Great Ascension Realm middle stage and has not yet realized any great divine ability. Not to mention the 3 experts on the divine abilities list headed by her, even if they were behind some Great Ascension late stages, she couldn't resist. This 10,000 family conference finally shocked the top expert on Heavenly Desolate Continent. These Old Ancestor of Great Ascension usually retreat in the ancient battlefield and realize the divine ability. Unless the sect encounters the disaster, it will never appear in Heavenly Desolate. I didn't expect to come together today. There are more than 100. Yinlan is also frowned. Although she is Conclan, she is only a Great Ascension early stage, and there is not much chance of winning against the Great Ascension late stage of human race. Fellow Taoists, you Old Ancestor slightly cupped one fist in the other hand at the 100 Old Ancestor of Great Ascension on the opposite side, and said in a deep voice, "Even if you kill Huang Wu, 6 great ferocious clans will not be in peace with us." What happened today simply is not the cause of Huang Wu alone. Wu Tan Old Ancestor suddenly said, "But if you want peace talks, you have to let 6 great ferocious clans see the sincerity of human race. If even Huang Wu, a half-ancestor realm, is reluctant to kill, what is the sincerity of your human race?" Did you hear that? Liu Old Ancestor caressed the kitten in his arms, saying lightly, "Suppress and kill Huang Wu. There is hope to sit down and talk to 6 great ferocious clans. If you don't kill Huang Wu, you won't even have this chance." Xijing Old Ancestor said, "Since Huang Wu has the grandeur of Buwu Kang, he sacrificed himself today to complete the human race, and there is nothing wrong with it." Not bad. The Old Ancestor was also nodded, saying, "Just killing a Huang Wu will save us from killing each other in a human race, and possibly avoid another conflict with 6 great ferocious clans. What more can hesitate?" This kind of saying was disgusting for a while, but 3 Old Ancestors didn't care and seemed to deserve it. "It's nonsense," you Old Ancestor said with a sneer. 3 of you say to have no shame like this, thanks to you being on the divine abilities list or Old Ancestor of human race. What's the delay? Hurry, kill this Huang Wu. 1000 Jufu Old Ancestor sneered in Spider Dune. Not bad. Kongling Monster Ancestor also quietly nodded, saying, "The 10,000 Ethnic Conference, a rare opportunity. How can one person ruin the whole event?" The other Monster Ancestor also expressed their positions. 8 great monster territories, With the exception of Monster Ancestor, who did not speak, the rest of the Monster Ancestor was in favor of suppressing and killing Huang Wu. At this moment, I saw the strain of good fortune Azure Lotus, and the wind of tenacity surging over 9 days, finally dispersed. Suzaimo quickly repaired the scars inside the body, and the slightly trembling body gradually calmed down. At the time of the numerous old ancestor confrontations, Suzaimo had passed the first of 3 great tribulations of Tao. After the storm, it is the fire. Wind storms, if not survived, may still survive. But if this fire disaster fails, it is scattered ashes and dispersed smoke. Skeleton doesn't exist. This is not an ordinary fire, but a terrible fire, born from the spring under your feet, straight into heaven sect, running through the entire fleshly body, burning internal organs, 8 extraordinary meridians, 4 limbs and 7 tricks. The most dangerous call, the fire of the earth evil, sprang up, bursting into Suzaimo's within the body, and in a blink of an eye, wrapped the entire fleshly body, burning. At this moment, Suzaimo's palm patted on the storage bag, and found out the dark appearance. But Linglong's clear fruit. Ah, it seems like spirit fruit. All 10,000 creatures watched this scene, and when they saw this fruit, they suddenly exclaimed, "Spirit fruit, for half-ancestor expert, is too attractive, it is supreme treasure." Because, when crossing the divine ability robbery's second level and the earth's fire robbery, the probability of serving a evil fruit, crossing tribulation can be increased by at least 30%. This spirit fruit is completely useless to an ordinary cultivator, and it is a poisonous fruit. But when served under the crossing tribulation, it can neutralize the fire of the earth evil within the body, which is extremely mysterious. Whether it is human race or monster race, as long as it is a half-ancestor expert, it is a little jealous. But they just recognized this spirit fruit. This fruit has been eaten by Suzaimo. Oh, the 10,000 creatures sighed secretly. Seeing this scene, Shenyu old ancestor and the others slightly frowned, showing impatience. You don't try to suppress and kill this Huang Wu. What are you waiting for? Shenyu old ancestor stared at the Moonly old ancestor at Heavenly Gang religion, and yelled. Liu old ancestor's cultivation base battle strength is stronger than Shenyu old ancestor, but at this time, she bowed her head and whispered, "Dare not refute." Huawa. Liu old ancestor coldly said, "You guys won't let it go. Don't blame us for it." "You dare?" You old ancestor gave a swift slam. His eyes widened, and said in a deep voice, "I also have the peak expert of Ancestor Realm at Profound Principal Palace. If you dare to do it, Profound Principal Palace is not nobody." Hee, it seems you haven't figured it out yet. Xujing old ancestor coldly smiled, and said, "Today, even if you are the Profound Principal Palace, you can't protect him." Huang Wu today, there will be no doubt. Flying off the old ancestral god color, I shows the ominous light, waved, "Kill me." Who dares to kill me? At this moment, shouting loudly came from the distant in the sky, and it sounded for 9 days, shocking for wild. Ang. A roar rang through heaven and earth, like dragon's roar, like Fengming, majestic and majestic, wearing golden cracks, and deterring 8 famines. This roar came. All 10,000 souls felt a palpitation and subconsciously followed the sound. Bang! 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 There was a dull sound. Every time it sounded, the ground would tremble, and countless gravels jumped from the ground. I saw a tall silhouette appearing on that distant horizon, with naked upper body, terrifying breath, majestic and majestic, like mountains, cannot be shaken. These tall creatures are moving towards the Profound Principal Palace. One big step can span a mountain range. One of 9 great ferocious clans. Barbarian clan. God clan Xiaoxiang goddess stood up with a happy face, and fisted it as Huang Tan. Huang Tan took Barbarian clan to attend the 10,000 ethnic conference. Oh, 7th Crown Prince, Remnant, Ghost Witch Young Master, Jade Rakshasa and the others have their eyes turned. Xiaoxiang goddess proudly said, The emperor did not come with me because he was responsible for the heavy duty and went to Barbarian Clan to persuade Barbarian Clan to join me with 6 great ferocious clans. Now that Barbarian Clan is out of the mountain, it proves that Huang Tan has succeeded. Great. Admire. The 7th Crown Prince, the Witch Young Master and the others cup one fist in the other hand, admiring. But what happened to that dragon's roar? Rakshasa slightly frowned, asking out loud. Ang. At this moment, after the tall silhouettes of many Barbarian Clan, there was another burst of high-flying dragon's roar. The huge divine dragons soar into the clouds and mount the mists, with hundreds of them, hovering above Barbarian Clan's head, were galloping away towards profound Principal Palace. Headed by a scarlet-eared Torch Dragon. On the neck of Torch Dragon, was sitting a man with red hair, gaze as if a torch, imposing, arrogant, exuberant. Its appearance is exactly similar to Suzaimo. Dragon Phoenix true body arrives at profound Principal Palace. Eternal Sacred King Chapter 1596. Chapter 1596. The first kills you 5. After the Battle of Heaven and Earth Valley, Dragon Phoenix, Azure Lotus, 2 great true bodies, reunited for the first time. All 10,000 people have heard that Huang Wu in the true cultivation world has 2 great true bodies. One of them is a Dragon Clan young master. But really seeing these 2 great true bodies together, not at all how many people. Of course, in addition to 6 great ferocious clans and Penglai Island, other races, including true cultivation, are unclear, and Dragon Phoenix true body has grown into a taboo. In their cognition, they thought that Long Mo was simply Dragon Clan. This is Huang Wu's Dragon Clan true body. It looks like there is no difference in appearance, but in terms of temperament, it is very different. Azure Lotus true body, Dragon Clan true body, which is Huang Wu's deity. Unclear, it should be Azure Lotus true body. 10,000 races are spiritedly. It's fun now. Dragon Wu's Dragon Clan true body leads Dragon Clan over. It's about to completely tear your face with 6 great ferocious clans. Just a Dragon Clan, I'm afraid it's useless. Yeah, I just heard God Clan's argument. It seems that Barbarian Clan is also preparing to join forces with 6 great ferocious clans. Anyway, with Huang Wu's temperament, I'm afraid there will be a fierce battle. The breath of Dragon Clan true body, Ancestor Realm. When Dragon Phoenix true body came near, finally a cultivator felt it and exclaimed, "This Dragon Clan avatar of Huang Wu has stepped into the Great Ascension Realm." Shen Yu Old Ancestor and the others also narrowed their eyes, staring at Dragon Phoenix true body, expressing alertness. Although they are both Great Ascension Realm early stage, their ferocious clan knows that the body of Dragon Phoenix true body is immemorial taboo. If one-on-one fight, we are probably not opponents. Shen Yu Old Ancestor secretly sounded the transmission. Let's be careful. If this Dragon Phoenix really dares to work, our 5 people will join forces and we should be able to suppress him. Ah, Old Ancestor and the others secretly nodded. Wu Tan Old Ancestor slightly said with a sneer, "It's okay. And Heavenly Gang religion, these human race Old Ancestor, let them play with this taboo." 5 ferocious clan Old Ancestor secretly communicate. In a blink of an eye, hundreds of Barbarian Clan have already come to the profound Principal Palace. The Barbarian Clan young master headed by it is Pretty Tiger. Behind the tiger, there are many Barbarian Clan great experts and some Barbarian Clan half-ancestor. So many Ancestor Realm expert, Barbarian Clan came to profound Principal Palace, heart startled. Because of the breakthrough of Dragon Phoenix true body, they were half a day slow and just arrived. But didn't expect, when they arrived at the profound Principal Palace, the situation on this side changed rapidly and the conflict escalated, which has caused many Old Ancestor to appear. Kulong followed closely, transforming into adult form and descending one after another. The Torch Dragon of Dragon Phoenix true body is Guyun, who once followed him. Behind Dragon Phoenix true body, Long Kang and Long Zai are listed. Among them, there are some Dragon Clan half-ancestor. Interesting. A Heavenly Gang religion Old Ancestor said with a sneer. Huang Wu has 2 great true bodies. and the human body on human race has not yet broken through to the Great Ascension realm. Dragon Clan has broken through first. I'm a little confused now. Is Huang Wu a human race or a Dragon Clan? This sentence is completely heartfelt. Dragon Phoenix True Body turned his eyes and fell on this Heavenly Gang religion old ancestor, expressionless asked, "Did you just kill me?" "What is it?" The Heavenly Gang religion old ancestor watched as there were many old ancestors sitting around, naturally no place to fear, raised his head slightly, and went back without fear. "It is good." Dragon Phoenix True Body nodded, saying, "The first one will kill you." The words didn't fall. Dragon Phoenix True Body flickered, and he jumped over a dozen feet in an instant, came to this Heavenly Gang religion old ancestor, and reached out his palm. Zheng. On my fingertips, a sharp dragon claw popped up and moved towards the top of the head of the Heavenly Gang religion old ancestor. This Heavenly Gang religion old ancestor is also extremely fast. Immediately broke out a lesser divine ability, and moved towards Dragon Phoenix True Body. HMPH. The corners of Dragon Phoenix True Body are slightly warped and do not evade. The dragon claw just scratches it gently to crush the lesser divine ability. This Heavenly Gang religion old ancestral god has a big change in color, and his pupils have shrunk sharply. I want to take out life source magic tool subconsciously. Pukai. However, Dragon Phoenix True Body shot extremely fast, simply did not give him a second chance. The palm came down and directly broke the top of the head of this old ancestor. The old ancestor fleshly body, under the dragon claw of Dragon Phoenix True Body, is like a piece of paper. Spoke easily and crush the old ancestor primordial spirit. The primordial spirit is dead. Even if this Heavenly Gang religion old ancestor has any rebirth from a drop of blood technique, it is useless. Under the gaze of countless lines of sight, the old ancestor of Great Ascension of Heavenly Gang religion is like a gnat, and was crushed to death by the Dragon Phoenix True Body at once. Heavenly Gang religion's other old ancestor, not far away, failed to respond. You know, they have more than 100 old ancestor of Great Ascension. Among them, there are some Great Ascension late stage, 3 Great Ascension Great Perfection. They didn't expect at all. Under this situation, it was just the Dragon Phoenix True Body of the Great Ascension early stage. The Moon 3 old ancestor, the Flying old ancestor, and the Xijing old ancestor were still a bit frightened when facing Dragon Clan. 3 old ancestors subconsciously looked towards Shenyu old ancestor and the others. Shenyu old ancestor and the others slightly nodded, signaled that they don't need to worry. They can let go of the battle. Nfall old ancestor 3 people feel relieved. Do I call you Huang Wu, or do you call Long Mo? Liu old ancestor caressed the kitten in her arms, asked faint smile. The eyes of Dragon Phoenix True Body fell subconsciously on the kitten's face, and looked at the eyes of the white kitten. For some reason, there was a slight movement in his heart. This feeling makes him very uncomfortable. This white kitten has no cultivation base breath and cannot speak humans' words, but in its eyes, there is a strange emotion. Dragon Phoenix True Body shook his head slightly and didn't think about it. He passed by Yuo old ancestor and the others. His expression was cold, and he asked again, "Who else is going to kill me?" HMPH. Unearthly fiend cult old ancestor has been given an order, and he can take any shot, so he said with a sneer, "Long Mo, don't be arrogant. This is not Dragon Bones Valley. You Dragon Clan said it's not good. Just now we were going to kill you." There is a person Heavenly Gang religion old ancestor stood out and said in a deep voice, "If you dare to take a shot, then don't blame me for joining forces to suppress you." It is good. Dragon Phoenix True Body nodded, saying, "Since you dare to admit it, I dare to kill." Of course, Dragon Phoenix True Body came to Profound Principle Palace, and the first one operated with Heavenly Gang religion, Earthly Fiend Cult, and Penglai Island, not only because of these 3 major sects, but to suppress and kill Azure Lotus True Body. Most importantly, these 3 great sects have acknowledged allegiance to 6 great ferocious clans. Suzaima couldn't bear this. Bang! Dragon Phoenix True Body pedals on the ground. The whole person leaps, dropping from the sky. Within the body chi and blood surges, and directly falls into the crowd. For the eternal Fifth Alliance leader, the temporary name of the Alliance leader is Darkman. Today 5 more. Eternal Sacred King Chapter 1597. Chapter 1597 Change 1. I saw that the silhouette with red hair and violent atmosphere fell into the crowd, and 10,000 creatures looked up subconsciously, expression horrified. You know, the following is not an ordinary crowd, but the crowd gathered by the old ancestor of great ascension. This is almost the top expert on heavenly desolate continent. If it is normal, any old ancestor going out will tremble the true cultivation world. Even more how? More than 100 old ancestor of great ascension gathered. Even the old ancestor, the god of ferocious clan, did not have the courage and courage. More than 100 old ancestor of great ascension, one person released a lesser divine ability. That formidable power is enough to destroy the heavens and exterminating the earth. Bang! The body of Dragon Phoenix true body is burning with a path of scarlet-eared flame, and the whole person is like a huge fireball, falling into the crowd. Spread. Many old ancestor of great ascension can feel the formidable power of the flame on Dragon Phoenix true body. Become old ancestor of great ascension. Which one is not heaven chosen? Which one has not experienced countless life and death battle? Many old ancestor of great ascension quickly held their ground, surrounded Dragon Phoenix true body in the middle, expression cold, murderers looking. You old ancestor, flying off old ancestor and Xijing old ancestor stood on the periphery and had no plans to shoot. Ferocious clan is powerful. But Dragon Phoenix true body is just great ascension early stage. From the perspective of 3 people, more than 100 old ancestor of great ascension is enough to suppress Dragon Phoenix true body. Xijing old ancestor hesitated slightly. He knew the details of Dragon Phoenix true body, but he thought for a moment. Among the more than 100 old ancestor of great ascension, there were many great ascension middle stages. Some great ascension late stages. If you can practice until great ascension late stage, you have already realized the great divine ability. No matter how strong the immemorial taboo is, it is impossible to defeat the enemy. If it is a normal immemorial taboo, as they expected, it may not be able to block the siege of more than 100 old ancestor of great ascension. But Dragon Phoenix true body is more than just taboo. Dragon Phoenix true body is also responsible for Dai inheritance and has practiced great desolate monster king's secret scripture. This secret art helped Dragon Phoenix true body wake up in the half ancestor realm with an overwhelming divine ability. Calling wind technique. Hell path. Hungry ghosts path. Landslide. The ground crack, thunderbolt hit, scorched earth, lunar eclipse. More than 100 old ancestor of great ascension shot in succession, bursting out of the divine ability. Suddenly, more than 100 divine abilities descended, and the entire void instantly collapsed. A path of fissure appeared, began to distort, and set off heavy storms. As if the end of the world was coming. HMPH. Dragon Phoenix true body urges chi and blood. The flames within the body spread out, and the flames rise greatly. Dragon Phoenix is flame. This is the innate divine ability of Taboo Dragon Phoenix. Step into the great ascension realm. The formidable power of this innate divine ability is enough to incinerate any lesser divine ability. Ferocious clan, the taboo cultivation way, is very different from human race. Because human race is inherently weak, it requires cultivation of various Tao laws, secret techniques, and even the awareness of the divine ability to continuously strengthen itself. And ferocious clan and taboo, even if they don't cultivation any cultivation technique, as they continue to grow, their own strength will rise accordingly. For example, after the major ferocious clan steps into the great ascension realm, even if they don't have to understand any lesser divine ability, their own power can cooperate with the innate divine ability, and they can compete with the great ascension middle stage of human race, or even suppress it. Although the more than 100 lesser divine ability offensives were fierce, They encountered Dragon Phoenix's flame but were instantly incinerated. Dragon Phoenix's flame is more domineering than Divine Phoenix flame, terrifying flame. Many old ancestor of Great Ascension looked at this scene with horror. The offensive of more than 100 old ancestor of Great Ascension was simply resolved. Ang! The Dragon Phoenix true body was burning with a raging flame, and the sky shouted loudly, and a loud roar broke out. Suddenly, 10,000 people were silent. Under this roar, the hustle and bustle of the 10,000 ethnic conference seemed to be instantly silent. At the ears of the 10,000 living beings, there is only this sound of deterring the mind. Under this roar, many living creatures couldn't bear the pressure and fell to their knees. This is the fear from deep in bloodline. Not to mention them, even the fifth old ancestor of Shenyu had a palpitation and a pale face. Closer old ancestor of Great Ascension is more painful expression, subconsciously covering both ears. But in their fingers, a path of blood is still flowing. A path of blood arrow is also squirting in the mouth and nose. Boom. 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 In the sky around Dragon Phoenix true body, a burst of 7-8 blood mist burst out. Blood splashed by old ancestor of Great Ascension, chi and blood are diffused. Ah! There was an exclamation from the crowd. Suddenly these blood mist burst. These places were empty. Some blood mists were originally scattered with a piece of gravel or a pile of sand, but didn't expect. The roar of Dragon Phoenix true body sounded. These voids, these gravel sands, blasted out 7-8 old ancestor of Great Ascension. In the eyes of Dragon Phoenix true body, it was no surprise that there was a mockery. His spiritual awareness is strong, and he has long felt that there are some old ancestor hidden near him. This is the old ancestor of Great Ascension of Hidden Killer Gate. Some cast a hidden divine ability, and the body breath is completely hidden. Some exhibited 36 changes, turned into sand, gravel, and dirt, and scattered around Dragon Phoenix true body, looking for opportunities to assassinate. 36 changes, belonging to lesser divine ability. Realizing this lesser divine ability, old ancestor can change into many things. As long as you meditate in your heart, there will be no problem if you shake your body, change the mountain, change the water, change the stakes, change the stones, or change the utensils. But if you want to change into some birds and animals, plants and insects, these things that have life, you can't do it. If you want to change more, you have to realize 72 changes. 72 changes belong to the category of great divine ability. Changeable birds and beasts, plants and insects, naturally. Of course, whether it is 36 changes or 72 changes, this transformation technique has weak spots. And even if it is 72 changes, it cannot be changed into a living person. The ultimate change is a peerless divine ability. Countless changes. Realize this divine ability. Everything is unchanged. Everything is as big as Kun Clan Dragon Clan, as small as the last dust, all in one thought. Realizing this divine ability can even change into the same person. Even if you put two people together, no one can tell the truth. The old ancestor of Great Ascension of Hidden Killer Gate thought that they had released the hidden divine ability, which can be hidden in the chaos, but didn't expect. Dragon Phoenix true body spiritual awareness is powerful, and with a roar, the fleshly bodies of these Hidden Killer Gate old ancestor will be blasted. The cultivator of Hidden Killer Gate is good at assassination. Both chi and blood fleshly body are subordinate, and they can't bear the roar of Dragon Phoenix true body. Su. 8 primordial spirit of Hidden Killer Gate old ancestor escaped and wanted to rebirth from a drop of blood. Ang. Dragon Phoenix true body begins. Growl again. 8 primordial spirits of Hidden Killer Gate old ancestor, burst on the spot and become nothing. 8 old ancestor of Great Ascension, Meteor. Eternal Sacred King Chapter 1598. Chapter 1598. Invincible 2. Kill. Many old ancestor of Great Ascension are slightly stunned. They have been loudly shouted, and many divine abilities have erupted again, taking out a piece of magical treasure, and moving towards Dragon Phoenix true body fell down. Su. Many flying swords turned into a stream of light, galloping extremely fast, and came immediately. Sword chi is sharp, showing off one's ability. Dragon Phoenix true body sneered slightly, and as soon as the dive consciousness moved, there was a chilling long knife in my palm. Dragon Soul Blade. This Dragon Soul Blade was originally an innate magical treasure, but the realm fell. Now, after stepping into the Great Ascension realm, Dragon Phoenix true body has come all the way to tempering with the ability of divine ability, and the quality of Dragon Soul Blade has been raised to the level of magical treasure again. Suzaimo clenched Dragon Soul Blade, raised his arms, within the body chi and blood surged, moved towards the front fiercely and cut it off. Oh la la! This blade is cut off, and in front of many old ancestor of Great Ascension, a heaven overflowing giant wave seems to emerge. Counter current in Ding High 5 style. Suddenly, the color of this huge wave instantly became a blood red. This ocean has completely turned into a blood sea. Murderous aura. Suzaimo, this blade, the countercurrent knife intention and the Azura blade intention, have been merged together, and an extremely terrifying impact has erupted. Although these flying swords are strong and powerful, through the blood sea, the rays of light on the sword have faded. When the Dragon Soul Blade is here to chop these flying swords directly, many magical treasures around have also been called. There are majestic mountains, glorious jade hooks, silver needles that are hard to find, and sparkling treasure mirrors. Many magical treasures are coming down, covering the sky and blocking the sun, almost forming an inescapable net. The Dragon Phoenix true body expression remains unchanged. Hold the Dragon Soul Blade with both hands and move towards the void next to it. Hong Long Long. The surrounding blood sea was scrolled by this blade, and instantly formed a huge blood sea vortex, soaring into the sky, surrounded by Suzaimo. The sound was terrifying. Many magical treasures came down, and they fell into the blood sea vortex and were taken off track. All the magical treasures are missing. This blood sea vortex is getting more and more turbulent and stronger. In the end, even the silhouette of the Dragon Phoenix true body has disappeared into the blood sea. Then, in that blood sea vortex, Dragon's raw tiger shouts came out, and the ape cried Fengming. A path of horrible silhouette. Behind the blood sea, fatly discernible, it seems that there are many overbearing and murderous monster kings that have woke up. Rich and pure monster chi, continuously erupting from the blood sea vortex, covering the sky above profound principal palace, covering the sky and blocking the sun. Next moment, with a huge monster beast, he rushed out of the blood sea and moved towards the surrounding old ancestor of Great Ascension to kill it. Desolate Ox Monster King with Pulwing the Heaven. Blood Ape Monster King with Topless Roar. There is a rampage of Divine Horse Monster King. There is Desolate Sea Dragon King. Every horrible Monster King is minions, lifelike, staring scarlet eyes, murderers looking, imposing. These monster kings rushed into the crowd and burst into amazing lethality. A heavenly gang religion's old ancestor of Great Ascension operates the divine ability and wants to repel the Stone Bear Monster King that came over. But his divine ability, which fell on Stone Bear Monster King, did not cause any ripple at all, and was easily resolved by the thick fur of Stone Bear Monster King. Stone Bear Monster King's body seems awkward and huge, but in a blink of an eye comes to the body of this heavenly gang religion old ancestor. Lean forward. This one is the killing trick in the great desolate Monster King's secret scripture. Stone Bear Monster King is released, like flowing clouds and more charm. The old ancestor of Great Ascension expression stumbled, and the fleshly body burst instantly. Just leaned lightly by Stone Bear Monster King, he was hit by 40% 5 cracks. His primordial spirit, without waiting to flee, Stone Bear Monster King stretched out his huge and fat bear's paw, and patted down to shoot the heavenly gang religion old ancestor's primordial spirit directly to death. Another earthly fiend cult old ancestor also wants to use the magical treasure divine ability to suppress and kill this python. But giant python Monster King hovered up and quickly entangled the earthly fiend cult old ancestor into it. His body emits strength, and shatters the fleshly body of an old ancestor of great ascension. Pukai. Giant Python Monster King opened his mouth and swallowed the earthly fiend cult old ancestor. Don't give him a chance to do anything at all. Heavens! Ah, what are all these? There was a burst of exclamation from the crowd. The 10,000 creatures present were stunned and shocked. Although they have all heard about Dragon Phoenix True Body, not many people have seen the means of Dragon Phoenix True Body. This should be the bloodline phenomenon of Longmo, said a cultivator who had experienced the battle of Heaven and Earth Valley. The cultivator paused and said, this bloodline phenomenon seems to be more horrible than when the battle between Heaven and Earth Valley was a war. I also found out that the number of these monster kings seems to be one more than in the battle between Heaven and Earth Valley. I saw a six-tusked divine elephant in the crowd, ramming. No old ancestor of great ascension could stop it at all. For Pentium, the earth quaked and the mountains shook. The dust is rolling. Even some old ancestor of the Great Ascension late stage, in strength, can't stop the impact of this six-tusked divine elephant. If the elephant's nose is shaken, there will be an old ancestor of Great Ascension falling from the air. Ivory dances are sharper than any magical treasure. At first, the cultivator pointed at the ephemeral golden light in the sky, and suddenly said, not one. There are two more. Hey, above the sky. There was a sharp and loud howling, a golden light descended on the crowd, and the speed was amazing. The old ancestor of great ascension below failed to respond at all. This golden light appears out of the body, but it is a golden wind great bang. Two claws caught in the crowd, and the top of the head of two old ancestor was broken with great precision, and their primordial spirit was suppressed and killed at once. Two old ancestor of great ascension died on the spot. Dragon Phoenix True Body. This shot is to stand up, to be deterred, to give the sword. He just wanted to tell these people at Heavenly Gang Religion, Earthly Fiend Cult, and Penglai Island, even if they know allegiance at 6 great ferocious clans, they can't survive. Dragon Phoenix True Body didn't test with these old ancestor of great ascension at all, and directly took out the bloodline phenomenon. 11 monster kings rushed into the crowd, slaughter all sides, invincible, no one can stop. Even the old ancestor of some great ascension late stage, dare not beat its edge. On the battlefield, blood spewed, stumps of broken limbs flew, and there was a pity. This is not the blood of an ordinary cultivator. This is the blood of the old ancestor of great ascension. This scene is even more tragic than the fight between the 5 great ferocious clan old ancestor and the profound principal palace and the 7-1 old ancestor of great ascension. Just now, the profound principal palace has just fallen 7 old ancestor of great ascension. With the Dragon Phoenix True Body's shots, the 11 monster kings rushed into the crowd, and the killing was launched. The number of old ancestor of great ascension in Heavenly Gang Religion, Penglai Island, and Earthly Fiend Cult has plummeted. In just a few dozen breaths, the old ancestor of great ascension of the 3 super sects has less than 100 people. Old ancestor has more injuries. This is an unacceptable loss for the 3 super sects. They chose acknowledgement allegiance at 6 great ferocious clans to save their lives, but didn't expect. They died faster. Yuo old ancestor, flying off old ancestor, Xujing old ancestor. 3 people are angry. Never see it again. They shot. A book friend asked what the fan value is, and a brief explanation is the title behind your ID, Deacon, Helmed Master. Above the Rudder Master is the Church Master, and above the Church Master is Protector, Elder, Sect Master, and Grand Master. The most powerful one is the Alliance Leader. Eternal Sacred King Chapter 1599. Chapter 1599. The origin of the White Cat 3. All 3 are Great Ascension Great Perfection. If you want to cultivate to the Great Ascension Great Perfection, you must have at least 10 great divine abilities. Moonline old ancestor 3 people's bloodline, fleshly body, primordial spirit, experienced so many great divine ability baptism, the battle strength is many times higher than other old ancestor. Luo old ancestor took out his own destiny magical treasure, which is a long sword cast by a star meteorite. It is extremely heavy, shining with the glory of the stars, dropping from the sky, as if a meteor fell. Bang! This star sword fell, pierced the body of Giant Python Monster King, and nailed it to the ground. Giant Python Monster King is desperately struggling, but he can't escape it. It didn't take long for the Giant Python Monster King's rays of light to fade. Chi and blood faded, and then dissipated between heaven and earth. These Monster Kings were not originally coming. They were just the bloodline phenomenon of Dragon Phoenix True Body. Pukai. Old Ancestor took out a magic knife to cut off the skull of Desolatox Monster King. Desolatox Monster King also disappeared. Xujing. Old Ancestor took out a huge pair of gold and silver scissors, throw it in the air, and even make 2 gold and silver flood dragons. Crack crack. This pair of gold and silver scissors is extremely sharp. With the crisp sound, the scissors are closed to cut the golden wind Great Peng in midair into 2 pieces, turning it into nothingness. The rest of the Monster King was attacked by many Old Ancestor of Great Ascension's divine ability magical treasure after a while, and it was already on the verge of collapse. Heavenly Dog eats the moon. Luo. Old Ancestor's eyes fell on the Dragon Phoenix True Body. Without hesitation, a great divine ability erupted. In front of her, in a split second, a huge heavenly dog emerged. Her eyes were brutal, her mouth was filled with thick saliva, and she stared at the Dragon Phoenix True Body not far away. Apparently, this heavenly dog has regarded Dragon Phoenix True Body as the moon. It will swallow Dragon Phoenix True Body. The spirit is coming. Old Ancestor was also lightly shouted, and a great divine ability broke out. He urged divine consciousness, as if to communicate with 9 secrets. A path of dark and baleful chi surged at his feet, quickly condensing into a tall silhouette. It's as if a demon crawled out of the depths of 9. Deep in the throat of this evil spirit, a roar of yelling. As long as the Old Ancestor divine consciousness is flying, this evil spirit will pounce on the Dragon Phoenix True Body and tear it to pieces. Breaking the sea. Xujing. Old Ancestor waved his palm, as if condensing a long knife, moved towards Suzaimo and chopped it down. The so-called suction knife cuts off water. This great divine ability erupts, not to mention the water is cut off. Even the sea ocean can be divided into 2. Dragon Phoenix True Body expression fearless, gaze as if a torch. Although the 11 Monster Kings have disintegrated, those Monster Kings have not disappeared. Moved towards Dragon Phoenix True Body surged in, surging and changing behind him, continually condensing. Gradually, among these scarlet-eared Monster Kings, a terrifying creature was born. This is a butterfly. This butterfly stretched its blood-colored wings, just suspended above Suzaimo's head. The wings were printed with 2 rounds of bright full moon, like a pair of cold eyes, watching the 3 moon ancestor on the opposite moon. This butterfly is about the size of a jang. Whatever it looks, it's very ordinary. But somehow, when this blood-colored butterfly emerged, 3 people in the Old Ancestor, including the 5 Old Ancestor, felt an inexplicable palpitation. It seems like the next moment, they will be in great trouble. Heavenly Dog is just a collection of great divine ability. There is no spiritual wisdom at all. It is still murderers looking, and moved towards Dragon Phoenix True Body. The evil spirit shook the huge body and flung forward. In midair, the bladed blade light came down and seemed to cut the ocean into 2 pieces. Suddenly, this blood-colored butterfly above Dragon Phoenix True Body's head fluttered slightly. It was trembling, unnoticeable, and minimal. But it caused a terrible storm. The void in front of Dragon Phoenix True Body is twisting, deforming, collapsing. The heavenly dog that has rushed over has come to Dragon Phoenix True Body. The large dog's mouth could smell the stench from Dragon Phoenix True Body. But the moment the scarlet butterfly fluttered its wings, the heavenly dog stopped in the air. Immediately after, a crack appeared on heavenly dog's body. At first, it was a slight crack, and then it quickly expanded, spread, and covered the whole body. In sight, This heavenly dog exploded and turned into nothingness. The evil spirit also screamed a scream of screaming. Before we got closer, the whole body was already 1,000 sores and 100 holes, and baleful chi broke up. The stunning blade light that can cut the ocean into 2.5, after the blood butterfly flaps its wings, smashes 3 Tao great divine ability, all resisted by the scarlet butterfly. Hiss. The expressions of 10,000 creatures are shocked, sucking a breath of cold air. You know, this Dragon Phoenix true body is just a Great Ascension early stage, and it can actually fight the Great Ascension Great Perfection of human race. This has exceeded everyone's perception. The moon's pupils of the old Ancestor 3 contracted for a while, and the complexion greatly changed. This is 3 Tao great divine ability. It was so easily resolved by a bloody butterfly. What is this means? The expression of 3 people was in doubt, and there was a hint of fear in their eyes. It's worth taboo bloodline. Xijing old ancestor secretly panicked, and secretly glanced at Yuo old ancestor and flying old ancestor. The rest of the old ancestor of great ascension has long since spread out, dare not come forward, and are ready to escape at any time. They have seen that Dragon Phoenix true body simply is not what they can compete with. I can practice Great Ascension realm. I don't know how many dangers I will go through. No one wants to die here. At this moment, the bloody butterfly above Dragon Phoenix true body's head gradually disappeared and disappeared. The realm of Dragon Phoenix true body is still too low. Just stepped into the Great Ascension early stage. This blood-culled butterfly can resist the 3 Tao great divine ability, which is completely the power of the great desolate monster king's secret scripture, which is already the limit. The moonlight old ancestral god was cold and gently stroked the white cat in his arms. Even in this war, she still did not leave the white cat, and always held her in her arms. Because this white cat is her whole card that she is going to use against Huang Wu. Originally, she was not in a hurry to use it. But now, the power of Dragon Phoenix true body is completely beyond expectations. She doesn't want to wait any longer. Huang Wu Yuo old ancestor bowed her head slightly, stroking the white cat in her arms, said with a slight smile, "You guess. What is the origin of this white cat?" Dragon Phoenix true body squints slightly. He just felt that there was something wrong with the white cat, but he couldn't tell what it was. Speaking of which is also a coincidence. Yuo old ancestor whispered softly, "I retreat out and prepare to attend this 10,000 ethnic conference." On the way, I encountered a little girl with a good aptitude and wanted to take her as an apprentice. Surprisingly, this little girl already has a master, but she refused me without the slightest hesitation. I'm an old ancestor of Great Ascension, and I can't afford to accept it, but I was rejected by a girl from Void Return Realm. It's not a joke. Yuo old ancestor said with a slight smile. I was a little angry, so I gave her a divine ability to turn her into a white cat and calm her down. Hearing here, the face of Dragon Phoenix true body has completely darkened. Book friends, go to bed first. There are 2 more, read tomorrow. I tried to write tonight. Eternal Sacred King Chapter 1600. Chapter 1600. 2 choices, 4 more. The white cat looked at the Dragon Phoenix true body not far away, and seemed to want to break away from the embrace of the old ancestor. But Yuo old ancestor only exerted a slight pressure on the palm, and the white cat's body trembled, expressing pain, but forbearing not to say a word. 10,000 creatures are all confused. I don't know why Yuo old ancestor would suddenly talk about the white cat in her arms. Only Dragon Phoenix true body knows that the white cat in the arms of old ancestor is his eldest disciple, Beiming Zhu. He finally understood why he saw something strange in his heart when he saw the white cat. Because this white cat's look at him is the look of Being Zhu. Because Dragon Phoenix true body is not Azure Lotus true body and has no real contact with beings, it has not been able to immediately recognize Beiming Zhu. And, even if it is Azure Lotus true body, it is just a familiar look, and dare not recognize each other. There are 6 paths in the world: Heavenly Tao, Human Path, Azure Path, Beast's Path, Hungry Ghost's Path, hell path. Among these 6 paths, the former 3 Tao is good, and once understood, it is the great divine ability. Then 3 Tao is the evil way. If realized, it is less divine ability. If you can comprehend these 6 paths and integrate them, it is the peerless divine ability. 6 paths of reincarnation. Nfall Old Ancestor lowered the divine ability and turned Biamingzhu into a cat. The divine ability used is Beast's Path. The advent of Beast's Path can transform people into all kinds of beasts. Unless there is another Old Ancestor of great ascension, which uses human path great divine ability to re-adopt it as an adult, it will be difficult to recover as before. Beast's Path, one of the evil ways, is extremely vicious. Even more how? It's still Old Ancestor of great ascension, to deal with the Taoist of void return. You know, Suzaimo was facing the most dangerous situation when he was strangled by the half-ancestor expert when he was at void return realm, and almost died. Now, Biamingzhu has been targeted by Old Ancestor of great ascension. Dragon Phoenix True Body knows that Biamingzhu experienced such a disaster because of his involvement. Luo Old Ancestor's palm, gently holding the white cat's neck, making her unable to move even a little bit, still being said with a smile. This young girl of void return realm seems to be called Biamingzhu Huang Wu. Do you know? Ah! Dragon Phoenix True Body has not spoken yet, Xiao Yao exclaimed. Xiao Yao stood up in a tense voice, fiercely staring at Luo half-ancestor, murderers looking, anxiously rushing to swallow her up. What are you doing? Sit down. Yinlan was slightly frowned and Xiao Yao was pressed back again. Sister, you rescue the white cat, Xiao Yao quickly said. 10 million don't hurt that white cat. Yinlan shook her head and said, even if there is no white cat, I can't beat you Luo Old Ancestor, even more how to save that white cat safely. Xiao Yao expression said anxiously, then let Patriarch come, Patriarch will surely rescue the white cat. Don't hurry. Yinlan said, this matter. The most urgent thing is your master. Isn't he very patient and see what he plans? After hearing Luo Old Ancestor's remarks, the 10,000 ethnic creatures gradually came to understand. This Biamingzhu must be related to Huang Wu. Biamingzhu, who seems to be the Biaming aristocratic family, Huang Wu's eldest disciple. Ah, I think of it. In recent years, a great evil that has risen, practicing martial Tao. The battle strength is extremely strong. It is said that it has acquired Huang Wu true inheritance. No wonder, Luo Old Ancestor will shoot a Taoist of void return. This Biamingzhu is in the hands of Old Ancestor. Unless Huang Wu disregards Biamingzhu's life, Huang Wu is skeptical, afraid to compromise. Numerous cultivators are whispering. Dragon Phoenix True Body nodded, saying, Biamingzhu, my eldest disciple. Oh, Luo Old Ancestor pretended to be surprised and said, so clever. Dragon Phoenix True Body expression is cold, just silently watching Luo Old Ancestor. Luo Old Ancestor laughed abruptly, and said, Huang Wu, this young girl's innate talent is good, and I don't want to hurt her. If you want to keep her life, you have to promise me a few conditions. Rest assured that my conditions will not make you very difficult. Dragon Phoenix True Body remains silent. Luo Old Ancestor laughed, and continued, let us not say that I am not human. I will give you a choice. If you want your Azure Lotus True Body or your disciple, you can only choose the same. After this sentence, there was a moment of restlessness in the crowd. How to choose this? Azure Lotus True Body is not easy to practice. It is about to step into Ancestor Realm, and it is still good fortune Azure Lotus. How can it be abandoned? But if he doesn't give up, his eldest disciple will have to die. If Huang Wu chooses Azure Lotus True Body, I'm afraid he will bear the guilt of discipline in the future. Although he did not kill Biamingzhu, Biamingzhu did it because of him and die. This move is really poisonous. If Huang Wu can't help but die, his Tao heart will probably be shaken passively. Either destroy Wu Wu's Azure Lotus True Body, or just destroy his Tao heart. Many onlookers can see the sinister intentions of Nfall Old Ancestor. The white cat in the arms of Yuo Old Ancestor suddenly struggled. Even if Yuo Old Ancestor's palms were hard, this white cat wouldn't care about it. It just struggled hard, and there was a determination in his eyes. Yuo Old Ancestor has slender nails. Under the white cat's struggle, her nails had penetrated deeply into their white cats within the body, flowing a path of blood. Blood on the white fluff. But the white cat didn't seem to feel the pain and was still struggling. The more it struggled, the more blood shed. But it still refuses to stop. In the palm of the Old Ancestor of Great Ascension, the power of this white cat seems so small, but it refuses to give up, biting the palm of the moon-falling Old Ancestor. Broken teeth, scratch with your paws. Use your head to bang your claws. Oh, a cultivator sighed softly. Didn't expect. This Beimings has such a strong temperament that he doesn't want to involve Huang Wu, but he wants to die. Senior sister Xiao Yao stood up, the sight in front of him gradually blurred, and a subconscious cry. Dragon Phoenix True Body looked at the struggling white cat, and there was a distress and pity in his eyes. Wen's Old Ancestor's heart suddenly burst into anxiety. Coupled with the white cat in her arms and constantly struggling, she felt a little irritable, put away a smile, expression gradually cold, and said, Huang Wu, I gave you a chance. This choice is not difficult, it depends on what you give up. My patience is limited. Yuo Old Ancestor icily said, if this white cat annoys me, I can strangle her at any time. Beiming as my disciple of Huang Wu, I will inevitably encounter countless suffering and danger. I have told her about this. Dragon Phoenix True Body finally spoke, saying, however, these sufferings can't be too much. Mnsit, you, as the Old Ancestor of Great Ascension, are shooting against a Taoist of Void Return, which is beyond the bounds. You give me two choices, I don't want to choose. Dragon Phoenix True Body looked at the moon-falling Old Ancestor, paused, and slowly said, I want to choose third type.